The symbol of the Duchy of Cartier is a giant snake, a mythical beast whose body length reaches 4 meters. They say that the Cartier family began with a child conceived from the relationship of such a serpent and a human woman. People belonging to the House of Cartier are insanely greedy for power and money precisely because of their bloodline. This was generally accepted in society. In fact, passion and obsession of this kind are ready to sweep into their whirlpool anyone who dares to approach them. The girl shuddered from his rough onslaught of a young, muscular man. She placed her hand on his shoulder, squeezing it tightly. Thus, trying to pull back a little and hold back his pressure. She thought, how the hell did it come to this? He pulled away from her and looked at her with red eyes. The fire of passion, temptation, and desire to possess burned within them, and at the same time, they hypnotized with their predatory fire. He smiled like a tempting serpent and asked that she was afraid of him. He said that before going into the predator's lair, she needed to think 3 times. And he leaned towards her again, pulling off his thin shirt and exposing his chest. She wasn't ready for this, and he grinningly whispered in her ear so that she wouldn't hold back. He grabbed her mouth, opening it wider. She screamed at this rude and unexpectedly sharp gesture, and he said that he wanted her moans to become a delight to his ears. And all the people standing outside the door went crazy from them. The guards stood behind the door, at a loss, and not daring to enter the room behind which they were. He leaned down and kissed her neck. The touches were gentle and passionate at the same time. He showered kisses on her neck, going down to her lush chest, heaving with deep breathing, repeating this over and over again, like an experienced tempter. She didn't want any of this. She felt chills and slight trembling from his gentle touches. There was despair on his face. She had never experienced anything like this before. In this gloomy, hopeless, and empty life, she had a goal. Will win the favor of this dangerous man, and escape the fate prepared for her, which by no means was rosy. There was a lot of hardship and cruelty in it. Tears rolled down the girl's cheeks. She silently mourned her fate, a future shattered by a power struggle among the Cartier family, a future in which nothing awaits her except inevitable death. That's why she was willing to do anything to survive. This man with fiery red and at the same time cold eyes was burning with passion, and it seemed that this was her only chance. Both before and after her rebirth, he was the most famous madman in the empire. Prudence and cruelty were his middle names. He did not know what mercy and mercy were. Even now, behind the light, relaxed smile that touched his lips, there was a hint of predation and calculation. She was in despair. But is this hopelessness in his arms so heavy? It was as if she had fallen into the hands of a snake that wrapped its cold and vile body around her, squeezing her more and more. He told her to decide. Will she survive in the arms of this snake? Will he die from its poisonous bite? Or he will be able to win and find the life that she deserved, that she wanted and was worthy of? And she made up her mind, surrendering herself to this madness of passion. She encountered the harsh realities of this world while still a child. Her parents abandoned her almost immediately as soon as she was born. She still remembers the snow-white stone walls of the monastery that became her home. At the age of 6, she realized that she was not destined to know parental love. Her mother died of tuberculosis before she grew up, but she learned to enjoy even the little things. I just thought of myself as an orphan. It's like she doesn't have a father. Still, she didn't live too badly. She lived until they stood in her way. A genus of omnipresent snakes, ready to devour her entire world. Duchy of Cartier. They say they emerged victorious in the war with the Lore family. People whispered that it was just a false show from the very beginning. The war was waged to satisfy the appetites of these bastards, nothing more. Who in this empire could resist Cartier as an equal? To make a stumbling block, the wound that the ducal knight received in a clash with Count Lore was simply ridiculous. Their desire to possess the land of the Count's family is too obvious. She was incredibly sorry for the little girl who lived with them in the monastery. She learned the cruelty of the human world when the Cartiers burst into her life. They kicked and pushed her, causing physical and mental injuries, and then tied her up as if this fragile creature could resist adults. Her body was sore from minor wounds and abrasions, and he, a fat lout, towered over her and demanded that she observe her manners. The impudent, grinning mouth asked that she even knew who was in front of her. This was Duke Jacob, the eldest grandson of the head of the Cartier family. He looked at her covetously and greeted her, saying that she was the only survivor of the descendants of the Lore family. And mockingly, he congratulated her on becoming a countess. He called her Your Grace, the full-fledged countess of the county of Lore, and demanded that she sign a piece of paper, which he handed to her. She silently looked at this piece of paper in bewilderment, and he asked with irritation what she had hatched against him, and explained that she needed to pay monetary compensation for the war that began because of her father. 30,000 gold. The girl raised her head to him and asked where she would suddenly get him such a huge amount of money. Pledge. He called it a pledge. Yes, she will be collateral. And of course, she will give him all her lands. And then he added that it would still not be enough, but he would generously allow her to work for them. He suddenly laughed greedily. Lust appeared in his gaze, and he said that he understood that she would not be able to pay off the debt in this way, even hunched over all her life, but she has extremely luscious curves, so she will be suitable for another kind of compensation. From that day on, it became the property of the Cartier family. Next was the succession ceremony. The legal representative read that the document, dated 989 of the Empire, hereby recognizes Alicia Delore as the head of the county. At the time when she plunged headlong into this abyss of cruelty and took part in a circus performance, a ceremony of succession, she was only 14 years old. 11 years later, she decided to escape from this hell. She ran forward without making out the road, faster to hide and escape from slavery. Voices were heard behind them. They were very close. They overtook her. It seemed to her that they were breathing down her neck and were about to grab her. Her face was bloodied. She was out of breath from running fast and understood that she would be overtaken, captured, and that retribution would come for such a willful act. She didn't want this. Somewhere behind her, the voice of her main tormentor, Jacob Cartier, was heard. He screamed her name. With the last of her strength, she ran forward. Tears blurred her vision, and only one thought beat in her brain. The thought that she didn't want to die. She allowed herself to be bullied every single day in that damned place from which she escaped. How could she let them kill her after all this? Suddenly she stumbled, her leg gave way, and she fell to the ground at full speed. That was the end. Horror froze in her eyes, and before she could do anything, her executioners overtook her. Duke Jacob said smugly that it was a great show, and he asked that she really thought she could escape from here. He was surprised that until that moment she was aware of the situation she was in. She lived quietly, without arguing. So why did she suddenly decide to kick? He grabbed her by the hair and said with rage that she knew very well. Thanks to Cartier's seal, they will even be able to get it out of the ground. He pulled her hair, causing pain, and said that if she had simply written a will and died quietly, as she was ordered, everything would have ended much more painlessly. Alicia squeaked for him to let her go, and gathering all her remaining strength, she hit the Duke in the face. Jacob winced from the blow. Blood appeared on his face, and he was overcome with rage. He swore, and calling her a crazy bitch, a pathetic pledge who dared to leave a wound on the face of her master. He hit the girl, who could barely stand on her feet, in the face with his fist. The force of this blow sent Alicia flying to the side. A sharp pain pierced the back of my head, and something warm flowed over the tormented skin. Pictures from these last 11 years spent in hell began to appear in my mind. Here she is, taking care of the animals. Here are the hands of her endless tormentors, reaching out to her for further torture and humiliation. People from high society, who do not consider her a human being, laugh and mock her grief. And the day when a terrible ugly scar appeared on her face, which disfigured her face for life. Her pursuers bent over her. Somewhere from afar, a voice reached her. Someone was saying that she had died. And the last thought that flashed in her dying mind was that she wanted to live. They were worried that they had to make it look like this girl had committed suicide. She didn't go out of her way all this time so that her last breath would end in the forest in front of those freaks. She suddenly opened her eyes. There was horror in their turquoise depths. She sat up abruptly on the bed and exhaled noisily, not understanding what reality she was in. The nurse who was in the room asked that she had already woken up. Elisha asked this girl in a medical cap and apron what was wrong with her and where she was. And she asked in surprise that she didn't remember, and said that Elisha lost consciousness in front of their temple. This explanation left Elisha confused. She didn't understand which temple she was talking about. She clearly remembered that this event happened 5 years ago. The nurse said something, but Elisha was lost in her thoughts and did not hear her. She recalled that she went to church when she was still 19 years old, and it was before the onset of the new year. She looked at herself in the mirror, and from there it was as if a stranger was looking at her. The skin was pale, but without abrasions or bruises. The clothes are clean and not torn. And most importantly, she didn't have a bloody scar on her face that took up half her face. She had a hunch that it was really... Elisha lowered her feet to the floor, but the nurse began to fuss and said that she shouldn't get up so suddenly. But she had already gotten up and went to the window to move the shutter and see what was happening on the street. From there came a noise that could not be heard behind the closed shutters. Elisha looked outside and was taken aback. People were bustling about outside the window. They shouted at each other. She heard someone say that it was for the Lord's birthday, so the servants couldn't even think about screwing it up. On the other hand, it reached her that a note with the wishes of the worshippers of the main temple should be delivered to the castle as soon as possible. Someone gave orders where to place flowers and asked to prepare a guest list. The girl stated that she really died and was reborn again. What now? Tears flowed from her eyes. Will she once again have to eke out a miserable existence? Several days passed. The sound of hooves was heard in the distance, and a carriage appeared. She was carrying someone important. It was him, young, handsome, and cruel. General Lucerne de Caius. Elisha was sitting on the ground, and a red-haired girl from the servants, like Elisha, came up to her. She said that she heard that Elisha was not feeling well, and she sympathetically asked how she was feeling. On the neck, under the hair, the Cartier mark was visible.
Elisha replied that it was better now and thanked her friend for her concern. She came and said, the next to Elisha and Jeffrey said, this made her happy, and she was worried to look at the celebration with one eye.
She continued to chatter about how Messrs. Cartier would not lose face on the Lord's birthday. She complained that she wasn't really able to see the preparations, but it had to be something grandiose. The melancholy of the whole world froze in Alicia's eyes. She found herself in such a hopeless situation again. She clenched her fists and said that her friend was daydreaming and urged her to face the truth and not expect too much. She was a green-eyed, red-haired, cheerful girl dreaming of a holiday. But Elisha said gloomily that the celebration had nothing to do with them. In their eyes, they were just rabble, worthy only of groveling before them. And she added that if they did not finish the work on time, then they would be punished for disobedience. The girl with copper-colored hair said sadly that Elisha didn't even let her dream. And again, she indulged in her dreams, saying that just imagine so many noble families gathered in one place. And she began to spin, saying that suddenly luck would smile on them, and one of them could not resist their girlish charm and decide to pay off their debt. Taking them away from here, and looking at the doubt in Alicia's gaze, she said that every maid wants to believe in a fairy tale. A tale about how a knight of the Cartier family, duly rewarded for his services to the family, will refuse the mountains of gold that are offered to him, and from incomparable beauties, having chosen as a reward only one girl who did laundry on the estate for non-payment of debts. And she ended that they lived happily ever after. And she added, closing her eyes, how romantic it was. But Elisha, taking the tub in her hands, said that she would stop doing nonsense. This hurt the girl, and she asked her friend why she was so cold. Not in the mood or something? I really didn't think that people were capable of changing so much after hitting their head. And Elisha thought that the people of the Cartier family would never be so merciful as to simply grant freedom to someone who owes them money. Melancholy fell on her heart with renewed force, and a lump rose in her throat. Besides, she looked at her friend Lottie and thought that she knew her future. Lottie, trying to somehow change her position in this endless hell, seduced Jacob and became his favorite concubine. Her life changed, and she changed. She told Elisha to think and forget that Lottie once considered her friend. Seriously, stop pretending they know each other. She demanded not to disgrace her in front of others, and she said that Elisha was disgusting to look at. But despite all her ridicule, Lottie became food for the dogs of his wife, Carol, after only 3 months. Elisha hesitated, but wondered if Lottie would believe her even if she told her about it. And looking at her cheerful and dreamy friend, she again thought, what's the use of this? The creator of her destiny is only Lottie herself, and not she. And Elisha decided to think about herself. Her fate was no more joyful than Lottie's. She died an equally insignificant death, and this is after the nightmare that she had to endure. Lottie distracted her from these sad thoughts by suggesting that she go briefly and admire how the garden had been decorated before returning. She whispered endlessly that Uncle Bowden was so worried that someone would ruin the whole composition. She smiled and said that everything would be okay if they just watched for a while, and she added that she thought she could smell the flowers right from here. But Elisha's thoughts were far away. She thought that if fate gave her a second chance, then she would die with bones, but she would never set foot in this hell again. She walked silently next to Lottie and decided that she would create her destiny with her own hands, and if she drowned along the way, so be it. But she will know that she swam to the shore. Now her head was filled with thoughts of how the hell she could escape the clutches of Jacob and his family. Suddenly, Lottie screamed, "Oh my God!" Elisha stopped and looked ahead. A carriage drawn by 4 black horses was rushing straight towards them. She rushed past them, and Lottie, peeking out from behind Elisha, exclaimed with delight that this was the general's carriage. She again said that another one was following her, and added that it seemed that most of the guests were arriving right now. Elisha only had time to turn her head, following the next carriage with her eyes. Another carriage was coming towards us, but it was drawn by white horses, and Elisha only had time to ask, "Aren't they going fast?" Lottie curtsied and urged Elisha to do the same, but she looked with all her eyes at the carriage that was approaching. She was familiar to her. At that moment, a passing carriage fell into a puddle, and splashes of mud flew in all directions, covering Elisha, who was standing too close, with mud. The carriages met and stopped, blocking each other's passage. Lottie rushed to her friend, anxiously asking if she was okay. And when I saw my friend covered in dirt, she was quite upset that all the washed clothes were wet, and she didn't know what to do now. They will certainly be punished. But Elisha froze, still holding the tub of soiled linen in her hands. Drops of dirt dripped from her face. She said that it seemed to be Carol's carriage. They looked towards the carriage and saw Jacob's wife get out of it. Lottie tried to take Elisha away, but she looked at Carol as if spellbound. Yes, it was her. The beautiful and pampered wife of Jacob Cartier. She remembered how she got it from her, how she bowed in curtsy to her, and this beautiful, but no less cruel woman, calling her a scoundrel, accused Elisha of seducing her dear husband. The girl tried to assure her that she didn't know what she was talking about and wasn't even going to think about it. But Carol didn't listen, and saying that such bitches should get what they deserve, threw acid in her face. Yes, it was she who disfigured her face in the past. She got out of the carriage drawn by white horses and walked in the direction of the general's carriage. The girls watched her and heard her turn to the general and say that it was simply amazing to meet him like that in the middle of the road. Lottie said she bet she followed his carriage on purpose, and she resented the way she flirted with him. The general's carriage door clicked open, and he stepped out. It was a black-haired young man. It was Lucerne de Caius. He was handsome. A clear jawline spoke of severity, blood-red eyes, a beautiful almond shape, were framed by black eyelashes. Looking at Carol from under thick, pitch-colored eyebrows, he told her to do a favor and disappear from his line of sight. The girls continued to watch them, and Elisha thought that Carol had stopped her carriage the same way in the past. However, she had to leave at the request of the head of the family. She heard him demand that she leave and saw how unfriendly he crossed his arms over his chest, not wanting to communicate, and Elisha realized that she had thought so. The past repeats itself, and tears froze in her eyes. But Carol was not so easy to get rid of. She coquettishly said that they had met so well, and added that fate itself had brought them together today. But he still answered coldly that he apparently missed the moment when it became fashionable to call meetings fateful with those people who contribute to the sudden stop of carriages on the roads. Carol became depressed and said that she was sorry, but it was all the coachman's fault. She too was beside herself with fright when he suddenly stood in the middle of the road. But her words did not evoke any emotions in him other than indifference. He looked over her head and noticed the maid girls standing and watching them. Alicia noticed his gaze and wanted to leave before their curiosity added problems to them. But General Lucerne de Caius demanded that they immediately come to them. His look and threatening tone did not bode well. Lottie and Elisha shuddered and did not move. They just looked in their direction, but Lucerne's eyes were already blazing with anger. He seemed ready to incinerate them from a distance, and he again demanded that they come out to them. Elisha came out from under the shadow of the tree, but remained silent. She just thought that they had previously quietly spied on the meeting between Lucerne and Carol until they broke up. He looked at her searchingly, but she didn't say a word. I just concluded that the future is changing. Although I wasn't completely sure, she had no idea why he suddenly decided to pay attention to mere mortals. She looked at him with wide open blue eyes, from which tears were rolling, and thought that, apparently, she would no longer be able to avoid the conversation. Lucerne asked that aren't they now in Duke Jacob's domain? Elisha nodded her head in confirmation of his words, and tears dripped onto the stained underwear she held in her hands. Lucerne turned to Carol and asked who these girls were. She indignantly replied that they were just dirty servants. Useless lazy people who don't really know how to do anything. The husband generously allowed them to work for their family to pay off their debts. Lottie gritted her teeth when she heard her words. And Carol continued by saying that these girls are so pathetic and worthless that they are trusted only with easy tasks like doing laundry. And looking at Elisha, she mockingly said that it seemed like someone was about to burst into tears. But Lucerne ignored her last words and turned to Elisha and asked why he was Carol simply warped from such neglect. She was angry that he refused to communicate with her, but drew attention to some servant. Why should he even care about this mob when such a beautiful girl like her stood next to him? And she attacked the girls, saying how dare they appear in such a state in front of an important guest of their family? Was she worried that rumors would spread that she couldn't keep track of her own servants? And she demanded that Elisha immediately apologize to the general. But the girl was so tense and exhausted from the constant insults that she replied that maybe they would be okay if she took off these dirty clothes right now. Even General Lucerne was taken aback by such an answer. He was amazed by the courage and audacity of this girl. But Carol seemed speechless from such impudence of the servants. And Alicia continued by saying that her dress was stained with splashes from the wheels of the carriage, scattered around due to a recent incident. They wanted to get an apology from her, and she bowed her head and said that she believed that she was not to blame for what happened. And if the problem is in her clothes, then she will simply take them off so as not to cause them discomfort. Such arrogance on the part of the servants caused a fit of rage and indignation in Carol. But she just exclaimed angrily, "What kind of antics are these?" And even Lottie whispered in fear in Elisha's ear, "What came over her? They will definitely be skinned for this." And only General Lucerne was amused by this scene, and a slight smile touched his lips. Carol decided to take advantage of the situation and rolled her eyes and said that in their time, the servants do nothing but look for excuses for everything. This is too much, and she leans on his shoulder as if losing consciousness. But out of the corner of her eye, she watched the Duke's reaction, hoping that he would turn his attention to her. But he turned away from her and walked away, which caused even more indignation to Carol, whom he so harshly ignored. He approached Elisha, who was still standing on the edge of the roadside, and said that he had never received an answer to his question. Why was she crying? The girl lowered her sea-green eyes and asked for forgiveness for keeping him waiting, all because the clothes that she had washed with such difficulty became dirty again. Lucerne responded by saying that since he was also involved in this incident, he would help her, and with one movement of his hand, he took off his cloak, and he threw it over the shoulders of Alicia, who was not expecting anything. She was completely captivated by the display of such care. Carefully adjusting it in front, he uttered one word and asked her to cover herself. And then he added that she should not reveal her weaknesses to anyone and should not allow anyone to stare at her. And leaning very close to his ear, he said that it was especially in this residence. When the girls found themselves in their room in the evening, after a hard day, Lottie, stretching out of fatigue, said that the day had turned out to be completely unpredictable. Elisha was sitting on her bed, and in her lap lay the cloak of General Lucerne de Caius. Elisha thought that who would have thought that she was faced with a person like this, who had the most terrible reputation in the entire empire. This man has a heavy, piercing gaze. As soon as you look into his eyes, your body is filled with animal fear. The prey's trepidation in front of a dangerous predator. Lucerne de Caius. He is incredibly similar to the creature that laid the foundation for their family. And the reason for this is scarlet, like a bloody ruby, eyes looking straight into the soul. As their only owner, he could lay the whole world at his feet, but, because of his mother, who had neither family nor noble name, he never became part of the Cartier family. They say that even the current head of the family, distinguished by his heartlessness, regretted this. Inheritance in the ducal family is specific. Birth order plays absolutely no role. The head is chosen through a struggle for power. And it was this illegitimate child, to everyone's regret, who possessed the most outstanding, but at the same time frightening abilities. But at the same time, he was an ordinary knight. But now, at the age of 25, he has risen to the rank of general, commander of all the knights of the empire. All this was achieved by his own efforts, but his goal always remained the position of head of the Cartier family, for which he could not lay claim. He told her that, as a 7-year-old child, he made a vow to himself that everything that cannot become his, he will grind into powder. If he wants, he will erase the duchy to the ground. That evening, Elisha sat in her room getting ready for bed, and thought that this man was dangerous. Her train of thought was interrupted by Lottie's question about why she wasn't asleep yet. And Elisha, shuddering in surprise, answered her that she was already going to bed. Lottie wished her pleasant dreams and said that her eyes were sticking together and went to bed. And Elisha kept sitting on the bed and thinking about her fate. Even though time has turned back, she still owes 30,000 gold, and until she pays it off, she will remain in Jacob's clutches. And if she tries to escape, the mark will help them track her down. But before she returned to the past, she learned some secrets that Cartier kept. Everyone in the Duke's family longs for something. That's why she suddenly jumped up from a thought that struck her. She just needs someone angry at Jacob and with the power to crush him. She began to pull the general's cloak over herself, but her brain was still feverishly thinking. She needs someone who can pay off her 30,000 gold debt. The only person who never bullied her was Lucerne. Elisha rushed barefoot from her room.
And now she will go to him. He needs exactly him.
At this time, Lucerne was splashing around in a hot bath. His beautiful, muscular body was covered with droplets of moisture. Meanwhile, Elisha lit a candle. She had heard that every time he came to the mansion, Lucerne stayed in the room where he grew up, so she should head straight there. It was impossible for the servants to get out of the servants' annex in which they were currently living, due to the fact that the main doors were locked every night in order to prevent the collateral items from escaping, but she knew the secret that the walls of this mansion kept. One of the paintings with snakes had a secret built into it. Elisha found it and turned it over. A secret passage has opened, connecting all the nooks and crannies of the ducal possessions. Elisha moved forward. She understood that as long as Jacob was alive, she would not be able to escape from the tenacious clutches of this damned family. She was scared, but she definitely had to meet that man. The secret door closed with a creak. Lucerne de Caius had been sitting in the bathroom for some time. In spite of him, there was a bottle of wine and a glass on the table. The warm water relaxed his body, but his brain continued to work. He was thinking intently that something was always going on in this house that pissed him off. What kind of circus is this? He remembered how the butler said that before him were girls from fallen noble families, each of which would soon inherit the title. Lucerne sat at the head of a long table, and in front of him were lined up girls who had no money, no land, no property, only a noble title. The butler added that if any of them interested Lucerne, then the head was counting on his speedy wedding. Lucerne looked at the girls and thought that the old man couldn't sit still. What kind of vile attempts to get him married? But the butler objected that the boss insisted that he, Lucerne, needed to have the title of nobleman. General Lucerne was overcome with indignation, and he irritably said that the head was not satisfied, that being just a knight, he could not participate in the battle for power. So he can't wait to get him married so that he gets the right to conquer territories. As an illegitimate child, Lucerne was a knight by status and had no rights to inherit the title of duke and his territory. His children were also deprived of these rights. Lucerne asked displeasedly why he was picking on him. If he really wanted it, he would have received both money and power long ago. He abruptly stood up from his chair and said that if he was so annoyed by this whole situation, maybe he should just cut it off at the root. And with these words, he drew his sword. The girls froze in fear of this barbarian, and Lucerne, with a blazing fire in his eyes, asked that the butler could do a great job on his own. Now, sitting in the bathroom, he remembered this situation. The old man must be sorry that the lands he captured during the war went to the Empire. He took the glass in which the blood-red liquid was splashing and thought again that the old man's greed knew no bounds. And before his eyes, the image of a girl with sea-green eyes, full of tears, appeared. And he cursed and asked himself why now. Why did he suddenly remember the face of that maid? He put the glass down on the table with irritation. The sharp contact made the crystal ring. Lucerne got up and left the bathroom, saying that it looks like he has completely softened if he shows pity for ordinary servants. He remembered her lush, plump breasts and again thought with irritation that after all, she wouldn't last long at Cartier anyway. He remembered how he was taught that for an illegitimate child, greed is an unacceptable vice. It was actually a crime against the family. And the teacher, holding a whip in his hands, said that before the seeds of human sins and temptations take root in his young body, he would destroy them all with this whip. And his small and defenseless child was slashed with this whip. And he endured these bullying. Now, while putting on his robe, he remembered this and thought that his grandfather must have decided to arrange such dates for him every day. So tomorrow morning he would have to leave this place. He trembled. The door opened quietly. What a surprise! He expected that a man in black with a mask on his face would appear. Lucerne said that it seems these damn Cartiers don't know how to greet guests at all. Elisha turned towards the sound of rustling. It's unclear what it could be. Suddenly, a gust of draft extinguished the candle that illuminated her path, and now she found herself in complete darkness. It became pitch dark. She began to feel her way along the corridor, moving along the wall. The hem of her nightgown caught on the hook. There was the sound of clothes being torn. Elisha jerked, not understanding where this sound came from. And the next moment, I saw the torn fabric of my clothes. She was trembling with fear. But she immediately pulled herself together and forced herself to pull herself together. She just tore her clothes a little. She was already standing one step away from the desired door. After she had come such a long way, it was impossible to retreat back because of some piece of fabric. She opened the door and walked in, thinking that his room must be around here somewhere. Standing directly in front of her was Lucerne de Chaos, his arms crossed over his bare, muscular chest. He asked what else she forgot here.
His tone became cold and harsh, and after that he met during the day, did they really decide that she was interested in him and therefore sent her to his chambers?
And his gaze flashed with an unkind fire, and he expressed an assumption, asking whether it was Carol's or Jacob's idea. But Elisha hastened to refute his guesses. She said that everything was wrong, and she wanted to continue, but fear constrained her. It was incredibly scary. But she has no choice. And she said the word, deal. And then, taking a deep breath, she blurted out that she was here to offer him a deal. And she added that she had information that would certainly interest him. A way that will allow him to take the place of the head. He laughed and said that she really thought that he would believe the girl who showed up in such a revealing outfit. She really stood in front of him with a cloak draped over her body, wearing only a nightgown, torn on one side almost to the waist. He said that among all the spies who were sent to him, she seemed the stupidest, and that makes him even funnier. He looked at her, and goosebumps of horror crawled across her body. And he reached out to her and ominously said that he was not in the best mood right now, so he demanded that she speak faster. To whom? Should Carol or Jacob return her dead body? But Elisha insisted that she was not here on anyone's orders. He just wants to help him. But he grabbed her throat and squeezed it more and more, forcing the girl to choke. No, she couldn't die like that. Lucerne looked into her face and suddenly heard a voice that said that he was Eris's beloved. Surprise appeared in Lucerne's eyes. Where did this voice come from? It was as if a young, golden-haired girl appeared in front of him. His mother, who said that on one rainy day he was born under the Eris tree. That's why it got that name. The vision disappeared, and a girl with sea-green eyes appeared in front of him again. She looked into his eyes innocently. What is this obsession? He squeezed the servant's throat harder, and she began to choke. When suddenly, I again heard a voice saying that when she was pregnant with him, a huge snake, the color of the purest black pearl, appeared to her in a dream. Lucerne loosened his grip, and stutteringly asked who she was. There was confusion in his gaze. Something beyond his control was happening, something he had not encountered before. There was a time when Jacob, crawling at Carol's feet, told her that using this method, Lucerne could become the head of the clan. And this worried him extraordinarily and drove him to a hysterical state. Tears flowed from his eyes. He was pathetic and worthless. He told Carol that no one should find out about this, under any circumstances. At least until he takes this place himself. Carol hung on his every word, and when he finished speaking, she extended her hands to him and calling him her beloved. She tried to cheer him up, saying that she had already taken care of everything, and that woman recently breathed her last. Elisha, standing quietly nearby, heard their conversation and knew about this method and their secret. She covered her mouth with her hands so as not to give herself away. And Carol continued by saying that there was not a single person left who knew about this. And now she told Lucerne about the overheard conversation, wanting to prove to him that she had come to help him. But he was not so easy to convince. He still didn't believe it. And then she asked that wouldn't he like to know the real cause of his mother's death? He let go of her neck, but continued to look at her searchingly. Doubts fought within him. Could she be trusted? Suddenly, he grabbed her hand and dragged her somewhere without letting her come to her senses. Alicia screamed and asked him to wait. He threw her onto the bed and summoned a shadow. This was the ability only Lucerne could control, to control a demonic beast. Elisha was numb with horror. Inhuman fear gripped her body and her throat went dry. And he, without taking his eyes off her, gave the order to this black entity to check what she said. After some time, he was surprised to note that there really was a secret passage in this mansion. He asked what she walked over him. Elisha, sitting on the bed and covering herself with a sheet, replied that she came across it by accident when she was wandering around the mansion like a ghost, and bit by bit collecting information that could help her survive in this hell. Jacob was very careless, so he left important documents anywhere, which she took advantage of. Lucerne said thoughtfully that he didn't even know. Does he really need the information she offers? But Elisha, looking at how he played with the shadow, calmly said that she knew his deepest desire. He longs to get the head position, and he shuddered at her words. Now, he silently looked at her without saying a word, and she said that if he does not achieve his goal, he is ready to wipe out the entire Cartier family from the face of the earth. Anything that cannot become his, he will simply destroy. He rushed towards her, pressed her against the wall, slammed his palms on her, and ominously said, "Is she in a hurry to die?" But Elisha said that she wanted to help him take charge of the year. There was a painful pause. He bored her with his fiery gaze, but Elisha also did not look away, realizing that her life depended on the outcome of this silent battle. He was the first to give up, covered his eyes with his hand, and thought that this was her self-confident look. And he said out loud that let's say there really is a way. But then, what does she expect to get in return? There was hope in Elisha's eyes. She swallowed and said that he had to pay her debt. This surprised Lucerne, but he still asked how big he was, and Elisha answered that 30,000 gold pieces. Her answer amazed him, and he asked how it was possible to owe such a huge amount. Elisha sadly replied that these were reparations for the war. Her father was a nobleman of the former kingdom, and he had to compensate for the material damage caused to the winning countries. He looked at her carefully and then said that he understood, but also added that everything she told him was just words. Does she have any physical evidence? He turned away and said that she didn't think that in his eyes she was an ordinary swindler who accidentally found out about his mother. Alicia bit her lip. She guessed that it would not be easy, but she did not think that Lucerne would not care about her proposal. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced the back of her head. Alicia jerked her head sharply. The seal on her neck was burning with fire, which meant that Jacob was looking for her. And this was actually true. According to this seal, they could find it anywhere, and now the enraged Jacob was like a beast. He knew that Alicia was near Lucerne, and this caused fierce indignation. He was incredibly angry at Lucerne for being interested in her, too. After all, he wanted to taste it himself first. He turned to the guards and ordered the magician to be brought to him immediately. We needed to find this girl. The pain grew, and Alicia, unable to bear it, fell onto the bed and clasped her head in her hands, and groaned, and voices were heard from behind the door. They demanded that the general open the doors, because they knew that a fugitive had entered his chambers. He crossed his arms over his chest and looked at the door, and told Alicia that these people had come for her. The security, meanwhile, insisted that it could be dangerous, and they should check his chambers. Alicia was desperate. Is it really going to end like this? No, not this. Overcoming the pain, she rushed to Lucerne and began to beg him to make her at least his servant. And she added that she is ready for anything. He looked at her with a piercing gaze, looking, it seemed, into the most hidden corners of her soul. In front of him was a beautiful young girl. There were tears and horror in her eyes. And Alicia thought, why her? She realized that this was hopelessness. She worked tirelessly and put in so much effort. Alicia bowed her head, realizing that everything was in vain, and asked how much longer. She would have to. Sobs shook her. In desperation, she shouted out that why did she even need the title of Count Ini if she still couldn't pay off her debt? This was unexpected for Lucerne. He asked if she was really a countess. He walked up to her and took her chin and lifted her tear-stained face, forcing her to look at him. The general said incredulously, "What does it mean her father was a count? Did she inherit his title?" His lips stretched into a satisfied smile, and a plan matured in his head. The door continued to be pounded. One of the guards said apologetically that they would have to enter by force if he did not open. Lucerne clicked the door lock, letting the security know that they are not welcome here. He approached Alicia and, pulling her towards him, began to lower the straps of her shirt from her shoulders. Alicia cringed internally, trying to weakly protest. She stammered and asked what he was doing, and he looked at her coldly and said that from now on, she would belong only to him and no one else. He pulled her close and whispered in her ear that this was why she didn't have to hold back, and he added that he wanted her moans to become a delight to his ears, and all the people standing outside the door went crazy from them. Then none of them will dare to enter this room. Alicia tried to push him away. She wasn't ready right away. She asked him to stop. He grabbed her hand and looked into her eyes and asked that she was really eager to return to Jacob. Alicia looked at him with eyes full of despair. She didn't want to go to Jacob. It's better this way. And she asked that, in this case, let him take her for real. Lucerne smiled wryly at her naivety. No one was going to play games here, and said that she might not even ask. When Jacob was informed of what had happened in the general's room, that he had dishonored the girl, his rage knew no bounds. He rushed around the room shouting that how dare this illegitimate bastard disgrace him like that. His face twisted into a grimace of hatred, and he said that Lucerne would still pay for his humiliation. Meanwhile, Lucerne, having fully enjoyed the young girl, got dressed, and, sitting down opposite her, said that they had gained a little time and could finally finish what they had talked about earlier. He named her Countess Lore. Alicia was sitting on the bed. She was wearing his shirt. After everything that had happened, her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. She nodded in agreement and thought that those people really didn't dare to enter the general's chambers once they heard her moans. Lucerne demanded that she reveal everything she knew. How much does she know about his mother? Alicia said hesitantly that she couldn't show him all her cards yet. She wrapped her arms around herself and said that because of this turmoil, she would no longer be able to survive in this place without his protection. Therefore, until he guarantees her safety, she will not utter a word. Lucerne looked at her searchingly and was silent. After a pause, Alicia added that in return, she promises to tell him everything she knows, providing comprehensive evidence. He chuckled. Her straightforwardness did not turn into arrogance. She was simply trying to protect herself and survive in this world. He asked if she thought it was a little unfair. She hasn't done anything yet, and she's already demanding payment. She raised her head, and looking into his eyes with anguish, asked, "How is this nothing?" Today, Lucerne dealt Jacob's reputation a direct blow. People will ridicule him because he failed to take care of his property. His eyes flashed fire again. Words that seem ordinary at first glance often become powerful poison. He was silent and then said that he would give her 30,000 zlotys. Elisha shuddered, and he impulsively approached her, grabbed her hand, and pulled her towards him, saying that he wanted something in return. Before she knew it, she found herself in his arms. He carefully pressed her to him, and looking into her eyes, said that in return, he wanted her to marry him. Elisha was taken aback by his words. There was confusion on her face. She did not expect such a development of events. And Lucerne, continuing to smile, said that he wanted this to happen today, right now. Soon Jacob gathered a council, and addressing the head of the clan, said that the bastard Lucerne had coveted a girl who belonged to him. The head listened intently to the arguments of the assembled council members. One of them said that this time, Lucerne had indeed gone too far. Some bastard decided to take over the property of a member of the ducal family. Jacob said in a rage that according to the law, both of them must first be flogged, and then their hands must be cut off. The imperial general Lucerne de Caius, who had still been silently listening to their attacks, said that let it be known to them that the head had been insisting on his marriage with the holder of the noble title for a long time. He stood up from his chair, and it flew to the side with a roar, and said that he had only followed his will. He also said that yesterday he and this maid, who now works for Jacob, decided to get married, and, as a confirmation of their intentions, they spent the night together. These words came as a shock to some of those present. Even the head himself angrily knitted his eyebrows over the bridge of his nose and asked him what he really said. Would he get married? The maid poured wine into the glass provided by Lucerne, and he watched the head, who, holding back his anger, said that this was after Lucerne mercilessly sent away all the girls whom he had so carefully selected for him. Did he decide to laugh at their family? But Lucerne answered negatively. He said that the women sent by his grandfather were simply of high status and were too good for him. The head relaxed a little, and Lucerne continued to say that in addition to receiving the title from the bride, he must be sure that he can control her and, if necessary, eliminate her at any time. This is exactly the kind of girl he was looking for. And besides, Lucerne said that Jacob was more interested in money than in the girl. She owed 30,000 gold, and sooner or later would have been sold to a brothel. After these words, Jacob ground his teeth, and his wife Carol flinched, as if from a slap in the face. And since what Lucerne considered treasure was trash to Jacob, is there any reason to object? Jacob jumped out of his seat and called Lucerne a bastard, but the head demanded that they stop and sharply asked what for another 30,000 gold? Why does one single girl have such a huge debt? Jacob gnashed his teeth again, and Lucerne said that these were reparations for the war. His bride is an aristocrat of the former kingdom, who is the only daughter of Count Laura. The head looked at Jacob and asked him how much he had inflated these reparations. And he didn't confiscate the land, and at the same time add such an unimaginable amount of compensation? Jacob wilted at these accusations. He started to mumble something, calling the head grandfather. But this simply infuriated him, and he slammed his fists on the table and screamed, calling Jacob a pathetic idiot. Why did he say so many times to call him the head? The head bowed his head, restoring his balance, and turning away from Jacob, he said that we would close the case by recalculating the debt and paying Lucerne the appropriate amount. Jacob tried to protest, but Lucerne stood up and said that there was no need for a recount. He would not diminish the value of that girl's life. He will pay all 30,000 gold pieces. At this point, he bowed out and said that he had already received the permission of the head, so he would go and start preparing their wedding. He was about to leave, but the head detained him and said that he had one condition. Elisha's life began to change. She was dressed in an expensive dress, and her hair was pulled up and secured in her hair. The sign of the Duchy of Cartier was clearly visible on the neck. The door opened and Lucerne entered the room. He was unhappy and sullen, but when his gaze settled on Elisha, his face brightened. It was as if he had breathed in fresh air on a hot day. Delight appeared in his eyes. She was dressed in a sea-green dress, which brought out the color of her eyes, which sparkled in her pale face. Her hair was pulled up into an elegant updo. She also looked at him with excitement, not knowing what to expect. Some time ago, she was lying in his room and thinking that now he should have started negotiations with his family. Her eyes were filled with sadness as she thought that Jacob would probably protest desperately. But with such an opponent, Elisha wondered if everything went smoothly. Would that mean she would be one step closer to freedom? She remembered how last night he asked her to marry him. This caused her both surprise and protest. Even though he needed a holder of a noble title, there were plenty of other girls around who were ready to throw themselves at his neck, even though it would damage their reputation. It turns out that they will accept a commoner, albeit a rich one, into a noble family, which will significantly lower their status. And she just wanted him to pay off the debt. But Lucerne said that she was mistaken. And smiling, he added that he chose her for a completely different reason. It was all about the information she had, and her body is an ordinary collateral. If she can prove her worth, she will receive a reward. When the time comes, he will give her a divorce. He walked around and stood behind her. He took her by the shoulders and said in warning that if she lies to him or turns out to be Jacob's spy. But she didn't let him finish and turned to him and said that this wouldn't happen. And Lucerne, looking at her sternly, said that it would be better for her not to disappoint him. Now left alone, she thought that Lucerne really hadn't handed her over to Jacob, but it seemed that now he himself had decided to use her. And she decided that until she found out what was in his mind, she wouldn't trust him. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Elisha flinched at the sound. Who could it be? She didn't answer. The door opened, and 2 knights appeared in the doorway. They asked to be forgiven for the intrusion, and, saying that they were welcome, entered the room. The knight who walked first asked permission to introduce himself and said that his name was Nora de Mart. It was a woman, and she belonged to the Knights of the Black Lion, an order led by Sir Lucerne. The second knight's name was Ian. Ian again apologized for his rudeness and said that due to the rush and the lack of a personal servant, he would help her today. He added that previously he had only worked in the intelligence department, but Elisha was so depressed that she said that it was nothing to worry about. Black Lion is an order under the control of Lucerne. It included knights whom he personally trained, regardless of their gender or social status. To date, there was not a single person in the entire empire who had not heard of them. As for Ian, he is a close associate of Lucerne, popular with noble ladies thanks to his pretty face. That was all she knew. But Nora is one of the few female knights in the empire. In addition, Elisha remembered that she had seen her before, when after another beating, with a bloody face, she stood holding onto the wall so as not to fall. Nora, saying that she was bleeding, handed her a handkerchief to wipe herself off. Yes, she had helped her in the past. It was Nora who said that before the wedding they would sign a contract, so Elisha had to get acquainted with it as soon as they finished with the preparations. Elisha was just thinking about the contract when the door opened and Lucerne appeared on the threshold. He asked what was the matter, and why are Ian and Nora here? To which Ian happily smiled and replied that they had not found a person to help with hair and makeup. The general looked at his bride and admitted that Ian had done a great job. And then he turned to Nora and asked if Elisha had signed the contract. But Nora said she hadn't had time yet. Elisha stood silently and looked at Lucerne. She thought that this was the first time she had worn something so elegant and expensive, and noticing Lucerne's fleeting glance, she thought that she probably looked strange. He told his knights they could go, and he waved his hand for them to leave immediately. And then he turned again and looked at Elisha. And under his penetrating gaze, the girl felt even more awkward, and again thought that such clothes did not suit her. But before she had time to come to her senses, she was already in the arms of Lucerne. He looked at her and said with tenderness that this dress was the best he had seen her in so far. But Elisha, trying to distance herself, asked him not to exaggerate, And he let her go, saying that so be it. He would look forward to what else she would show him. He pointed to a chair with his hand and invited her to sit down. Since she's already dressed up, shouldn't they finish signing their contract? Alicia wondered if he was playing with her. And agreeing, she said that she needed to end this quickly. She sat down at the table, on which lay the marriage contract and a pen for signature. And Lucerne said that Jacob's people should come in about half an hour. She picked up the contract. Lucerne crossed his arms over his chest and looked at her intently while she read. With each line she read, Alicia's eyes widened more and more. The phrase that the bride, Alicia Delore, did not have the right to demand a divorce throughout the entire period of marriage meant that she was simply entering into a new slavery. It was further stated that for every day spent in marriage, the total amount of the bride's debt would increase by 10%, and if the reason for the dissolution of the marriage was recognized as Alicia Delore's infidelity, she would be forced to return 30,000 gold pieces, as well as the amount of assigned interest on moment of divorce. If the basis for divorce becomes another fact arising through the fault of the bride, Alicia Delore will completely renounce her freedom. When she finished reading this phrase, her hands trembled from nervous tension. She dejectedly thought this was a joke. By signing this contract, she is almost certainly dooming herself to eternal slavery. She put the contract back on the table and said that she would not sign such an agreement. Lucerne said tensely, reminding her that not long ago she was ready for anything. Did she change her mind too quickly? Alicia looked him in the eyes and said that her decision to follow him was still unchanged, but she demanded a revision of the terms of this contract. Lucerne's eyes flashed with a fiery flame again, and he ominously asked that she decided to impose her own rules here, and he added that he doesn't like to bargain. But Elisha, pushing the contract in his direction, said that the meaning of the contract that he had prepared boils down entirely to the fact that sooner or later she would definitely betray him. And if he's not ready to trust her, it's better just to interrogate her after feeding her truth serum. Lucerne admitted that there was some truth in her words. He was amazed that this girl was not only beautiful, but also smart. He grabbed his head and said that he had absolutely no idea what was on her mind. And he asked what she wants. Elisha looked at him defiantly and asked, when they will get divorced? Lucerne frankly answered her that as soon as he finds a replacement for her, or realizes that she has become completely useless. She said that when he takes the place of the head, he will no longer need her, and she can be free. He admired her straightforwardness, but smilingly asked that she was even aware that the encroachment of an illegitimate child on the place of the head of a clan was equated to treason. Does she really think that if he took this step, she could remain safe? But Elisha answered with the same reasonableness that what difference does it make? If Marco or Jacob becomes the leader, who will guarantee that they will be able to survive with him? Her words caused a storm of emotions in him. They were true, and he knew it very well. And again, her prudence and insight made him admire her intelligence, and a slight smile played on his lips. He looked at Elisha, and she seemed to appear before him in a new light. He asked what were all her conditions, but she replied that she had not finished yet. It was necessary to remove the clause on adultery. It will not be difficult for interested people to frame everything as her betrayal, just by paying someone. She also added that if he is going to use her name to conduct his business, then it must be a legal business. No drug or weapons trafficking. Lucerne said that this was somehow too specific, and Alicia shuddered at his words that it seemed like this was not the first time she had encountered something like this. He crossed out all the points from the contract with which she did not agree, and signed the contract. And looking at Alicia, he asked, "Is she happy now?" The girl nodded in response. She was focused and serious. She picked up the pen and also signed the contract. After that, Lucerne covered her hand with his and said that Elisha should not forget. He looked at her gloomily and continued that even if some clauses of the contract disappeared, it did not make her freer. And he asked if she understood him. The girl dejectedly replied that she understood, but her thoughts were about whether she could escape from this bondage. And Lucerne, taking the contract in his hands, said that now shouldn't they consolidate their marriage, as befits spouses? And it was less a question than a statement. 3 days after this, a magician was summoned to the Duke of Cartier's estate. It was necessary to change the mark on Elisha's neck since it no longer belonged to Jacob Cartier, and a new mark had to be applied. He leaned over Elisha and, placing his hand on her old mark, removed it. And then, looking at Lucerne, he asked what to do with tracking magic, and he said that he would feed her to his shadow, summoning this creature, which immediately spread from his hands as a black shadow. This creature, in the form of a black snake, headed towards Elisha, having previously opened its fanged mouth. The black shadow of the snake bit into the back of the girl's head, causing pain from which Elisha shuddered and closed her eyes. When it was all over, Elisha thought that from now on, Lucerne would be able to find her wherever she went. So, from one captivity, she ended up in another. The old magician and the butler stood and examined her. Elisha wanted to say that she also wants to look at the new mark, but at this time, Lucerne fiercely said that if the magician and the butler want to leave here on their own feet, then they must quickly take their eyes off her and walk away. They didn't have to tell it twice. They were so frightened by his tone that they rushed out. Elisha went to the mirror and lifted her hair to look at the new mark. Lucerne's mark. She sighed and thought that she felt calmer now. Jacob won't be able to influence her anymore. Suddenly, hands were placed on her shoulders. Lucerne approached silently and said that it seemed like everyone was interested in her. Who is she? The one for which they paid 30,000 gold. For the last 3 days, conversations about this have not subsided. They must suspect something is wrong. Apparently, this is why the head insisted on holding a wedding ceremony. He said that this annoys him. And then he pulled back her hair and looked at the mark in the form of a snake, asking what could put another one. He impulsively leaned towards her neck, frightening Elisha, and he lightly bit her skin at the base of her neck, and Elisha exclaimed in surprise. After some time, the time for the wedding ceremony came, and the bride and groom were asked to proceed to the sacred altar. Elisha swallowed nervously and looked at Lucerne, and thought that now she would really become Lucerne's wife. He was wearing a black and white uniform embroidered with gold thread along the edges. A brooch with a large amethyst was attached to the chest on the left side. He looked very courageous and majestic. Elisha wore a soft mauve off-the-shoulder dress. The hair was collected and styled on the head. A tiara with stones to match the outfit was attached to the top of the hairstyle. She was focused and sad. As they walked down the aisle, she caught the malicious glances of the assembled Cartier family. It was as if she read their thoughts, that Cartier's slaves did not know their place at all. It seemed they were shouting after her that she was a crazy bitch and she needed to straighten her brains out with a couple of blows. Marco Cartier showed contempt with his entire appearance. It seemed he wanted to spit in her face that she desired a good life. Can insects like her dream about her? But these were flowers. When she saw the stern gaze of the head of the Cartier family, blazing with demonic fire, she became truly scared. She walked with her head bowed, her face tense and concentrated. Lucerne looked at her, feeling her tension. He carefully placed his hand on the back of her head as a sign of support, and then he pressed his thumb into the center of the three-horned radiating sign on her mark. And he said quietly that he had put this mark. Elisha looked at his calm face, and he added just as quietly, so that she would not forget. From now on, she is his only. He looked into her turquoise eyes, as if she were about to cry, and said encouragingly that she should therefore straighten her shoulders and behave as his wife should. His words added confidence to her, and a slight smile of gratitude touched her lips. Elisha thought that's right. She is no longer the Elisha she used to be. She squeezed the hand he offered tighter, straightened her shoulders, and thought that now, in her new role, in front of the people who used to wipe their feet on her, she would stand with her head held high. They approached the altar, and she thought, could she even imagine this? A priest appeared before them and said that they should now read their marriage vows before God. To imagine that after such a horrific death, she would be lucky enough to have another opportunity, and she will be able to start a new life. And besides, Lucerne de Chaos will be nearby as her husband. And she thought that she would never miss this chance given to her by fate, a chance to take revenge on this damned family for its ruined life. She and Lucerne turned to each other to exchange wedding rings. He extended his hand to her, and she put hers in it. And when Lucerne put the ring on her finger, she became convinced that she would not miss the chance, and would finally become free. Today, in the 999th year since the founding of the empire, the priest blessed Lucerne de Caius and Elisha de Lore. Lucerne held her hands in his, and they looked at each other tenderly, each thinking about his own. The priest declared them husband and wife. Sometime after this event, it was the birthday of the head of the clan. There was a noisy banquet in honor of this event. Lucerne stood to the right of the throne on which the head of the clan sat. He wasn't particularly happy with his choice, but he said that even despite the fact that he did not understand Lucerne's true motives, he was sure of one thing. Since he entered into a marriage that he had previously avoided in every possible way, it means that his wife had already managed to hook him with something worthwhile. Lucerne avoided a direct answer, only saying that she was quite an interesting person and that it was intriguing. They looked in her direction, and the head said ambiguously that the girl was worthy of 30,000 gold. And after pausing, he finished his thought by saying that time will tell whether she really deserves them. Elisha approached the table on which the bone of a saint, the head of a dragon, was displayed. Paintings by famous artists hung on the walls, and all these precious treasures were easily displayed at the banquet, for everyone to see. Suddenly, someone nearby asked what she was looking at like that. Elisha shuddered in surprise. She turned to see Marco's wife smiling. She said that in front of her were gifts prepared by the grandchildren of the head of the clan for his birthday. Her name was Arian. The head of the Cartier family had 3 sons. Currently, only his second child remains alive, who has become a man who devoted himself to religion and received the rank of priest in the temple. He strived with all his might for the title of Great Pope, the absolute pinnacle of temple power. In the struggle for power within the Cartier family, he left his son Marco in his place. Not only his father, who supports him with all his might, helps him achieve his desired position as head of the clan, but also Arian, who is the granddaughter of the Pope before last and expanding his influence. Elisha remembered how once they even kidnapped her, mistaking her for Jacob's confidant, and tried to extract information about him. She was tortured and beaten half to death. She lay unconscious on the cold ground, and her tormentors said that she was alive. Marco leaned over her and said that it's interesting if she really doesn't know or is so loyal to Jacob. Ariane stood at a distance with her arms crossed over her chest. She said that in general, people who can only grovel before others and silently follow any instructions can know. Now they met under different circumstances, and Ariane said with an arrogant smile that she was not sure whether Elisha had ever seen something like this before. Elisha thought that her vile character and contemptuous attitude towards others had not changed at all, and she bowed her head in greeting and replied that she did not know. Is it because all the things here are prepared specifically for the chapter, but each of them is a rare treasure? Arian was surprised by Elisha's knowledge, especially when she said that it was especially worth noting a fragment of bone belonging to the holy prophet Listramp. Her eyes widened in surprise. Elisha thought it was one of those things that showed the ugly underbelly of temple life. After all, they brazenly take advantage of the fact that the relics of saints who died by their own death carry divine protection. Arian smiled indulgently and noted that Elisha was quite perceptive. And she added that this bone was a gift prepared for the head by her husband. Suddenly, the girls heard someone whimpering behind them and turned towards this sound to see Carol, who was being reassured by Jacob. Was he trying to find out what was wrong with her? And she said that she was just very happy. He knew that all this time it was they who took care of Elisha. This was said with such care that Elisha, if she had not heard it herself, would never have believed that people could be so hypocritical. She looked with all her eyes at Carol, who said that now that she understands that the girl under their care has met such a wonderful groom, she looked at Elisha with eyes full of tears, and kindness itself shone in her eyes. She said that she was very moved, and she really wants Elisha to be loved. Elisha politely thanked her for her kind words. However, she wanted to answer Carol, but she didn't let her get a word in edgewise. She picked up her skirt and walked towards Elisha and said that she thought she was mistaken. Lucerne, she paused. At their breakfast meeting, he said that the reason that made him propose was simple pity. Elisha imagined a picture of this family, and Carol continued to say that she was a powerless, poor girl from a fallen family who had no chance of returning to a normal life. And she smiled maliciously and said that these were the words of Lucerne. "Isn't it too cold and cruel for a person about to get married?" She turned away from Elisha and, sobbing again and continuing to play the performance, said that if there is not a hint of mutual love between the spouses, doesn't this break the heart with sadness? Arian did not miss her chance to make fun of her, and, as if sympathizing with Elisha, said that she did not know such details. "This means how things really are." And she added that it was really a pity. Elisha understood that these people were unable to sympathize or worry. They could only trample in the dirt and mock. Lucerne saw and heard everything that was happening in the hall around his wife. He watched silently, not interfering, but waiting for his wife's reaction. And he didn't have to wait long for an answer. Elisha raised her head and said in a cold tone for everyone to hear that it seemed Carol was too arrogant. Carol turned and looked at Elisha in fear. She did not expect such courage from her. But that was only the beginning. Elisha said that arrogance among the nobility is considered a lack of dignity. Elisha angrily said that no matter how many different couples there are in the world, in each of them the relationship will manifest itself in its own way. And where did they get the idea that if her family is now penniless, then her husband cannot love her? Besides, she asked that, how could they bring up the conversation about her family at their wedding? Have they all forgotten exactly how Count Lore died? Their hands were stained with blood. The head of the Cartier family darkened with anger at what was happening, and in front of him stood Elisha Delore, who burned with righteous anger no less than he. Jacob, unable to bear her accusations, shouted that how dare she reproach their family. Fury overwhelmed him. He rushed towards Elisha, shouting that she was hinting that Cartier should apologize to her. Elisha didn't take a step back. She just closed her eyes and thought that a blow was coming. But it didn't come, and she opened one eye to see what was happening. In front of her stood Lucerne, who twisted Jacob and said that he had absolutely no manners. He arrived in time to prevent the bloody massacre that Jacob was about to inflict on Elisha. In addition to everything, he said that I would like to remind you that you should not raise your voice in the presence of the head. He let go of Jacob, but apparently twisted his arm with such force that he was not immediately able to straighten it, and only growled angrily. What does Lucerne allow himself to do? Elisha looked at her husband. He protected her. No offense. And Jacob was still grumbling that, how dare someone like Lucerne treat him like that? Carol fussed around him, asking if he was okay, and then she turned to the head, and turning to him, said that such an act was not typical of a general. Was it possible that the influence of his new wife was to blame? As soon as she appeared, quarrels immediately began in their family. This scared her very much. The head looked at her sternly, and Elisha said that she thought that first they should apologize to the head. But Carol waved her hand and hit Elisha's palm, and arrogantly said, "What is she talking about? Was she guilty of something?" But Elisha did not save and said that Carol, being the wife of the eldest of the children in the famous Cartier family, not only showed her tears to others, but also immediately went to seek help from the head, unable to resolve the conflict on her own. Elisha's eyes darkened, and she said that such a weak character, but did not finish. She remembered how she stood in front of this head, and he told her so that she would remember. It is not the one who goes over his head who is sinful, and the one who puts up with his weakness. It was he who told her, Elisha Delore, that she was drowning in injustice and cruelty, and turned to him for help. Now she remembered his words and happily returned them to him, saying that, in her opinion, Carol's behavior was an unforgivable sin. Since she had lived long enough under the yoke of this family, she could easily find words that would please the head. He really looked at Elisha and thought that she did not give in to provocations and knew how to soberly assess the situation. And he really liked the way she thought. And he thought it was worth giving her another test. The head looked closely at Elisha. It was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. Meanwhile, Carol was trembling with suppressed rage at how dare this girl shame her in front of the head. Marco's voice was heard behind Carol, who noticed that Elisha was damn sexy. And he added that Lucerne's insight is simply excellent. His wife Orion did not particularly like this, and she displeasedly told him not to exaggerate in front of them, an ordinary bitch who had forgotten about her place as a despicable slave. The head first said that it was so noisy, and then demanded that all three of them come to him. The girls turned to his voice and approached and stood a short distance from him, and the head said that he joyfully accepted all the gifts that they had prepared for him. Each of them represented a valuable item that most likely was not easy to obtain. Carol was the first to speak up, saying that it certainly wasn't easy. It was the painting The 34th Fantasy by the magnificent artist Ilampa. To get her, Jacob had to make incredible efforts, but she was suddenly passed by Arian, who came forward and thereby drew the head's attention to herself. She said with a satisfied smile on her lips that in order to take care of his health, she looked at the head with her gray eyes and said that they had spent a lot of time searching for a fragment of the bone of the holy prophet Listramp, which, according to rumors, gives longevity to its owner. She also said that her father-in-law is now making every effort to get the place of the great pope and become his new strength. Elisha was silent, but looking at how her daughters-in-law were trying to please the head, she thought that the main reason that Manhwa was aiming for this position, of course, was to gather strength around herself and make Marco the head of the Cartier family. She looked at this arrogant young man. And I thought that the current head, on the contrary, does not want to see Merc as the great pope. And in confirmation of her thoughts, Arian said with an unctuous smile that if the head would only help them a little. But the head waved it off and said, "What about this? He thinks that in a couple of years they will have the opportunity anyway." Then he turned his gaze to Alicia, and, looking intently with an unfriendly and stern gaze, asked what she would say about her husband's gift. Elisha stood modestly before him, but did not show that she was afraid or felt out of place. She acted like an equal among them, and after thinking a little, she said that this was the first time she had seen something like this. It was the head of a black dragon, and this gift was prepared without her participation. So she said, "That can't say anything special." However, she added that she had heard about the head of the dragon Arthrat, captured by the general about 3 years ago, and apparently, this time the head is much smaller. The Cartier family was shocked by Alicia's statement, but the girl continued by saying that he was probably going to present a larger dragon for the 80th anniversary of the head, and she added that she thought that with his gift now, he wanted to tell him that the head should remain healthy and full of strength until that moment. Lucerne covered his mouth with his hand so as not to laugh at the way his wife rubbed the nose of his pompous relatives. But this was not enough. She looked towards the representatives of the Cartier family and said that in a couple of years, a huge and strong dragon would appear and bring with it much more opportunities. Arian's eyes glared at her. She understood that by the dragon, Elisha also meant Lucerne, who in a couple of years would be able to increase his strength and influence and take part in the struggle for the place of leader. And it was an outright threat. And these words, for the first time all evening, were able to make the head laugh, and he began to laugh with all his heart. And when he was finally able to calm down, he said, turning to Lucerne, that his chosen one was not as simple as it seemed. And Lucerne, in turn, said that didn't he say that she was a very interesting girl? He looked at Alicia, and then turned his gaze to the head, and slyly said that the day was not far off when the head would say that 30,000 gold was too small a price for her. The head looked at Elisha again and thought about where she had been hiding all this time, and he asked out loud that her name was Elisha. A kind smile appeared on his face, and he said that she could look at him even without a special reason. Arian and Carol twisted with anger when they heard the words of the head that he would be pleased to talk with Elisha from time to time. Elisha was also pleased with his words, because it meant that he singled her out from the rest, and she smiled and said that she gladly accepted his invitation. This evening came to an end, and Lucerne and Alicia were leaving this estate. They walked down the central staircase to the carriage that was waiting for them at the foot. Lucerne stepped forward a little and turned to Alicia and said that it was thanks to her that he enjoyed a family gathering for the first time. He looked pleased, but Alicia's words caused slight bewilderment, and Lucerne explained to her that such intensity of passions had not been seen in this family for a long time, and holding out his hand to his wife, he said that it was time to go. because today they still had to spend their wedding night. She was a little scared of her future with Lucerne, but it was definitely not as scary as Jacob's future. And she hesitated a little. She extended her hand and placed it in his palm. They had already approached the carriage and were about to get into it when Jacob called out to them from the second-floor balcony. Yes, it was him. And he shouted loudly to Alicia that she was a bitch. He began to quickly go down the steps, approaching them and continuing to shout insults. That this is her gratitude for the fact that they fed and clothed her all this time? His face contorted with anger and rage, and he shouted without holding back, or choosing words that Lucerne was content with this dirty girl, who he picked up after Jacob used her and threw her away. He called them damn brats and wished them to go to hell. Lucerne looked at Elisha and said with cold rage that she should not look away and look carefully at what was about to happen. The girl was depressed, not knowing what to expect from this situation, and Lucerne turned and walked towards Jacob. His movements were fast and impetuous, and Jacob realized that he was heading towards him. His face expressed indignation. He saw that Lucerne was rapidly approaching him. He saw him roll up his sleeves as he walked, clearly preparing for reprisals.
And the next moment, the sound of a blow was heard. Elisha opened her eyes wide in surprise. Droplets of blood flowed in the sides.
And Jacob, defeated by a strong blow, fell backwards to the ground. A huge bruise began to appear on his face, reaching half his face. At that moment, right before she left this rotten place, which had become a living hell for her, words reached her ears. It was Lucerne speaking. He called her name and, smiling, congratulated her on her wedding. And even though these words were quite simple, in fact, they turned out to be the most exciting congratulations that she had heard in both her lives. They returned to the palace. Lucerne drew Elisha to him and intriguingly asked where they should start. The girl closed her eyes, her face covered with embarrassment. This man became her husband, but everything happened so quickly. She needed time. She hesitated, and looking at his disheveled appearance, said that because she wanted the dress to fit her well, she had not eaten since the morning. And Lucerne said that then they needed to eat first. After some time, Alicia was taking a bath. It was so strange, so warm and cozy. She slowly splashed in the water, enjoying this new sensation. Until that moment, she and Lucerne had lunch together, and she, looking at her husband, thought that she could not even imagine that she would ever be able to feel so calm again. In a past life, her face was disfigured by a terrible scar, which is why she got used to the sidelong glances of people who did not hide their disgust.
For a moment, sadness filled her heart. Thought that it would be better to immediately bury any hopes for her own happiness.
So strange. For some reason, she felt very unusual. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening was heard, and Elisha's eyes widened because she was completely naked in the bathroom, and only the water hid her body from prying eyes. It was Lucerne. He asked what was wrong with her, and she, plunging deeper into the water, replied that it was nothing, she was just thinking. He asked her to come out. He extended his hand to her and added that if she continued to sit here, filling her head with useless thoughts, then before she could blink an eye, their wedding night would come to an end. Elisha came out of the bathroom and, under his gaze, threw on a robe. Lucerne said that she was too thin, and taking hold of the fabric of the robe, he pulled her towards him, saying that this would not prevent him from fulfilling his marital duties. The girl stood in front of him with loose golden hair that reached her waist and rested her hands on his chest, stopping his onslaught, and he asked in bewilderment that she decided to show her thorns. He looked at her, and her reaction made him even more bewildered. Tears rolled down from the girl's eyes. She cried silently. He gently touched her face with his palm, stroking it, and asked why she was crying. Is she really scared? The girl noted that his hand was so warm and gentle. The robe on her chest slowly opened, and she thought that even if his voice and facial expressions seemed cold, but as long as this man was next to her, Alicia took a step towards him. She didn't understand what was happening to her, but she wanted to feel his embrace again, to feel the security that he gave her. She impulsively leaned towards his lips and thought that she absolutely did not understand her feelings. She had never experienced anything like this before. She hesitantly pressed her lips to his. This came as a bit of a surprise to Lucerne. He could not understand such a drastic change on her part. But the next moment he hugged her and pressed her tightly to him. Passion for this beautiful, slender, and inexperienced girl overwhelmed him. He wanted to possess her. With his free hand, he took her chin and kissed her passionately, not giving Elisha the opportunity to evade or turn away. He wanted to drink to the dregs all the sensuality of which she was capable and give her his in return. They kissed passionately. It seemed that everything around had ceased to exist. There were only them. Lucerne removed his lips from hers, but did not move away. She felt his rapid breathing on her face, and then he asked that they had met before? And Elisha, shuddering, pulled away from him. He said that every time she looks at him, her eyes seem to be filled with guilt. His voice suddenly became sharp, and he asked, "What the hell? What is she hiding from him?" And he called her his little ghost. At that moment, there was a sharp knock on the door, saving Alicia from the need to explain anything. They both turned towards the sound. The knocking was repeated, but this time it was accompanied by an alarmed voice saying that monsters were approaching from behind the mountains. Lucerne instantly threw his cloak over himself and, turning to Elisha, told her to sit here for now. And turning to the exit, already on the threshold, he added that she should never go out until he gave permission. He opened the door. An extremely alarmed servant stood on the threshold. Lucerne asked that usually these creatures go on a rampage in the spring, under the influence of the power of magic stones. So why did they suddenly appear now? And the servant said that the uprising was to blame. The survivors of the fallen kingdom awakened the monsters. The Soji estate has already been captured, and it looks like they are planning to take control of the area near the gate. Elisha heard every word they said and thought to herself what it means today. The uprising will fail in any case, and the status of Lucerne, which suppressed it, will rise noticeably. The servant said that the nearby territories were ready to send reinforcements, but the position of the commander-in-chief was still vacant. And Lucerne, without hesitation, said that they were moving out right now. They got ready and set out on their way. It was necessary to get to the place where the knights were. There he will leave Elisha, and together with his knights, will go into battle. When they got there, Lucerne first of all gathered the knights and announced that they had a week to settle this matter and return back. He was extremely irritable and abrupt. Among the other knights, there were young servants who were just preparing to become knights in the future, and they had a question. Why was their general in such a bad mood? And one of the knights said that it's a no-brainer. The general was interrupted on his wedding night, but he condescendingly said that a boy like him could know. But the young knight snapped angrily, saying that someone was running into trouble. At this moment, Lucerne said that Ian and Lasley were both going with him to Soji's domain, and Corin, Nora, and Lapis were supposed to deliver his wife to the capital. But Corinne and Lapis protested that the three of them should be in charge of escorting the lady. They also wanted to go into battle, but Lucerne abruptly interrupted them by asking what did he allow them to say. His tone brooked no objections. Everyone immediately fell silent, stopping any bickering, and only Lapis glared angrily at Elisha, because of whom he should remain unsuccessful. She noticed his gaze and nodded her head at him with a friendly smile. But Lapis immediately turned away, making it clear that she was not welcome. Elisha looked after him with sympathy. An escort mission instead of an opportunity to show oneself on the battlefield. For knights, such treatment is tantamount to expulsion. It would be strange to expect a different reaction from them. Lucerne looked at her before parting and told her to watch her behavior upon arrival in the capital. And he added gloomily, so that she would remember that they were not finished today. And having softened a little more, he said that on the night when he returned, so that she would be ready. Elisha looked at him with wide eyes and told him to take care of himself. After all, now he was the only guarantee of her safety. At this point, the farewell ended, and Lucerne briefly ordered to move forward. After some time, Elisha, accompanied by knights, arrived in the capital. It was a huge castle, and when they approached it, she couldn't even believe her eyes that this was her new home. She got out of the carriage and looked with all her eyes at the magnificent structure, the Lucerne mansion, but she was not allowed to fully enjoy it. Lapis, who came out after her, unceremoniously pushed her and walked past without apologizing for his rudeness. Looking after him, Elisha thought that it would not be easy. All the servants living in the mansion gathered to meet her. They whispered while looking at Elisha as she approached them, and Elisha herself thought that for everyone she was just a fallen woman, having a noble status only in words. The butler met her and called her Lady Elisha, bowed politely, and then asked permission to introduce himself. His name was Henri. He was the butler of this house, and if she needed anything she could turn to him. Elisha told him that everything was fine, and she added that she would like to see the training ground where the knights practice, and asked where she is. This kind of request surprised the butler, and he asked if he really understood it correctly. But Elisha answered with determination that this is exactly what she wanted and asked to be taken to her. She decided to show everyone that she could also be useful. But the butler tried to argue that the training ground was not a place that a noble lady should visit, and most of the soldiers are now absent due to the current situation. Elisha's face showed confusion, and the butler explained that the troops and everything connected with them are under the control of the general, and she had better start inspecting the residence. But Elisha countered that wasn't the training ground part of it, thus making it clear that she will not back down. The butler faltered, and at the same moment apologized, saying that it seemed he had allowed himself too much, and he asked permission to take her there. While they walked, he watched her, noting her ability to hold herself, her straight posture. He also noted that she had rough hands, indicating that despite her status, she had to work hard. Looking at her arrogant, completely emotionless face, he thought that she was the same as all those fallen aristocrats who had only their useless pride left. But in time, he had to admit that his judgment was wrong. He liked her more and more every moment. When they toured the mansion, he said that due to the small number of servants, the house might seem a little untidy to her, but they paid special attention to preparing the room for the mistress, and he carefully said that she should rest from the road. He also said that they reported to him that having overcome the gate, they arrived here in 2 days. And such a long journey must have tired her. Suddenly at that moment they heard a scream. Someone was screaming to be grabbed. Elisha and the butler froze in place. A small pig was rushing towards them at full speed, followed by Lapis and 2 maids. At the same time, the knight was indignant at them, saying that it was really so difficult to track his pig. The pig ran straight towards Elisha. Another second, and he would have knocked her down. But suddenly, he stopped right in front of her and raised his head to look at the barrier that had grown in front of him. At that moment, Lapis caught up and rushed at the pig, shouting victoriously that he had caught it. He also said that she would continue to run away from his laboratory. At that moment, his gaze fell on Elisha, and hostility appeared in his eyes. He silently rose to his feet, holding the animal in his hands, and then he turned sharply and walked away, without saying a word. The butler called him, noticing that he should greet Mrs. Elisha, but the young man did not want to listen to anything, and the butler asked Elisha not to be angry with Lapis. He is only 14 years old, and at such a young age, like his twin brother Leslie, he is already one of the 97 wizards of the Empire. Elisha looked at the butler with a smile and told him not to worry. She understood everything. You shouldn't force wizards to be polite. The butler asked in surprise that she had really already had to communicate with them, and Elisha smiled and nodded back at him and moved on. He opened the mansion door for her and let her through. Elisha crossed the threshold and froze in amazement at the picture that opened before her eyes. There was the Fifitian world clock, counting down time since the year 533, according to the imperial calendar. Flowers forged from pure gold, and even the vase under them was an ancient relic. The hall was decorated with paintings. Each of them was a masterpiece, the cherished dream of every collector. At an auction, they could fetch incredible amounts of money. But what the hell was going on with the house itself? Everything was in some kind of desolation. Elisha asked where such rare and valuable things came from, and the butler explained to her that every time a general returns with a victory, the imperial family gives him something valuable as a reward. And he sadly added that as a person with absolutely no interest in art, he didn't care where all these gifts were. Elisha's expression showed that she was shocked by this, and the butler hastened to reassure her that the really valuable things were kept in the treasury. But the girl still made her conclusion that if the servants cannot take care of the valuables located right here, then she is afraid to even imagine what is happening in the treasury. And Alicia, rolling up her sleeves, said that no, that won't do. The butler was slightly taken aback, not knowing what to expect from her. But Elisha was determined and unstoppable. She rolled up her sleeves and said that she would start with cleaning first. It took a while. And when 3 days later the butler served her tea, he himself thought that who would have thought that the house could be so transformed? Everything sparkled and polished to a shine. There was order and cleanliness all around. This girl was gaining more and more respect in the butler's eyes every day. And even on the very first day, she amazed him by the fact that she herself went to greet the servants. And when he asked her about this, she replied that they were so busy, and instead of distracting them from their work, it would be better if she herself went to them. The servants were surprised that the mistress deigned to come to them herself, and one of them accidentally knocked over a rare vase. She froze in horror, thinking that now the end would come for her. She even closed her eyes in fear. But Elisha picked up the vase and asked if the maid was okay, and she simply asked her to be more careful in the future and not repeat such mistakes. Her kindness not only amazed the servants, but also put them in a favorable mood towards Elisha. And now, walking with a tray in his hands, the butler thought that although a little time had passed, the atmosphere in the mansion had changed significantly, and all because a mistress appeared in the house. This girl tried to restore order wherever her hand touched, and was extremely kind to everyone. Now she was in the office and sorting out a stack of some papers. And when Henri entered the office, she turned to him full of enthusiasm, saying that after checking the trading book, she came to the conclusion that they would be able to reduce expenses a little more. The butler said in amazement that he asked to be forgiven for his rudeness and asked that she knew how to read a trading book. Elisha replied that when she lived in the monastery, the abbess, Rosaria, treated her well. It was she who taught her to read the trade book of the monastery. The butler said thoughtfully that could it be that she was talking about the same Rosary, the heroine of the war? And he said that now it's clear where, looking at Elisha, he thought that only now he realized that the lady was very smart and insightful. And at that time, she said that it would be necessary to compile a list of works of art located in the mansion. He listened to her reasoning and thought that the more he learned about her, the more amazed he was. It will be interesting how much this house will change under her influence. The night's dining room was noisy. During dinner, the only conversation was about the new mistress. Praise was heard from all sides. Someone said that they heard that she runs everything as if she had lived here for 10 years. Lapis was also in the dining room with everyone, and, gritting his teeth, listened to how they praised her. And again, someone said that Layla praised her for her kindness to the servants, that his ears almost withered. Lapis was at his limit, and when once again did someone say that the mistress would take her away even before he confessed to her? He could not stand it, and streams of purple lightning spread throughout the hall, causing inconvenience to the knights who were nearby. And Lapis himself cried out that she was the mistress or someone else. He doesn't care. He couldn't recognize her. He jumped up. Everyone was captivated by this golden-haired and blue-eyed girl. Everyone, but not him. Elisha stood and listened to his tirade. One of the knights approached him and said that, how could such a thing get into his throat? Bread and pasta and fried pork leg. If all this had dried out, it would definitely have resembled the grub given to prisoners in 9 cases out of 10. Nora approached them and, turning to Corin, said that he was not a child, so he needed to stop being picky. But Corin said that anyone who has not been to prison cannot understand him. And hugging Lapis, he said that it would be another matter if they were given such food on the battlefield. Then he could at least feel better, cutting out the rebels one by one. But why the hell weren't they invited there? What is so special about them to protect here in the mansion? This question from Corin made Lapis shudder, and he again said that he would never admit it. He was already furious that they were separated from Lasley, and now he also had to drag himself here on his day off. Fire erupted from his mouth, and he repeated again that because of Elisha, he could not go to the battlefield. Lapis stood up and turned to leave, but his gaze found her. She was beautiful. It was impossible to deny. She looked like an angel, and he thought that she had really come here alone. Before this, Alicia spoke with Henri that today was the day when the general was supposed to have lunch with his subordinates. Normally, she would be sitting there next to him, but since he was away right now, she decided to go there alone. Henri doubted and asked her if she was sure of this. He said that she might not have heard about it yet, but when recruiting people for himself, the general does not pay any attention to their status. Therefore, their behavior may seem rude and inappropriate to her. Elisha said with some surprise that during the time she spent in the mansion, she met many of his subordinates, but they were all very friendly. None of them were cruel and did not allow themselves abusive speech. Moreover, even if something did not suit them, they still unquestioningly obeyed her orders. The butler thought that maybe he should tell her that they were forced to observe basic rules of decency, and then he asked that she was sure that they were talking about the same people. Ian, for example, although he used to be an intelligence agent, is now on the verge of drug poisoning. Corin actually spent time in prison in the past, and it's also worth mentioning. And now, standing in front of these knights, Alicia couldn't help but laugh, thinking that hearing all this from Henri was quite funny. He himself, even though he is now retired, used to be a knight, famous as an executioner without blood and tears. Corin looked in her direction and was surprised that she laughed. In her place, ordinary aristocrats, finding themselves surrounded by so many soldiers in absolute solitude, would definitely be frightened and begin to shed tears. Her courage was amazing. She walked up to their table and greeted everyone who was sitting at it with a friendly smile. And then she turned to Lapis, asking why he was here. But this teenager cried out unfriendlily, "What's wrong? Is there some problem?" But Elisha was not affected by his attitude, and she still said in a friendly manner that according to the 73rd clause of his contract, on the 4th Tuesday of every month, he had the right not to appear anywhere. And she said that it was just the 4th Tuesday of this month. Lapis looked at her with eyes widened in surprise. And she said that she would ask the servant to bring food to his room so that he could have lunch in peace. And she added that she had heard that it was extremely important for wizards to spend time alone. After all, magic is the same area of creativity as art. Lapis couldn't believe her words and asked if it was true. And then she will say the same thing to the general? What did Corin think about this girl? Is she trying to please him? Elisha nodded in response and approached, but Lapis did not answer her. She approached Corin asking that it must be him, and Corin, looking at her incredulously, replied that maybe so. Elisha frowned and, looking at the food, said that this was a disgusting combination of foods, and she has to tell the chef to change the menu. She tapped her fingers on the table and said that serving something like this was simply unacceptable. And Corin thought in surprise that she really knew what such a choice of products meant. He asked her that she hadn't happened to be in that place, and froze. And Alicia asked in response, "What in which?" Corin said that this place is like a room, something like that. He hinted at prison, but could not say it out loud. But Elisha knew perfectly well what he was talking about. Shortly before her death, at the time when Jacob was accused of drug trafficking and all the blame was placed on her, she spent several days in prison. Elisha sat down next to them and said that, to tell the truth, she had heard little about this, and she added that he had already suffered a lot, being imprisoned due to injustice, so she should at least take care of such little things. He was incredibly surprised that she already knew that he was imprisoned due to a false accusation by his aristocratic master, and having cleared up these misunderstandings, she finally suggested dinner. Fortunately, there are many different dishes on the table. Corin asked her that the noble lady was not afraid of him, and Alicia asked him in surprise in response that should she be afraid of her husband's knights. Such behavior on her part captivated Corin, and he finally believed what he had heard about her before. Many different dishes appeared on the table, and Alicia invited everyone to eat quickly. And the knights thanked her for the treats. After dinner, Alicia was returning to her room when suddenly Lapis stood in her way. His hands were busy with all kinds of books. He was surprised, but was silent, just looking at her with all his eyes. Alicia, passing by him, asked if she should send a person to help him, and he said that the 12th point of his contract, and at that moment the books began to fall out of his hands, and he tried unsuccessfully to hold them. Elisha said that this clause states that no one can touch the wizard's materials. The exceptions were those cases when consent to this was previously obtained from the wizard himself or from his twin brother Lasley. Realizing that he would not be able to cope with the books himself, Lapis turned to Alicia and asked irritably what she would say about the 33rd point. And she replied that the wizard must be notified 2 days before any significant events in the master's life, be they joyful or sad. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she had read his entire employment contract, and when I heard that she answered no, I thought, of course, she wouldn't be able to read all of this. But Elisha immediately said that she had learned it by heart. And with this, she again surprised Lapis, who was the only one of all who treated her unfriendly and wary. He stammered that it was good that she knew him, but then the irritation returned to him again. He turned away and said, "What does it mean that there is simply no need to notify the ordinary knights of the order about something?" referring to his wedding with Lucerne. Elisha sat down next to his scattered books and asked him to forgive her. She said she couldn't tell them about the wedding, and she added that they must have heard that it was organized in a hurry. Lapis thought that this is how it is, and turning to Elisha, he asked that it was only because of this she was apologizing to him. He remembered how, on a cold night, he and his brother sat on the steps of an empty and dark castle. Snow was falling from the sky, it was very cold, and they were shivering, unable to get inside. And he promised to take revenge. But Elisha brought him back to reality by saying that she was rather asking for understanding. It was definitely her fault. She had failed to fulfill one of the terms of his contract. Tears rolled down from Lapis's eyes, and Elisha said that she was in no position to invite someone to the wedding, so she asked for understanding. He looked at her face and saw boundless kindness in her sea-green eyes. And he thought, who is she? After all, he could no longer be angry with her and was ready to accept. After some time, the butler sat in the hall and read news from the front about the war waged by General Lucerne. It told about the hell that was happening around and about the monsters that attacked their lands. And in this hell he, Lucerne de Caius, fought sparing no effort. He calculated strategies and stood shoulder to shoulder with other knights on the battlefield. Then, and with blood, snatching victory from these monsters, Elisha was sitting in her room. She read a lot to pass the time spent alone. And on one of these evenings, Henri came to her. He came in and said that reading books is, of course, useful, but she should take care of her eyes. And she promised that she would take this into account. The butler hesitated a little. It was clear that he wanted to talk about something, but did not dare. He began by saying that he had received news from the front, and it seemed that the war would last longer than expected. Alicia, listening to him, thought that she already knew this. Although Lucerne wanted to finish everything in a week, but due to the wizards who were on the side of the rebels and resorted to using magic stones, the situation on the battlefield was complicated by the appearance of a huge number of monsters. Therefore, the war will drag on for another 2 months. Meanwhile, Henri continued and said that the general would definitely return soon. And before that, he hesitated again, and Alicia saw a bottle with pink liquid in his hands. Handing her forward, he said that the general asked to give her this medicine, which was completely harmless to her health, a kind of food supplement. Alicia looked at him and was silent. She understood what kind of medicine it was, and she felt a little uneasy. And then she turned away and said that she would receive him a week before the general's arrival, next month. The butler wanted to insist and said that the general would return soon, but Elisha cut him off. She looked at him and said that it was enough to drink this medicine a week before they would sleep with him. The girl was depressed by this conversation. The butler himself was embarrassed, and, clearing his throat, asked that how did she know that? He hesitated again, trying to find the words. But Elisha herself came to his aid and said that now it was better to avoid unnecessary rumors. And the butler asked to forgive him, wished him good night, and left. But when he walked out the door, his gaze was thoughtful. He kept thinking about her words that she would take the medicine a week before the general returns. Does this mean that she knows when he will return? Elisha, left alone, also plunged into thought. To be honest, she herself was going to do the same, but when she received it so directly, She felt as if she had returned to harsh reality. The birth of a child by a couple who has signed a contract. This is absolutely impossible. It's been a month since she arrived here, and she couldn't relax. Even though before Lucerne left, he seemed interested in her body, and she liked the feeling of him wanting her. But it is unknown whether his intentions will remain the same after he returns from the war. In any case, we need to focus on holding out until the moment when this man becomes the head. And then she will find freedom. And then, perhaps, she will have the family she so dreamed of. But for a person who has set survival as his goal, right now such dreams are too great a luxury. She opened the curtains and looked outside. She could only hope that all the terms of the deal would be fulfilled, and Lucerne would calmly give her a divorce. And she thought that right. It's time to return to reality. Alicia Delore. Days flew by. Since the misunderstandings with Lapis were cleared up, they have become inseparable. He was always nearby. He constantly showed her something, shared his successes, and she was sincerely happy for him. They ate together, and she did not feel her loneliness so keenly. So another month flew by, and the time for Lucerne's return was approaching. Elisha, as promised to the butler, took the medicine he brought her in advance. Her excitement grew. She wanted everything to be perfect before his arrival, so she directed the servants herself, telling them what needed to be placed and where. At one of these moments, the butler burst into their room and, shaking the letter in his hands, joyfully said that the war was over, and Mr. Lucerne plans to return tomorrow. Elisha knew about this, but still this news took her by surprise, and an unknown inner excitement gripped the girl. She was both looking forward to this meeting and dreading it at the same time. In the city, everyone celebrated the victory of the Empire and discussed new exploits of their general, talking about how he cut as many as 500 monsters in half with his sword. But there was nothing to be surprised about. It's General Lucerne. It didn't cost him anything to cut down 20,000 heads. People also discussed the fact that he was forced to go to war instead of enjoying his honeymoon with his wife. The rebels clearly chose the wrong time, so they paid. Meanwhile, at Carol's parents' house, she and her parents were discussing how Carol was very upset. She sat on the sofa and literally shed tears because she believed that Lucerne had been deceived. And her mother, Marquise Fulmon, supported her in every possible way, saying that they also could not believe that he had married a girl who had recently washed their clothes. Marquis Fulmon also did not stand aside. He said that she was from a fallen family whose name now plays no role. And no matter what they say, the most important thing for a woman is her origin and dignity. He was overcome with anger and said that if there was a chance to show this bitch, who made their daughter cry her place, then he would do everything possible for this. But the Marquise reassured him that their daughter could cope just fine on her own. Just like she taught her. Carol's emerald eyes immediately dried from tears, and a smile began to play on her lips. And she said that, in fact, one thought came to her mind. Her parents looked at her, and she said that she would solve this problem on her own, showing everyone that she was not someone who could be treated like that, and she asked her father to lend her a few people. Alicia sat in front of the mirror that evening. She got ready to sleep, but looking at herself in the mirror, she remembered Lucerne's words. Even now, after 2 months, a blush of embarrassment filled her cheeks at the memory of this man. She remembered the stern profile of his face, chiseled cheekbones, jet black hair, and fiery eyes. He said that the night he returns, he should be ready. He was waiting for this meeting, but she was in no hurry to indulge herself with vain hopes, and, taking the robe off her shoulder, thought that he was probably just joking. Suddenly, a noise was heard behind her, and she jumped out of her seat in fear. What was that sound? She paid attention to the door leading out of the room, and noted to herself that until now it had been locked all the time. And at that moment, the door opened slightly, and a man appeared on the threshold. Elisha stood in the middle of the room, afraid to move and not believing her eyes. The robe slid off her shoulders, seductively exposing them and revealing her ample breasts under the thin fabric of her nightgown. It was Lucerne, and he also froze, admiring her defenselessness and seductiveness. He swallowed the lump in his throat, but his face did not express any emotion. Elisha was the first to come to her senses and said his name in surprise. He bowed his head in greeting and asked why she was so surprised. And she said she just heard that he would be back tomorrow. And she said, what about the soldiers? But Lucerne, ahead of her question, replied that, as planned, the soldiers would pass through the gate tomorrow at dawn. He looked at her without taking his eyes off and continued to say that he had matters that could not be delayed. Alicia thought that the general left his soldiers and came here. What urgent matter forced him to do this? She looked into his eyes and saw that the flame of passion was flaring up in them. And he said that it was a long-standing promise. Elisha's face was again covered with embarrassment, and he looked at her and continued his thought by saying that she still seemed to remember him very well. She tried to overcome her embarrassment and said that she was just getting ready for bed. Lucerne leaned towards her, and she, trying to hide her nervous trembling, asked why he appeared from that door, because until now it had been locked and had never opened. She took a step back, trying to increase the distance between them, and again asked that his office was there, but Lucerne continued to advance on her, and, pressing her to the bed, pushed her a little. Alicia lost her balance and plopped down on the bed, looking at Lucerne with all her eyes. He continued to glare at her, but still answered her question that this bedroom used to be his, and now it became the bedroom of a married couple. He leaned over her, pressing her to the bed. The flames of passion raged in his eyes, but his face did not express any emotion. Elisha looked into his eyes and thought that she was afraid of these eyes. It was as if they were ready to devour her in an instant. She shuddered, and her gaze showed doom. She again tried to delay the moment of intimacy.
To the gate tomorrow morning and meet the soldiers.
And she turned away, rolled onto the edge of the bed, and suggested that they go to bed. But Lucerne turned her towards him and asked where she was going. He pressed her tightly to his chest, and Alicia pursed her lips in excitement. He pressed his lips to hers in a gentle kiss. For 2 long months, he dreamed about this. Kiss her. Press your lips to her tender lips. His kiss changed, and he greedily began to torment her lips, causing tremors throughout her body. It spread through her body in warm waves, making her tremble in his hands. He pulled back a little and looked into her eyes, and she thought that this man's kiss would deprive her of all ability to think soberly. Lucerne looked at his wife and wanted to possess her. He wanted her to want him the same way, but there was sadness in her eyes. He couldn't understand whether she was afraid of him or whether his touch was unpleasant to her. He wanted everything to be different. He wanted to awaken her passion. And taking his will into his fist, he fell back on her knees, saying that not today. In any case, because of the victory parade, he had no more than 2 hours left to sleep. And falling asleep, he asked that even if she was upset, she should be patient a little, and soon he would fulfill his promise. Alicia, pulling her robe over her shoulders, asked in confusion, "What does upset mean?" She was actually a little upset. She thought that he would go to the end, and she also wanted this. Maybe it was because she was so surprised to see him. Her heart still fluttered at the memory of his kiss. He lay on her lap, and even this closeness worried her. And in order to somehow distract herself, she asked, "By the way, will she now be allowed to go outside the mansion?" She admitted that she did not expect him to give an order banning her from leaving here, but Lucerne said without opening his eyes that he thought the war would end quickly and he would return soon. But he was not informed that she was trying to leave the mansion, and he added that she could go out tomorrow afternoon. He suggested we eat together. Alicia replied that it was good, and Lucerne again said that if she wanted, she could go out at other times. And looking at Lucerne falling asleep, she thought that he really was a strange person. She woke up to the sun shining through the window. Elisha rubbed her eyes and thought about how when she managed to fall asleep, and even find herself under the covers, she sat up in bed and looked around. Lucerne was nowhere to be found, and she was left with the feeling that everything that had happened was a dream. The girl was going to a meeting with Lucerne that they talked about yesterday. A prepared carriage, and the knights Nora and Ian, who were to accompany her, were waiting for her on the street. She prepared especially carefully and looked impeccable. And the butler, seeing her off, advised her to be careful. Elisha, addressing the knights, said that she would again have to cause some inconvenience to the two of them. But they hastened to assure her that everything was fine. In addition, most of the knights did not like receptions in the imperial palace. Alicia said that before heading to the place where they would have lunch, she needed to look somewhere else. Looking at the surprised Ian, she said that it would not take much time, and besides, she received permission from the general. They arrived at the place. A sign on the building said it was a brokerage agency. Alicia, accompanied by the knights, went inside. But halfway they were stopped and told that the knights should wait outside. Nora insisted that the parade would start soon, and there would be a lot of people everywhere. They may lose sight of their mistress. But Elisha assured her that she would finish her business within 10 minutes and nothing dangerous would happen. Nora hesitated, and then Ian told Alicia that she had to promise them that she would never leave the confines of the store. On this they agreed, and Elisha went inside. She needed Spencer's brokerage company, since this agency was an expert in the real estate market and carried out dozens of purchase and sale transactions on a daily basis. It was not surprising that they had such protection. She entered the expert's office and decided that in any case, Lucerne didn't need to know yet what exactly she was going to buy here. The man sitting at the table asked her if she was looking for something specific. Elisha approached the table and said that she was interested in a piece of land located near the enchanted forest of Ulif. Her words surprised the expert. He asked how she knows. It will be up for auction soon, but it's not something a noble lady might be looking for. Elisha smiled and said that she had already been there. Moreover, she is interested in buying this place and not in short-term investments. She needed this land. The expert handed her a piece of paper and said that this was the estimated cost of this land. Elisha looked at it and thought that it was a little more expensive than she had expected. She thought about it, but if this makes Lucerne the leader... The expert, in turn, looked at her suspiciously and thought that it would be impossible for a simple noble lady to have such information. He was interested in what family she was from. Elisha was still thinking about what if everything worked out, but her thoughts were interrupted by the broker saying that, because she looked like a knowledgeable person, he wanted to tell her something. After the disappearance of the previous owner of the land, there was a rumor that it brings misfortune, and he dumped a stack of papers on the table, saying that if she needed a country house, then he was ready to offer her a more suitable option. But Elisha chuckled and said, smiling, that there was no need. She liked this land. After all, the whole city is full of hot springs. Maybe they will be lucky to find one if they start digging in that area. The broker chuckled at her thoughts and thought that she had no plan at all. Elisha took a sip of the tea he offered her and thought that if this conversation ever reached Lucerne's ears, it would be a good excuse. The broker said that he would then send the detailed information to the address she provided. Elisha stood up and thanked her and began to say goodbye. But at that moment, a folder with papers fell from the table. She was interested in this paper, and the broker said that this was a mansion for single women, and if she was interested in him, he would send her information about it as well. Elisha asked him to do her a favor, and I thought that it would be nice to immediately find a place for a quiet life after my divorce from Lucerne. She went outside and immediately found herself in a whirlpool of people. The parade was in full force, and she was being pushed from all sides.
People from all sides shouted greetings, saying that the general had returned with victory. Alicia tried to see what was happening around her.
And I saw Lucerne on the balcony. He stood to the left of the princess, leaning on the railing. Elisha stared at him, forgetting about everything around her. The crowd roared that he always stood guard over their empire. She looked at him intently, noting his stern, solemn appearance. She unconsciously admired him and thought that this was really the person she saw last night. He looked around, waving his hand in greeting to the people who had gathered in the square. And Alicia thought that if she and he had not agreed to have lunch today, she would really think that it was all a dream. He was so close, but there was like a huge gap between them. This unexpectedly upset her, and just at that moment he turned his head in her direction, and it seemed to her that they met his gaze. But she immediately stopped herself, thinking that in such a crowd it was simply impossible. Someone called her, and she turned to look, seeing Nora and Ian in the distance, waving at her and trying to shout out to her, saying that there were too many people here and that she should go to the back gate. Elisha let them know that she understood and moved away, making her way through the crowd. This did not escape the attentive gaze of Lucerne, who, seeing her in the crowd, did not lose sight of her. And he didn't like it. His gaze became gloomy. Elisha entered the alley. There were tramps there. She reassured herself that she had simply left the square, but suddenly it became so deserted and quiet. It was alarming. She didn't even have time to think about it when suddenly they attacked her from behind, covering her mouth so that she couldn't call for help. She felt scared. She tried to escape, but she was roughly thrown to the ground. A man's voice growled at her to be held properly. They started hitting her. Then someone asked with doubt that she looked like an aristocrat, and could they do this to her? And at the same moment, she heard her clothes being torn off. And again the rough male voice said with confidence that of course, because they were told to ruin her appearance and leave her here. With a dull gaze, she saw two men's faces bending over her and mockingly saying that she would finally become more obedient. Elisha lay stupefied and offered no resistance. Her thoughts were that she could smell a faint smell of nutmeg. It is used as a drug. It seems that these people are unprofessional because they did not take into account that some time must pass before it fully takes effect. Elisha gathered her strength, and while she was still able to move, she had to get out. She kicked one of the attackers as hard as she could. The man, who did not expect this, was taken by surprise and lost his balance. And Elisha wasted no time in running on shaky legs. But fear gave her strength. And one of the men shouted for the other to grab this bitch. Elisha ran as fast as she could. She just thought that if someone recognizes her, the wife of a general, ridicule cannot be avoided. And then, from around the corner, someone shouted, saying, "Beauty, where are you going? What institution is she from?" She was desperate. She stopped and, holding her hand on the wall, thought that she needed to come to her senses, somewhere. Her thoughts began to get confused. Everything swam before her eyes. But she must find a place where she can hide, take cover. She reached a crowded place and fell. Her legs could no longer support her. She had no more strength. She heard a whisper. Someone was nearby, but she couldn't even raise her head. And suddenly she heard someone exclaim, "Oh God, madam!" The voice was familiar. They found her out. What will happen now? Elisha raised her head and looked ahead. Standing right in front of her was Arian, a smug grin on her face. She exclaimed, "What kind of appearance does she have?" She deliberately attracted everyone's attention, urging the ladies to look at the general's wife. The women were whispering that she had decided to surprise her by showing up at their meeting. Some couldn't believe that she was really the general's wife, but Arian wanted to fully enjoy Alicia's shame and said that this could not happen. Surely this is some kind of courtesan who ran away from her client. Alicia felt bad from being drugged, and also from these ridicule which she could not adequately respond to. She disgraced her husband, and she didn't know how to get out of this situation. She was sitting on the ground with her heavy head bowed when suddenly some clothes were thrown over her shoulders, and a familiar voice said her name. She turned and looked at Lucerne. He looked at her with concern, saying how could she sneak out of the room right in the middle of the process, and he complained that he had to look for her. Everyone instantly became silent, and Elisha realized that she was safe and limp in his arms, and he, bending over her and covering her nakedness from prying eyes, said that it seems the effect has not yet passed. And he asked that she really felt so good that she still had no strength in her legs. He took her in his arms and she whispered that, how did he? But he whispered to her to be silent. His eyes burned with fire, a thirst for revenge. They dared to kidnap his wife, and she had to endure all this horror. But he had to finish this performance, and he said that he, too, was already at the limit. Elisha grabbed his neck and pressed her body against his, wanting to hide in his arms from the whole world. And he said that it was time to return quickly. And he added that she would be punished for keeping him waiting. But they were unable to leave quickly. Arian stopped them, asking what the two of them were. She didn't finish. Lucerne interrupted her by saying that they were going to have lunch together. But even before they got there, he paused for a long time and ended with a sly smile that they were overcome by passion. And he left the dumbfounded Arian and the other ladies to figure it out, while he walked away, taking Elisha away from this greedy crowd. And only after they heard that they were newlyweds, what can I say? And adding fuel to the fire, he said that they still had unfinished business, so that they were leaving them. Arian clenched her fist in anger that Elisha had gotten away with it. "Elisha, resting her head on Lucerne's shoulder, thought that thanks to Lucerne, she managed to avoid danger. But it seems that she will not pay for the rest of her life for snatching such an important person from the parade. When they entered the hotel, she dared to ask him how he knew that she was in trouble and how he found her. He leaned towards her ear and replied that she really thought that the mark on her neck was just decoration. They walked under the gaze of people and continued to whisper. Lucerne said that the knights informed him about her disappearance, but it was quite problematic to come right away. He also told her that they were now at the hotel where they were going to meet. He looked at her. There were dark shadows under Alicia's eyes, and he asked her what happened. The girl sadly replied that she was attacked by two tramps. In her head, there was the thought that he left right in the middle of the event, only to find her. She continued to say, haltingly, that the smell, nutmeg, and cloves. It seemed to be a drug that caused paralysis. But Lucerne stopped her, saying that she didn't have to explain anything more. Her tongue must already be stiff. But Alicia was haunted by the thought, why did he give up everything? Was he really worried about her? She couldn't believe it. It just couldn't happen. And she pulled herself together, forcing her to stop thinking about useless things and flattering herself with illusory hopes. He put her to bed and made sure to prepare cocoa and alcohol for her. This drink will help her come to her senses. Lucerne left her a drink and walked over his shoulder to the door, glancing at her. She looked unwell. He was worried. At that moment, Nora and Ian burst into the room, and with screams they rushed to her bed. But Lucerne did not let them get closer. He directed shadows at them, and the knights fell off their feet, knocked down by this dark force. He towered over them, General Lucerne de Caius, and it seemed that he emerged from the very underworld. His gaze burned with hellish fire. He entrusted them with something important and dear, and now demanded that they try to find an excuse for this offense. The knights asked to forgive them, and were ready to suffer any punishment. Alicia intervened in their conversation and asked to stop this massacre. She said that in that situation, no one could have imagined that everything would turn out this way, and it was her fault that she went alone. Lucerne turned and shouted in rage that it was not for her to decide who was responsible. She had never seen him so overcome with rage. Her hands began to tremble violently, and this did not escape Lucerne, so he cut himself off mid-sentence. He put his head in his hands. He could lose her overnight. And this was not a worry, that without her, he would not be able to achieve the post of head of the clan. It was something more deep, coming from the most hidden corners of his heart. Something he was afraid to admit to himself. He turned to the knights and asked that the attackers looked like tramps. And then he blurted out that if those people were connected to Jacob or Marco, then they must already be dead. Lucerne gave the order to find them. Look for the corpses of people who had no relatives. Alicia was depressed. She heard how the knights left to carry out the general's orders, and how the lock on the door clicked behind them. They were left alone with Lucerne. He walked over and sat on the edge of the bed, patting her on the shoulder and asking how she felt. There was no trace left of his rage. He was gentle and caring. Then he stroked her cheek, and Alicia said that it became a little easier to move her tongue, but it's still as if weights are attached to my arms and legs. She was unable to finish because Lucerne pulled her towards him and kissed her furiously, transferring to her with a kiss all the tension and fear that he experienced while looking for her. This came as a complete surprise to her. He didn't let her go until she began to choke, and when she was able to pull away, a satisfied smile played on his lips, and he said that it was sweet for him. Alicia leaned back exhaustedly on the pillows and asked why he suddenly. She wanted to ask why he kissed her, but she didn't dare, and he said that he would help her arms and legs get rid of the numbness. He leaned down to her neck and kissed it tenderly, and from this touch a trembling ran through her body, and a groan escaped her lips. Lucerne looked at her and slyly said that if her body warmed up, then sensitivity would return. But Alicia felt uneasy, and, pressing her legs to her, asked him to wait. But Lucerne had already waited a long time. He crouched down and at the same time grabbed her ankles and pulled her towards him. Alicia covered her mouth with her hand to keep from screaming, and Lucerne, finding himself between her legs, kissed the inner surface of her bare thigh, causing a new wave of sensuality in her. And he said that they say that the closer you get to the center of the body, the faster they wake up. He hovered over her and said that by now, rumors had probably spread everywhere that they had retired here to enjoy each other, so now they could not leave this room. The girl who was lying on the pillows with her golden hair spread out looked at him like a hunted animal. And he said that since this happened, he leaned towards her again. His hot breath burned the tender skin of his neck. He inhaled her scent and was silent. But even the air around them seemed to become thicker. From his gentle touches, warmth spread like a hot wave throughout her body, exposing her nerves and increasing sensitivity. She clutched the sheets with her hand, trying to contain her passion, and she only said that if this is necessary in order to get rid of paralysis. Lucerne unbuttoned his shirt and kept his eyes on Elisha the whole time. He was handsome and strong. The shirt fell to the floor, followed by the trousers. A man with a beautiful, muscular body stood in front of her. He said that he had been patient and waiting for this moment for 2 whole months. Elisha looked at the ceiling, not knowing where to put her eyes, and when he covered her with his body, pressing her to the sheets, she pressed her palm against his chest, and he felt her trembling. He became serious. Lucerne wanted her not to be afraid of him and not push him away. He asked her to look at him, look into his eyes. He wanted to drown in the blue of her eyes. There was some kind of secret hidden in them, and he wanted to unravel it. But now he wanted to disappear into her, and it couldn't wait any longer. These were memories from a past life. They sat at a table with the head at the head. Someone was indignant that how dare they invite this bastard here. Jacob said that he became the dog of the imperial family and targeted their kind. But the head said that they are all the same. Either Jacob, insulting his family with his stupid actions, or Marco, colluding with the temple. Lucerne grinningly asked that the head wants her to all repent together. Now, after so many years, Marco sat opposite him, and Elisha sat next to him. She sat with her head down and trembled. Marco placed his hand on her knee, and she shrank all inside, mentally asking him not to do this. She twitched, and this attracted Lucerne's attention. He turned and looked searchingly in her direction. She felt uneasy. She thought that this man... He noticed her in this form. The head turned to Lucerne and said that this was his last warning. He will not be merciful from now on. Lucerne squeezed the bottle of red wine with his hand and said that it was great. He also said that he thinks that he has nothing more to do in the family. He stood up impulsively and dumped the contents of the bottle on Marco's head, adding that in a family whose members exhibit such indecent behavior, despite Aryan's hysterical scream, he said that he had fun with the hired killers he sent to him, and so that Marco would have a return gift. With these words, he turned around and walked away from this room and family. This whole scene caused delight in one person who watched it. It was Carol. She thought that how could such a man even exist? She wanted to get him. And so, in order to get him, she told Elisha that she had a job for her. After all, she must do everything for Carol. Elisha suddenly opened her eyes and sucked in a loud breath. She's safe, and these horrors are left behind. She noticed Lucerne out of the corner of her eye and completely relaxed, and he stroked her cheek and asked that she had a nightmare. She turned her head in his direction to prolong the moment of this tenderness and thought that she was really still sleeping. The thought flashed through her head that in that dream about the past, and now this man saved her. Would it be a mistake to assume that he treats her with tenderness? She liked the care with which he treated her, and at the same time it frightened her, but she was drawn to him, needing these caresses. Lucerne looked at her intently, and the fire of passion flared up in his eyes again, and he joyfully said that he thought it was hard for her, so he restrained himself and stopped at one time. He bent over her and warned that if she looked at him with such a look, then he would have no choice but to live up to her expectations. And without allowing Elisha to utter a word, he covered her mouth with his and kissed her passionately, again awakening in her sensuality and the flame of passion. So the night flew by, and they appeared in high society only the next day. Lucerne led his wife through the hall, holding her hand tightly. Everyone turned around after them. They stopped, and Elisha froze, not daring to raise her head. The effect of the drug had already worn off by that time, but the looks of these people burned. She glanced briefly at Lucerne. He stood proudly raising his head, and seemed not to care at all about these views. Suddenly, from the direction of the stairs, someone joyfully shouted his name. It was a young blonde girl. She had a graceful, slender figure. Elisha turned towards this voice and looked intently at the girl going down the stairs. Elisha knew her. That was the only princess of the empire, Ilion, one of the most influential figures of the next generation. She approached them and, happily smiling at Lucerne, asked what happened. He and his mother were waiting for them. Elisha watched them exchange pleasantries. Now she was a soldier in the active army, the main representative of the imperial family, and the patron of Lucerne. The Empire princess shifted her gaze to Elisha and looked at her with interest. As befits etiquette, Elisha bowed to greet the princess, and she introduced herself, saying that her name was Elisha Delore. Elisha looked up at her and looked intently at the girl standing in front of them. She also knew that the princess would propose to Lucerne in 5 years. And although the proposal was made for political purposes, this memory unpleasantly offended Elisha. The princess continued to laugh and said that if Lucerne missed this meeting, her father would probably be angry. And the general replied that he would try not to be late. And Elisha noted that since the relationship between them is such that the princess can calmly address him by name, then there could be other reasons. She turned to Elisha again and said with regret in her voice that it was a pity. She had so hoped yesterday that Lucerne would introduce his wife to them. Elisha was amazed again. After all, if the princess was talking about yesterday, then, apparently, she was talking about the dinner to which Lucerne invited her. And this guess again unpleasantly pricked her heart. Elisha was lost in her thoughts, and, as if through a fog, she heard the princess inviting them to come to her palace later. She wanted to talk to them without rushing. Elisha quietly clenched her fist. This means that Lucerne was not going to eat with her, but to introduce her to the princess. For some reason, this was unpleasant for her. The next morning, Lucerne left early in the morning, without waiting for Elisha to wake up. Elisha woke up, and the maid, opening the curtains, told her that the gentleman had immediately left for a meeting in the palace. And she added that if he had already gone there, he would not return for several days. These words filled Elisha's heart with longing. And trying to somehow cheer herself up, she asked herself the question, what's been happening to her lately? She thought that maybe it was the image of Lucerne, which was so different from what she saw in her previous life. Although at that time they did not meet in person very often, she learned all the information about him from the terrible rumors that haunted him. She touched her lips with her fingers, which still remembered his kisses, and she thought that compared to all these rumors, he was much gentler. Elisha sat up on the bed and shook her head several times, trying to get rid of these obsessive thoughts. Her attention was drawn to the maids who were talking while standing in the doorway of her room. Elisha wondered if something had happened to make Sophie look so worried. She stood up and approached the girls and asked what happened. And Sophie said that Knight Nora could not forgive herself, that because of her oversight, an accident happened to her mistress. Confusion reigned in the knight's hall. Lapis and his twin brother tried to reason with Nora. She was held by other knights. Ian tried to persuade her to stop, and she, as if mad, shouted that she could not fulfill her knightly duty and was ready to atone for her mistake with her death. And she waved the blade and tried to take her own life. Elisha entered the room and called her name and asked what she was doing. Nora immediately calmed down. The knights holding her let go of her hands and turned to Elisha. A few moments later, the knights vacated the room so that the lady could speak with Nora alone. Elisha bowed her head and said that the knight's life belongs to his master. And instead of taking responsibility, she chose to escape. And it was completely unlike her. Nora was silent, and Elisha asked that this was her way of taking responsibility. Elisha handed her a napkin with dried flowers on it, and she asked if she remembered the dried pansies that everyone receives in the monastery when they take their first oath. Looking at the confused Nora, Elisha said that she knew that she grew up in a monastery, and smiling, she said that she also grew up there, in the monastery of the Archbishop of the Rosary. Although immediately after leaving there, Elisha found herself in the hands of Cartier, and Nora became a knight. Elisha said, smiling, that a person who truly reveals himself in his place is like a light shining from afar. And for her, Nora was just such a person. And so Elisha asked me to promise her that she would not do anything like that again. Nora, kneeling on one knee, bowed before her and said that she, Knight Nora, swears to her mistress that she would lay down her life in her protection. Lucerne, meanwhile, was in the imperial palace. She and the princess were walking from fencing lessons, and she jokingly shoved him in the side with her fist and said that today she understood why he took the day off. She playfully smiled and said that his wife was a real beauty. But Lucerne went further, and without looking at the princess, said that if you think like that, then he did not give her permission to call him by name. At the same time, he looked concentrated and gloomy. In surprise, the princess turned and looked at him, but he was still restrained and said in a cold tone that even though she had been calling him that since childhood, but now he has a wife, and so he expressed the hope that in the future she would refrain from such treatment. The princess, not taking his words seriously, again pushed him in the side, asking why he was so cruel. And this is in their relationship. He just glanced at her with fiery red eyes, and the princess realized that he was not in the best mood for jokes. She choked and immediately said that she understood. And now they will call him General. They continued on their way, and Lucerne asked her how they even knew that he had booked a hotel yesterday. But she brushed it off, saying that he never introduced his wife, so she was curious. She asked to forgive her if she was rude. The princess looked at Lucerne. There was sadness in her eyes, and she thought that even though she had known him for a long time, they were quite close. But sometimes something slips through him that makes him involuntarily shrink. But she had never seen him smile before. The princess walked half a step forward and asked him what kind of person his wife was. This simple question made Lucerne wince, and the princess, stretching, said that she hoped that he did not communicate with her in the same way as he had just with the princess. And she added so that he would know that noble ladies are quite sensitive. But Lucerne answered her that his wife only had manners from a noble lady. He said that she was careful and unbending, and she has hundreds of thoughts in her head that he doesn't even know about. Such a description made the princess look around. Lucerne walked thoughtfully, looking at the floor. He said that she was a very interesting girl, and this rather strange description was imbued with a tenderness that she had not seen before in Lucerne. This means there was truly something special about his wife. After all, his eyes lit up with the fire of passion and delight when he talked about her. And it seems that even Lucerne himself was not aware of the feelings his wife aroused in him. 3 days have passed since he stayed in the castle. That night, another ceremonial reception followed, and many representatives of the nobility gathered in the castle. They discussed the fact that the general received the Soji feud and the Noron forest as a trophy after the war. It was also discussed that before this, he did not have a noble title, and everything went to the country. It seems that it was not in vain that he got married and received the title. The women said that his wife did not appear at the receptions because she was not feeling well. Others gossiped that it was hard to believe and expressed doubt that maybe this was still a contract marriage. But someone said that they didn't even know. After all, Baroness Aiden saw the general and his wife at the hotel for 3 days. Lucerne kept to itself. He sat alone in a chair and thought that he had been here for the 3rd day, and he was already tired of all this. But there was still a matter that needed to be dealt with. Lucerne sat with a glass in his hand, and his face was concentrated. He was at a reception in the imperial palace, but his thoughts were far from here. He thought that there was still a matter worth dealing with. His mind replayed the memories like still images. Here is a picture of his defenseless wife sitting on the ground with her head bowed helplessly. Someone dared to mock her. The next picture is that she is sitting in bed after all the ups and downs, and with weak hands holds a cup of medicinal tea that he prepared for her. I want to protect her from the whole world. Lucerne fell even deeper into his thoughts. His gaze became foggy. He stroked her cheek gently, wanting to touch her and support her, and she suddenly clung to this hand, as if seeking protection and trusting him. Lucerne shuddered. He found himself thinking about her now for no reason. And then he thought that it seemed that the time he spent in the palace was enough to please the emperor. It's time to go home. He stood up and was about to leave. But at that moment, Ian approached him. Apparently, he had important news. He leaned towards Lucerne and reported something to him. And at the end, he said that it seemed they wanted to see how Lucerne would react to the insult. Ian bowed down in front of him, and Lucerne clenched his fist in rage so that the veins bulged on his hand, and asked what was coming out. They were wondering whether he would throw out his defiled wife or not. Ian said yes. Lucerne's eyes lit up with an evil fire, and he ominously said that apparently he would have to postpone his return home a little. He thought about Marquise Fulmon, and he ordered Ian to prepare everything. Marquis Fulmon is one of those who trembles over the secrecy of his personal life. He is afraid of his wealthy wife, because it was thanks to her and her blood connection with the royal family that he was able to raise his family again. And to be honest, he is simply afraid of losing her money. The Marquise was now in the hands of Lucerne. On his orders, he was grabbed and handcuffed. He was involved in the situation that happened to Alicia, and now the hour of reckoning has come. When the blindfold was torn from his eyes and he saw Lucerne in front of him, his fear turned into horror. Lucerne sat in front of him on a chair and smoked a cigarette. He looked at Marquise Fulmon with a piercing gaze. There was also contempt in this look. He took another drag and said that it looked like the Marquise had a very bad hobby. Illegal gambling house, then? He was closely followed. He regularly visited this establishment and had fun there in the company of young girls. And one evening, he was incredibly lucky. He won 3 games in a row and was offered a spot in their VIP room. It was Ian dressed as a girl, and from how much the Marquise lost his vigilance, he smiled. Everything went according to plan. And now, when the Marquise was in their arms, Ian said, smiling, that he even took the girls with him. Had a lot of fun. The Marquise recognized this dealer from the gambling house. Lucerne asked permission to introduce him to Knight Ian from the Order of the Black Lion, and the Marquise said in surprise that he was a man. And then he screamed that, how dare he do this? Fulmon is an aristocrat of the Empire. While Ian was talking with Lucerne, Marquis Fulmon, ingratiatingly, said that this was just a gambling house. But suddenly, right next to his feet, a bag of tools fell with a clang. And that was a bad omen. The Marquise was again seized with horror. Are they going to torture him? He stuttered, addressing the general, that there seemed to be some kind of misunderstanding. He wanted to add something else, but the words got stuck in his throat. Lucerne leaned over sharply and grabbed the Marquis by the chin and asked that he really thought he would get away with it after touching his wife. The Marquis trembled, and Lucerne continued to ask questions. Shouldn't he have been prepared for this? You have to pay for everything in the world. Ian smiled cheerfully and said not to worry so much. When it's all over, the best wizards of the Empire will erase his memory. The Marquis will open his eyes already in the hotel, in a state of alcoholic intoxication, with traces of sexual intercourse, and at the same time not remembering anything at all. Such a prospect meant complete collapse for the Marquis. Lucerne took the hammer and began to approach him, saying that cheating, his wife would be so upset. He may not even forgive him for this until the end of his life. The clatter of feet could be heard in the corridor. Someone was in a hurry, almost running. It was Lapis. His face was shining. Yesterday he taught Marquise Fulmon, who was behind those people who attacked the lady, a lesson. And if only he had not been ordered to remain silent, he would definitely have boasted to her. Right near the door, he met Sophie with a tray in her hands, and he asked what she had. The girl replied that this was today's newspaper, and she was just about to take it to the lady. Lapis looked at her with his magical, enchanting gaze, and the girl asked that he could take the newspaper to the lady instead of her. This was exactly what he needed. He was so imbued with Elisha's kindness that he did not miss a single opportunity to talk to her or do something pleasant. He opened the door, and Elisha looked at him and, smiling, said welcome and offered to have a cup of tea. Lapis raised the newspaper and joyfully announced that he had brought correspondence. But at that same moment, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed what was published on the title page. He didn't like this, and, with a change in his face, he hid the newspaper behind his back, and such a reaction on his part alerted and alarmed Elisha, and she asked what had happened. Lapis tried to get out of it by saying no, but Elisha was already near him, and bending down, asked that something interesting had been published in the newspaper. He squeezed the newspaper in his hand and thought, why? Lapis did not want to upset the lady, and the newspaper published an article with the headline that a moment of intimacy between the princess and the general was seized and their photo was posted. He kept wondering why such an article was published. At that moment, Lucerne arrived at his mansion. He looked at the building in the distance, and it was as if some force was urging him on. He was looking forward to meeting her, the girl who occupied all his thoughts, his wife. The servants bowed in respect and congratulated him on his return. Meanwhile, Lapis, in order to distract Elisha from the newspaper, said that he wanted an apple, and he unceremoniously began to push her towards the sofa on which she was sitting. Elisha asked that he wants an apple right now. She was surprised by his reaction, and he quietly threw the newspaper on the floor and replied that he wanted it even before coming here. Elisha said that she needed to tell the maid about this, and so it all ended with him sitting and eating apples, personally cut by the lady. But thoughts about the newspaper did not leave him, and he decided that he would have to burn all the newspapers in the mansion before she saw them. Elisha, peeling another apple, turning to Lapis, said that she heard that, on the first page of today's newspaper, there is an article about the princess and Lucerne. He looked at her upset and asked what she knew about this, and Elisha, smiling good-naturedly, asked if he would like some more apples. She felt his concern and that he did not want to upset her. The butler was surprised when Lucerne returned late at night, without any warning a few days ago, and he left at dawn. He was worried that he didn't even get a chance to rest properly. At that moment, the door to the office opened and Lucerne appeared on the threshold. He managed to tell the butler, who was following him, that nothing was going to happen in the near future, so he would not be so busy. He froze on the threshold and said in surprise that he felt a strong discrepancy with what he saw here last time. And the butler said that in the 2 months that he was absent here, a lot had changed. Lucerne said that it looks like they did some spring cleaning here, and the butler bowed his head and said that it was all thanks to the lady. Planning the placement of items in the house, and organizing the storage of expensive things, increasing the efficiency of servants through the effective distribution of labor time. Lucerne glanced sideways at him, and he continued to list everything, saying that increasing people's desire to work by increasing rest time and much more. She did all this alone. He turned and went in search of his wife on the stairs. He noticed the servants talking without noticing him, and heard one girl say to the other that how could she not give her away, looking into those eyes? And she added that the lady must certainly find out how much Mr. Lapis loves her. This statement offended him, and he stared at them with his arms crossed over his chest. He was silent, but the girls, noticing him, began to nervously apologize and tried to retreat from his sight as quickly as possible. But at that moment, Corin burst into the hall with a bag of bread under his arm and one loaf in his hands. His face shone, and without noticing Lucerne, he demanded that the butler answer him, "Where is the lady now?" He wanted to say that he had brought a lot of bread, but when he saw Lucerne, darkened with anger, he stopped mid-sentence. Lucerne said that everyone was so eagerly looking for a meeting with his wife, whom he had not even seen yet. The butler shuddered at the calm tone in which the general pronounced this phrase. This did not bode well, and he tried to rectify the situation by saying that it was all because the lady was a very kind and caring person. Lucerne grinned and repeated, "What does it mean she is kind and caring?" And the butler confirmed this by saying that she had resolved the difficulties of the servants and dealt with the problem of the night's food, and also increased the percentage of productivity. The general frowned. "So it's only towards him that she's so careful?" He covered his face with his hand, and the servant stood tensely awaiting his decision. After a few seconds, Lucerne said that he must see his wife. He asked, "Where is she?" Elisha peeled another apple and continued her conversation with Lapis. He asked if the content of this article upset her. He sat and thoughtfully continued to eat an apple. She replied that she didn't even know. She looked intently at the apple and said that she knew that the general and the princess were not on such terms. Besides, she paused and then continued that if there was something between them, she still couldn't do anything. There was sadness in the depths of her eyes. This did not escape the attentive Lapis, and he jumped up from his seat and fervently asked whether he should teach the general a lesson. But Elisha smiled and asked what he meant. Lucerne stood outside the door and saw how they had a nice conversation. Elisha kept smiling at Lapis. He came out of the shadows and looked at them reproachfully. Elisha noticed his gaze and his arms crossed over his chest. She called him by name. Irritation radiated from him. And this became even more noticeable when he said that it seemed that he had interfered with their friendly and carefree pastime. He walked up to the chair in which Lapis was sitting and growled at him to get out of here and not bother the lady of this house. Lapis got up from his chair and, taking a plate of sliced apples, said that the lady never said that he was boring her. Lucerne ordered him to leave the plate of apples here and sat down in the chair where Lapis had sat. Elisha also got up from her seat and, looking at Lucerne, thought that, why does he look like he's in a bad mood now? She went up to the table to pick up a plate of apples and thought that she could not understand him at all. But Lucerne stopped her, asking why she didn't peel the apples for him. Alicia asked that if he wanted apples, she would immediately call Sophie. Meanwhile, Lucerne's attention was attracted by a crumpled newspaper that was lying on the table. He took the newspaper in his hands and, unfolding it, said that it was not necessary. He wanted to eat something peeled by her hands, be it an apple or a peach, and then, looking at her over the newspaper, he slyly said that since this had happened, then let her feed him in bed. Alicia replied that he just arrived home after so much time, and the first thing about, but she didn't have time to finish. Lucerne suddenly grabbed her wrist with his hand and pulled her towards him, saying that he thought she had bewitched only him. He intertwined their fingers and continued by saying that it turned out that this was not the case. It seems like all the people in this house are in love with her. But Elisha objected that when was she the one who bewitched him? Lucerne raised her palm to his lips and planted a kiss on her delicate skin and asked what she didn't remember. She undressed on the first day of their meeting and snuck into his room in the middle of the night. He pulled her towards him and, looking into her eyes, said that she even managed to drag him down the aisle. And this despite the fact that he never intended to get married. Lucerne touched her full, parted lips. They attracted him with their sweetness. He asked her to look into his eyes.
You said that she had a good memory and pressed a kiss to her lips. She was his passion, captivating his mind and heart.
Suddenly, he pulled away and ordered her to take off her clothes. Elisha was taken aback and doubtfully asked, "What right now?" This man was confusing her. He was overcome with passion and said that he wanted to look at her. The depressing thoughts that he had a good time with the princess in the imperial palace. And now, having returned home, he is trying to satisfy his needs with her. Captured Elisha. She looked upset and unhappy. Of course, nothing can be done, because she is his contract wife. But she said that she did not want to undress alone. Lucerne looked at her in surprise. Why isn't he angry with her? After all, he was accustomed to the unquestioning fulfillment of all his whims, and earlier, such stubbornness would have caused anger. But the next moment, a smile played on his lips, and he instantly took off his shirt and asked if she was happy now. Alicia looked at his bare torso. Something unusual caught her attention. These were traces of deep wounds, scars. A large scar stretched from the armpit under the breast and further down the stomach. Elisha mechanically, without realizing it, touched it, and already knowing the answer to her question, asked, "What is it?" Lucerne froze at her touch and answered in an even voice that he received this in the temple. She ran her fingers along the stripe that crisscrossed his strong body, and he continued by saying that, as a child, he lived in a temple under the leadership of Uncle Merc. She looked up at him and asked that he lived in the temple and received a wound there. It was incomprehensible to her, and sympathy and pain froze in her eyes. His gaze became hazy. She stirred up memories of a difficult and cruel childhood in him. And this look of hers, he does not accept pity. He pulled away from her and sat down on the bed with a heavy sigh, and then said that if an orphan living in such a place commits a bad act, he will be whipped as punishment. Elisha quietly sat down next to him and asked that he was a bad child. Lucerne, still captivated by memories, replied that by their standards, apparently, yes. Elisha was in deep thought when suddenly he covered her hand with his and said that enough talking. Before she even had time to come to her senses, he threw her onto her back and, pressing her to the bed, sat on top. Lucerne leaned towards her face so close that his breath could be felt on her skin and said that he could no longer hold back, but her body was still too weak. Alicia leaned back on the pillows and closed her eyes in embarrassment, because Lucerne said that it would not be easy for him to do this slowly, and began to cover her neck with tender kisses. She thought that she felt strange, but at the same time, she did not feel unpleasant. His touch kindled in her a fire of passion unknown to her before. She felt good with him, and she was worried. Is this normal? But passion had already covered her with a hot wave, and she arched forward to meet it, wanting to quench this fire. She wanted to love him, but somewhere in the depths of her consciousness beat the thought that she was just a pledge. Alicia woke up and stirred. There was twilight all around. She felt that Lucerne was nearby, even though she was lying with her back to him. She thought it was already night, which means they spent the whole day with him, in bed. At that moment, Lucerne pressed himself against her from behind and kissed her on the shoulder. And then he asked that she had already woken up, and Alicia told him that she couldn't even move. But still holding her tightly in his arms, he said that she still needed to get up, wash herself, and put on something beautiful. Alicia looked at him in surprise, and he replied that they would eat outside today. And then, leaning back on his side of the bed, he added that last time they never managed to do this. They came to the restaurant. It was quite noisy and crowded. Alicia looked around and noted that all eyes were directed in his direction. And then she looked at Lucerne and thought that they were looking at him because he was handsome or... At this time, Lucerne expressed his dissatisfaction with the fact that they had to wait a long time for a place, and Alicia came to the conclusion that it was probably all because of his notoriety. But finally, they decided on a place, and pushing back the chair, he invited her to sit down. This was gallant of him and unusual for Alicia. She thanked him. They sat down at the table, and while they were waiting for dinner, Alicia looked around every now and then, as if she was expecting to see someone. In the end, Lucerne could not stand it and angrily asked her that she was looking for something. Alicia replied that no, nothing. She hesitated, and then continued that the offer of dinner had come so unexpectedly, so she wondered if he wanted to introduce her to someone. And she thought that the princess, for example. But she didn't say anything out loud. She felt uncomfortable with these thoughts. She even involuntarily clenched her fists. They brought wine, and Lucerne, looking at her, asked what she was talking about, and without waiting for an answer, he said that he was having dinner with his wife. Do we really need any introductions now? Alicia looked at him in surprise. It was so unusual for her that he called her his wife. And besides, he said this in such a tone as if there was no contract or other agreements between them. And it was nice. Suddenly, one of the doors of the restaurant where they were sitting opened with a roar, and a half-naked man appeared on the threshold. He could barely stand on his feet and kept repeating that a man dressed as a girl had attacked him. All attention turned to this man. He was clearly not himself. And besides, his whole body was stained with women's lipstick, and a woman's nightgown hung over his shoulders. A whisper immediately spread around the hall that this was not the staircase leading to the hotel. Someone nearby said that, just look at him. He looks like he was caught by his wife cheating. Alicia also looked at this man with rounded eyes. This man, he was familiar to her. Isn't this Carol's father, the Marquis of Fulmon? At this time, restaurant employees approached him and tried to take him out of the room, saying that he was their client, but he should not behave like that. But the Marquis grabbed the hand of one of them and began to ask them to hide him. But they were already dragging him away from the hall, not paying attention to his words. And the Marquis continued to scream like crazy that a man dressed as a woman was looking for him. Alicia was amazed. Why does Count Fulmon, known for his excellent relationship with his wife, stay in this form? Lucerne took a glass of wine and raised it to his lips and said mysteriously, "What an interesting sight." An equally mysterious and contented smile played on his lips. At this time, Alicia was thinking about her own thoughts. She was lost in memories. Here Carol is standing in front of her, and Alicia is sitting on her knees on the floor in front of her. She says that not so long ago, her mother turned to a fortune teller for a prediction. Her eyes flashed green emerald fire, and she asked if Elisha knew what she told her. That some sinister person has stuck to Jacob. Her friend, who was sitting in the room and heard everything, added that this rubbish was stealing all the men from her. They turned their gaze to Elisha and asked, interestingly, who is that girl who is constantly hanging around them? She understood that another reprisal awaited her. Elisha returned to reality and, sipping wine from a glass, thought that she had to endure a lot of suffering at the hands of these two girls. And also, she remembered how Marquis Fulman himself punished her, ordering her to beat a defenseless girl. He said she was a whore, and how dare she put her hands on his daughter's man. Because of her, she is sad and crying bitterly. There was no one to protect Elisha. She also cried a lot because of their groundless suspicions and cruel reprisals. And now, thinking that this had happened, she put the glass on the table. The struggling and screaming Marquis was dragged out of the hall. He finally lost his human appearance, and Elisha thought that their family was filled with an unshakable confidence that she was out to get Carol's man. Elisha looked down. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she thought, why? Definitely, some unpleasant situation must have been the reason. Lucerne didn't take his eyes off her. He tapped his fingers on the table, and then asked what she was thinking about so deeply. But Elisha shrugged it off as nothing. Her eyes darkened as memories came flooding back. After being reborn, her memories seemed incomplete. She remembered most of the events, but something eluded her. Lucerne again attracted her attention by saying that she was still looking in that direction. And he asked that she felt sorry for that man, but Elisha replied that who was he for her to feel sorry for him? And then Lucerne said that this was Marquis Fulman, Carol's father. Elisha looked straight at Lucerne. Did she think he was probing her? Suspicion crept into her head. Lucerne sat in front of her in a relaxed position. Elisha thought again that it couldn't be that this incident with the Marquis was his doing, but she said out loud that this is how it is. And she added that apparently Carol took after her father. Lucerne smiled. He was pleased. He avenged his wife. He didn't just punish her offenders, he ruined their lives. He watched Elisha eat and asked if it tasted good to her. She replied that yes, she likes it. His smile became wider, and he said that he was glad to hear this. This girl captivated him more and more. Long after midnight, they returned home. The carriage wheels rumbled along the pavement. Lanterns burned on poles. They sat in the carriage opposite each other. Lucerne broke the silence by asking where Elisha could find cooks for the mansion. A smile appeared on her face, and she said that she first decided to make inquiries at the best inn in the area. As a result, it turned out that army cooks had previously been responsible for cooking in his house. She thought that he wouldn't like it, and her smile faded. She lowered her head and said that this is why she decided to attract them again and put them under the chief cook. It's not against military regulations as long as they're all on the mansion grounds, so there's no need to worry. She was worried that Lucerne would be angry, but he said that he was not worried. He's just wondering how she came to this decision. He asked that the Archbishop of the Rosary helped her, but Elisha replied that she never gave ready-made solutions. A smile touched her lips again at the memory of the Rosary, and she continued that she taught her one method instead. If you need answers, choose the right people and the right place to ask your questions. Lucerne asked the next question he was interested in. What about the trading book? And how did she decide on the food supplier? The girl replied that she learned how to keep a trading book in a monastery. She looked at Lucerne, who was sitting gloomily opposite with his arms crossed over his chest, and said that as for the supply of products, she simply held repeated negotiations with existing suppliers. He was silent, and then suddenly, he sharply leaned towards Elisha and asked that since when was she so smart? Is it really from birth? Elisha turned away from him and replied that as a child, she had absolutely no money because her father did not pay for her stay in the monastery, and in order to survive, she needed a livelihood. Therefore, every time she visited the nearest village, she carefully looked around the market. This is how she learned that branded goods, wine, cheeses, etc., are sold at a higher price, after which she immediately began creating a trademark for the monastery. And she even showed how best to promote alcohol, saying that it was made by monks from Morning Dew. Thus, his selling price almost doubled, and Miss Rosaria took her on as a student. Lucerne said admiringly that how amazing this is. And then, grabbing her hand, he pulled her towards him and sat her in his arms, saying that it was interesting. Did he take possession of her, or did she pull him towards her? He looked at her with his fiery gaze. Her story touches the soul more and more with every word she utters. Isn't this too suspicious? If she was so smart by the age of 14, then she must have lived more than one life? He felt her tremble in his arms, and then looked intently into his eyes. Was she definitely hiding something? Elisha turned away from him and said, "What's wrong with this? After all, there are people like Lapis in the world. At 14 years old, he is already the second most powerful wizard in the Empire." Then she suddenly looked at him intently again, and said that she would certainly be able to cope well with the role of his wife. And if there are appropriate rewards, she will try even harder. It looked like a deal. Lucerne was struck by such a speech and said that it was impressive. He touched her face with his palm and said that he would call the jeweler. And she can buy whatever she wants. But Elisha removed his hand and said that she did not need the jewelry. Moreover, she is not going to go out in the near future. She lowered her eyes and thought that, although, after the divorce, they would probably be useful to her, but now it is much more important to make Lucerne the head. But Lucerne raised her palm to his lips and, imprinting his kiss on it, asked what she didn't say about the reward. And Alicia replied that she would prefer a journey to these jewels. Lucerne looked at her carefully and asked, "Does she want to travel the whole world?" But Elisha replied that no, the nearby hot springs would be enough, and she added that if he is busy, she can go alone. He thought about it. This girl was not materialistic. She refused the jewelry, although anyone else in her place would certainly have agreed, and said that since we are talking about the nearest hot springs, then this is Ulif. He pressed her closer to him and agreed that, okay, let's go. And Alicia asked incredulously, "What's true?" He looked at her and asked why she was happy. He was pleased to please her with such a small thing. Elisha was jubilant, but she said with restraint that she really wanted to go there. Although her face was glowing with delight, he pulled her close to him, and she leaned her head on his chest, and he kissed the top of her head. And she felt so warm and comfortable in his arms. The next morning, their belongings were loaded into the carriage. The servants discussed among themselves in surprise, asking one another, that the two of them were going on a honeymoon to Ulif? The other servant replied that all they could think about was their master and the honeymoon. This is so unlike him. Elisha gave out the last instructions, and Lucerne waited impatiently for her near the carriage. She gave the notepad to the employee and said that here was a sample menu for the soldiers during their absence. She also wrote down the necessary ingredients and their approximate cost. Lucerne could not stand it and muttered that she spent the whole night with the trading book and parted with it only before the trip with her husband. What kind of wife does this? But Elisha did not give up and said that it was natural. They won't be able to take care of running the mansion once they leave. At that moment, someone called her, and she turned her head in that direction. Laszlo and Lapis stood in front of her. Elisha asked them that something had happened, and Laszlo said that he had heard that his brother had caused her a lot of inconvenience. Elisha noted to herself that Laszlo turned out to be much more mature than her brother. And at that moment, Laszlo, nudging Lapis with his elbow, said that that's why they had prepared a gift for her for their trip. Lapis opened his palms, and on them lay a bracelet, with several threads with a small bell on one of them. He shyly said that it was nothing special. Elisha thanked them, saying what a lovely bracelet, and immediately put it on her hand. But Lapis told her that it was not just a bracelet. Laszlo added that if there was dark magic or unclean energy nearby, the bell on it would immediately ring. Lucerne watched gloomily as the two showered their gifts on his wife, and she answered with delight that it was the first time she had received such a gift, and she promised Laszlo and Lapis that she would definitely wear it. The twins wished her a good trip and bowed in respect. But before Elisha had time to answer them, Lucerne suddenly hugged her from behind and whispered in her ear that she said that this was the first time she had received such a wonderful gift. He led her to the carriage, continuing to hug her shoulders, and Elisha told him that she said that because she was grateful. And he incredulously asked what was true. And then he looked at her and said that then he should properly entertain her on their trip so that she would never say that to anyone again. Elisha looked at him warily, not knowing what was really hidden under his words. When they arrived in Ulif and checked into a hotel, Elisha could not contain her surprise at the luxury that surrounded them. She said restrainedly that what a beautiful room. Lucerne also looked around and asked what was all she could say. He looked in her direction and said that she could openly show her admiration. This is the most luxurious hotel in Ulifa, just right for a honeymoon. Elisha looked at him and repeated the words about the honeymoon, and her heart skipped a beat. Lucerne acted as if everything was real, and she was afraid to believe it. The manager entered the room and bowed and said that it was a great honor for him to welcome the general and his wife to their hotel. He smiled welcomingly and said that if it wasn't a burden for them, then perhaps they would appear at their reception today. But Lucerne said that this was burdensome. He said this in such an angry tone that the manager was embarrassed and seemed about to lose consciousness. Elisha intervened in their conversation and, approaching the manager, encouraged him by saying that they would certainly come and thanked him for the invitation. And the manager bowed and hurried away so that the general would not convince his wife otherwise. As soon as they were left alone, Lucerne displeasedly asked her that why should they go there if they didn't have the slightest desire. But Elisha told him that attending a ball organized at such a resort would undoubtedly bring great benefits. After all, here you can establish connections with those people who are difficult to meet in everyday life. But he hugged her and said that all he wanted was not to get out of bed with her for days on end. Elisha tensed like a string, but still, she was pleased to hear that he was so interested in her. But still she thought that this was what she had feared. We must quickly take the situation into our own hands. She deftly twisted herself out of his arms and said that there wasn't much time left before the reception. They needed to start preparing now, thus making it clear that his plans are crumbling. In the evening, when they went down to the hall, Elisha was surprised at how many people had gathered, and Lucerne told her that now was the height of the season. Elisha looked around and then asked Lucerne how he planned to introduce her to people. He only looked at her out of the corner of his eye and said that, of course, as his wife. There was an insult in his voice, and he asked, "Are there other options?" Elisha wanted to say that but stopped mid-sentence. Elisha was saddened, thinking that many people must be hoping that Lucerne would have a relationship with the princess. He looked at his wife searchingly. He noticed the sadness in her eyes, and as if reading her thoughts, he took her hand and said that he had met the princess in the palace only once, and this was on the day that article was published, and the portrait of them and her is just an artist's imagination. Elisha looked at him and said, "What is it like?" And Lucerne said that it seemed to him that such things did not bother her, but Elisha, taking his arm, said that this was not so. But since he told her this now, it means that it is so. And he smiled at her and said that she was so wonderfully meek, and Elisha thought that she could feel people's gazes. Everyone really looked at them full of curiosity. It is unlikely that they say anything good about them. Are they gossiping that the general married a poor aristocrat just for the sake of status? She automatically clenched the fabric of her skirt and thought it didn't matter. You can't lose heart. She even prepared a dress for tonight. 2 men were already moving towards them. One of them said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and the second congratulated him on another victory. One of them noticed Elisha and asked that the girl next to him must be his wife. And he said that she was as beautiful as he had heard. Elisha thanked him and said that they probably had something to talk about, so she would leave them, and the gentleman again admired that she had a sense of beauty to match. She left, leaving them alone, and they all continued to look after her, examining her proud posture. Lucerne also looked after her. He didn't want to let her go. He didn't want these strangers to look at her. It seems that the general is having no easier time at this reception than his wife. She walked up to the table with drinks and only managed to exhale. How other ladies immediately approached her. They looked at her with curiosity and asked that she was Lady Elisha. Elisha greeted them, and they responded by saying that it was nice to meet her in such a place. They struck up small talk with her, and the first thing they asked was whether she had heard about what happened to Marquise Fulman. They say he was caught in a very inappropriate state. Marquise Fulman even fell ill after learning about this, and they asked her what she thought about it. Alicia looked at them and thought that the Cartiers were known for their bad relationships within the family, so these ladies seemed to think that she would talk bad things behind their backs. And Alicia replied that she was not particularly familiar with what was happening in the secular society of the capital. And in order to change the conversation, she asked what is more important. Are there any interesting events planned here in the near future? And one of the interlocutors said that a temple festival would happen soon. At the last such festival, a fragment of the bone of the prophet Listramp was sold. They say that thanks to this small fragment, the price of their lands has increased incredibly. They say that the relics of seers and saints bestow blessings. It looks like that's the case. And another lady said that even in death they help people, and reverently added that, what nobility. Elisha walked away from them, smiling thoughtfully. She thought that they were selling fragments of the bones of saints for a lot of money, but did not disclose where the proceeds actually went. Is this really nobility? Suddenly, she heard a voice behind her. A painfully familiar voice. He asked mockingly, "Who we have here?" Elisha tensed. She turned and looked. Her memory did not fail her. Marco Cartier stood in front of her, grinning, and he asked, "Isn't this Lady Alicia?" Lucerne, meanwhile, could not get rid of the company of annoying interlocutors. And at some point, one of them exclaimed in warning, addressing the general. Looking behind the general, he said that this is the girl who seduces and takes away a new man every night. And it looks like her target today was the general. At that moment, a certain lady actually approached him and grabbed him by the arm, and said that she had heard that lately he and his wife had been enjoying marital harmony. She squeezed his shoulder and whispered languidly that the life of the newlyweds was undoubtedly good, but she could teach him something more interesting. Lucerne abruptly pulled his hand out of her grasp, not caring that he could hurt her. His gaze was repulsive. The woman covered her face with a fan, was silent for a few seconds, and said insinuatingly that his wife was, without a doubt, very beautiful. But she didn't even wear new dresses. He rejected her. And so rude, too. And when Lucerne said what nonsense she was talking about, the lady said that she noticed that the edge of her hem was processed in a way popular several years ago. And she added, smiling maliciously, that if you are going to repair an old dress, then do it impeccably. Otherwise, you risk becoming the target of gossip. Lucerne silently looked around the hall in search of his wife. He saw her almost instantly. She stood at the far end of the hall and talked to a man. He recognized him. Meanwhile, Marco said that, just think, the girl who until recently was Jacob's servant is now Lady Alicia. He mockingly said that the world has improved a lot and laughed. Alicia was confused by such a meeting and said that she didn't think he remembered her name. She said that she, however, had nothing to say to him. She turned sharply and said that she would go, but Marco was not going to let her go so easily and irritably shouted after her to wait. He brazenly grabbed her hand and pulled her towards him. Elisha did not expect such impudence, and he looked at her threateningly and said that it was better for her to be obedient and quietly follow him. 1 moment passed, and they were already standing on the night terrace. He pushed her towards the railing. Elisha indignantly asked what he allows himself, and Marco began to creep closer to her, saying that he had heard from Arian that Elisha had really stuck to Lucerne and was doing all sorts of perversions with him. He came close to her and grabbed her by the shoulders and hissed that Lucerne would never become the leader in her life. So why shouldn't she think about choosing the right side? He grinned unctuously and suggested that instead of being content with the position of the lawful wife of a bastard, wouldn't it be better to become the mistress of the next chapter? Elisha was horrified at the thought that this man was now seducing her. She remembered that even in a past life, he allowed himself to touch her more than once, to put his hands on her knees. He felt some strange desire for her, and these signs of his attention every time made Elisha shrink in disgust. She pulled herself together and, looking into his eyes, confidently asked what was true. So, Mr. Marco is the next head? Her confident tone made him let go of her and move away. A sinister smile appeared on Elisha's lips. She said that when she meets the head, she can ask him about this. Will Mr. Marco really lead the family in the next generation? Marco, having coped with the first shock of her pressure, clenched his fists in anger and said that she was a bitch, and how dare she mock him. But then he heard Lucerne's voice behind him, saying that his wife was not one of those who mocked others. Most likely it was Marco who told her something interesting. Marco turned around in surprise. His face distorted into a grimace. He could calmly threaten Elisha, but competing with Lucerne was not part of his plans. Meanwhile, Lucerne asked if he could repeat what he said there. Marco turned pale and muttered through his teeth that he didn't say anything. But Lucerne had already released ominous shadows and said that he had a short memory. As Uncle Mirka said, if a person is stupid, then it's worth driving knowledge into his head properly. The shadows grabbed Marco's throat. He began to choke, gasping for air. But it was impossible to breathe. He fell to his knees and clutched his throat, coughing as he tried to regain his breath. A whisper for help left his lips, but Lucerne told him not to overact. He wouldn't die. Then he turned to Alicia and said it was time to go. But she worriedly asked if everything would be okay. If this gets to the chapter, Lucerne smiled at her fears and said, "What will this guy tell him? Why did the bastard mock him? And even with the help of dark magic inaccessible to him." And he assured Elisha that he would never mention it. They entered the hall, and all eyes were focused on them again. Some looked at them openly, some cast short glances from behind the scenes. Lucerne put his hand on Elisha's shoulders, drawing her towards him, and she said that everyone looks like that. And he grinned and said that they simply consider them perverts. They gossip that they are ready to stick to each other anywhere. Elisha blushed with embarrassment and lowered her eyes, and Lucerne continued saying that while she was not around, several people even managed to approach him with immoral proposals. Apparently, they thought that since he was not restrained in his sexual desire, he would easily agree. Elisha looked up at him in surprise after he said displeasedly that, as it turned out, one such insect had stuck to her. Moreover, the most vile of them all, he took her chin, ran his thumb over her lips, and said that if it comes to that, shouldn't they live up to everyone's expectations so that in the future none of these midges will dare to come close? And grabbing her by the back of her head, he pulled her towards him and gently pressed his lips to hers. Alicia did not resist. She completely trusted this man. When, after all the ups and downs, they finally found themselves alone in their room, Lucerne suddenly started talking about her clothes. He asked if it was new. Elisha, letting down her hair, said that no, she remade the dresses that were in the mansion. Lucerne looked at her displeasedly and said that that was why the cost of clothing seemed too low, and he demanded that she not do that again. Elisha turned to him and asked in bewilderment what he was talking about, and Lucerne replied that he was talking about her work. No one will praise her for something like that. And instead of being thrifty, it is better to use his money for its intended purpose and improve her reputation. Elisha was upset. She thought she sewed everything well, in the style of her mother's dress. She remembered her mother and her delight when she saw her mother dressed up. Elisha did not argue with Lucerne and said that she would go shopping tomorrow, and he praised her for being so obedient. Elisha thought about it. Today she was wearing a green dress. In her previous life, he definitely liked her. She remembered walking down the street. Then suddenly, I heard words. Someone was talking about the poor girl. Alicia hid behind a tree. The head walked along the road with Lucerne, and they talked about her. The head said that she was very smart. If it weren't for this scar, I would have lived in peace. The head also said that he wanted to raise her, but the poor thing is weak at heart. Looks like she'll have to go back to Jacob. And Lucerne, in turn, asked that as soon as she contacted their family. The path to a quiet life was closed for her. They walked past her, and the head exclaimed as Lucerne spoke. He asked that he felt sorry for her, but Lucerne replied that how could he feel sorry for anyone? It would be rude to the life he led. And he added that this girl named Alicia just seemed very beautiful in a green dress. Elisha stood under the tree and thought that Lucerne gave the impression of a man ready to play with any girl. And in general, she had never worn anything green. And suddenly her eyes widened as everything around her began to turn green. The next morning, Elisha got ready to go shopping. the night Nora was given to accompany her. Elisha again asked her forgiveness that such an outstanding knight like her was forced to accompany her on shopping. But Nora didn't mind. On the contrary, she realized that this was a chance to win the favor of her mistress and should not be missed. She remembered how Lapis boasted that he was the only member of the knightly order whom the lady personally treated to tea. Corin said with annoyance that he was at his own again, and Nora thought that she must certainly create memories that were not inferior to those of Lapis. Therefore, Nora, following Elisha along the street, thought that whatever the lady bought, she would definitely say that it was beautiful. Meanwhile, Elisha noticed a sign that said that there was a branch of the Spencer brokerage agency here, and she asked Nora if they could come here for a while. Nora was surprised that wasn't this the real estate agency she visited in the capital. And Elisha said that yesterday at the reception she heard something. All the wives of aristocrats here have villas or a hotel membership card. Elisha looked at her and added that she thought that in order to maintain conversations with them, she would need to learn a little. Nora looked at her in surprise, and she herself thought that aristocrats also need to learn a lot. How difficult it is for their mistress. But she said that then she would guide her. And Elisha thanked her. But before they had time to enter, they heard a voice saying that she was ready to pay them any amount just to successfully complete this matter. The girls looked at each other. Elisha looked out from behind the doors. A picture appeared before her eyes. Arian sat in front of the broker and demanded that she needed this land, and therefore, if it comes to an auction, she asked him to be her representative at the auction. The broker resisted. He said that representation at auctions is illegal. But Arian began to get angry and said that she knew very well that he was an expert in this field. She smiled and changed her tone and said that he could use whatever he wanted, but he must make sure that her name was not revealed. Can he do this? Elisha closed the door, and Nora hesitantly asked what it was. But she stopped mid-sentence, thinking that it was none of her business, and Elisha finished for her, that it was Marco's wife, Arian. They barely had time to go around the corner of the building when the door opened and Arian came out. She placed a wide-brimmed hat on her head to hide her face. Elisha waited until she was out of sight, and then she turned to Nora, saying that she had a request for her. Elisha took money out of her pocket, and handing them to Nora, she said that she should take these gold coins and find out what kind of land Arian so wants to get. She also said that according to rumors, Carol and Arian are not as simple as they seem. Nowadays, Elisha is sort of an advisor to her husband, so she thought she should get some useful information for him. Nora looked sadly at Elisha and thought that she was already doing enough, which means she was worried about such things, and she said that she would try to find out everything. Nora went inside, and Elisha remained waiting for her outside. While waiting, she thought and analyzed, what kind of land did Arian need? After some time, he and Nora arrived at a very strange place. Nora helped Elisha get out of the carriage, and Elisha told the driver that they would be back soon, asking if he could wait for them here. He replied that there was no problem. But what kind of business could a noble lady have on these endless plains? But Elisha only smiled back at him. He and Nora walked across this plain. Nora said in surprise that this is the land that Arian was targeting. At first glance, there was nothing valuable in this land. It was a desert. Nora sat down and took a closer look. She said that it was strange that not a single blade of grass grew in this place. Elisha raised her hand to her face and agreed with Nora. Suddenly, the bell on her hand rang. Elisha even got scared and forgot about him. It rang more and more, causing Elisha physical pain. She screamed and Nora rushed towards her. Suddenly, the bell cracked and crumbled, falling to the ground in front of them. The girls looked at it in fear. Elisha felt sorry for the bell. She said that it was broken, but she received it as a gift from Lapis and Lazuli. She bent down and picked up the cracked gift. They said that this bracelet reacts to unclean energy, but there are no signs of monsters here. Nora became wary upon hearing this information. She grabbed the hilt of her sword and looked around, but she didn't notice anything suspicious, and Elisha asked what happens then, that the thing Lapis made doesn't work correctly? But Nora looked at her and replied that this simply could not happen. The things made by Lapis and Lazuli never broke. Then Elisha said that if it's not about monsters, then what is it? They looked at the red, scorched earth. So this is just a coincidence? Just think, such a strange thing happened exactly on the territory that Arian wants to get. Elisha said quietly that if she knew a little more about this place, she would have dug to the very end. But Nora heard her, and the mistress's similar reaction alarmed her. She looked at her mistress's determined face and realized that she would not stop. In the evening, Nora stood in front of Lucerne and reported to him how Alicia spent the day. When she laid out everything, she finished her speech that this was the end of the report about the lady's day. Lucerne slammed the notebook and said, "What does Arian and the suspicious land mean?" He thought about it, and Nora said that after she accompanied the lady to the carriage, she once again carefully examined everything, but there was nothing suspicious there. The only thing, she hesitated, but quickly continued that the lady seemed to have injured her wrist when the bracelet broke. She bowed her head and said that it was her fault. She could not protect her. Therefore, she will gladly accept his punishment. Lucerne put down his notebook and crossed his arms over his chest and said that it seemed his wife had discovered something interesting. He said that he was leaving. Shopping alone was not enough for her. Lucerne went to the bookcase and took out a book. He opened it and approached Nora and asked where that land was located. And they asked me to be more precise. Nora didn't hesitate to outline the area where she and Elisha had been. He tossed the book to Ian and commanded him to get everything ready. And the knight, catching the book, asked where he was going, but Lucerne was already throwing on his cloak, and with a sparkle of excitement in his eyes, said that his wife had prepared a gift for him. Shouldn't he check it out? Elisha, analyzing the latest events, again plunged into memories. This time she remembered Carol talking to Jacob. She said that the impenetrable stupidity of Marco and his wife turned out to be incredible luck for them. Her eyes sparkled with bright lights, and she insinuatingly said that it was good that they did not stop the investigation halfway. Jacob rubbed his chin and said that the land that Arian wanted so badly, who would have thought that she was hiding such a secret? He said that taking her away without disdaining any methods was an excellent decision. Alicia stood outside the door and heard their entire conversation. She piece by piece collected information that could help her gain freedom. And now she was trying to compare what she had once heard and what she had learned now. Lucerne entered the room and tore her away from these thoughts. She turned to him and asked what he was doing and why didn't he go to bed. He sat down in a chair and after a pause, asked that shouldn't she first ask where he went? Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that her wrist was bandaged, and he said that he heard that she got hurt. Alicia grabbed her wrist and said it was just a small scratch. And even if she really got hurt, what difference would it make? Lucerne looked at her searchingly, but remained silent, and after a few seconds, he picked it up and commanded her to get up. And smiling, he added that he wanted to show her the treasure that she had found. He and Ian brought her in the middle of the night to the plain that he and Nora had visited the day before. Elisha walked a little ahead, but at night, nothing was visible here at all, and she said that something had changed here since yesterday. Lucerne said that the shadows had discovered something underground. When he tried to cover the entire area with his magic, if vibrations appeared in it at the same time, it would mean that there were monsters or magic stones nearby. Ian, holding the lantern in his hands, said that fluctuations really appeared. But as Nora reported, there was not a single monster nearby. But there is something else. From the ground, a red glow first appeared. And then there was a crash and a rift appeared along the ground. A chest appeared in front of her in an opening niche. They found a secret device hidden here. Ian turned to Lucerne and asked, what could the lady not look at next? But Lucerne ordered him to show her. A person like her would probably want to see this. Ian grabbed the handle of the chest and pulled the lid towards himself. There was a clicking sound and she gave in. The knight lowered the lantern inside the chest and said that this was what was hidden there, and he fell silent. Alicia covered her mouth with her hand to muffle her exclamation. Her eyes widened at what she saw.
A man was looking at her from the chest. She started that this was the prophet, this tramp who died 8 years ago.
He also said that he personally checked that he had the characteristic blue tattoo that only appears on saints or prophets. There is no doubt that this is indeed Listrump. Alicia said in surprise that then, the pieces of bones that were sold in the temple. She fell silent again, and Lucerne said that in fact they did not belong to the prophet. He chuckled and said that Marco's trading company monopolized the sale of relics, enlisting the support of Uncle Murch. Alicia said in shock that it turns out that with just this body, one can destroy both of them at once. A puzzle immediately formed in her head about what Jacob and his wife discovered in a past life. She, of course, knew that this land kept a secret, but for something like that, Ian closed the lid of the chest again and said that bonds and a bank book in his name were found near the body, as well as treasure and a high-quality magic stone. In other words, this is Listrump's secret vault. Alicia said that it turns out he committed suicide right in the storage room, but Lucerne said that he had a puncture wound on his stomach, which meant he was killed. He looked at Elisha and said that there were still a lot of mysteries, but one thing was certain. She was the one who found him. Alicia stood with her back to him and said that she was just lucky. But one way or another, he has information that allows him to deal a fatal blow to Marco. Lucerne approached her and, putting his hand on her shoulders, leaned towards her and said with a smile that it was true. He was grateful to her, but at the same time, a lot of questions were spinning in his head. After all, he knows from his own experience that everything sweet in the end always turns out to be a trap. He gently squeezed her shoulder and carefully said that first they need to go back. There will be trouble if his wife catches a cold, and he said that he would leave some of the shadows here so that no one else could detect him. The general pulled Elisha close to him and covered her with his cloak. And then he said that they would discuss the details upon their return. Elisha glanced at this plane and thought that in her past life, Carol took away the land she so desired from Orion. And when she was already sitting in the carriage, she thought that the reason for this was not some special calculation, but just an ordinary whim. Carol herself, intending to build herself a country house in that abandoned area, went there only 4 years later. It was then that the wizard hired to help with the design, and accompanying her revealed to her the secret of the earth. Alicia fell into deep thought. She remembered that it was from that moment that Marco's influence began to crumble. Prophet Listramp was from a lower-class background. His large family constantly required care, and therefore he grew up to be a truly greedy person for money. The man even refused to donate his dead body, citing absurd conditions, as a result of which the temple lost the opportunity to trade his relics. Merha, unable to accept so easily the refusal of some lower-class prophet, tried to kill him with the help of Marco. However, the wounded Listrump hid in his secret vault and must have already died from his mortal wound inside. It seems that now all the pieces of the puzzle have fallen into place. Her train of thought was interrupted by Lucerne saying that they say the owner of that land was Listramp's secretary. Moreover, this secretary was his brother and looked like him, and he's been missing for 8 years now. 8 years! Elisha repeated this figure, and then said that it turns out that he was sacrificed instead of Listrump, whose body could not be found. Lucerne confirmed that this was correct, and the land, after several years of non-payment of taxes, will soon be put up for auction. Lucerne said that Arian had no idea that the body was there. If she knew this, she definitely would not sit still and calmly wait for the auction, but would already begin to act. Elisha, in turn, said that since she couldn't find Listrump's body, that means she was simply going to take control of the earth, because some unpleasant feeling was haunting her. She looked at Lucerne and said that they didn't need land. So how about we just hide the body? But Lucerne replied that this was impossible. He asked her why she thought the body of a man who died 8 years ago was still in the same condition. He answered his own question, all because of a temporary barrier that appears only when magic and divine power collide. Only the magic stone in the vault and the power of the deceased now maintain the safety of the corpse. Therefore, if you remove it from the ground by force, it will simply melt. He said that she did not see it, but the lower part of the prophet's body had already begun to melt, and he concluded that not only he, but no one in general would be able to remove the body from that land. After everything she had heard, Elisha said that if we sum it up, the first one who gets the land will also get Marco's weakness into his hands. Lucerne sat and smiled admiringly. In addition to the fact that Elisha found the place, she also had unprecedented ingenuity. She captivated him more and more, Only in the morning they returned to the hotel. Ian helped her down from the carriage and told her that they had arrived at the hotel, and Alicia thanked him for his help. The knight turned to Lucerne and asked what he would order to be done about the land. He replied that he would give instructions soon, but for now he said to just wait. And he went after Elisha and said that first he and his wife would have an exciting conversation. Elisha was silent, but when they entered their room and she sat down on the sofa, he asked how much she knew, and the girl replied that only that Arian really wants to get a very unexpected piece of land. And Carol and Jacob understand this too. Lucerne asked that she warmed her ears again at Jacob's office, and Alicia did not deny it, but said that she did not know the details. I just thought that if these two families were targeting that land, then there must be some kind of conspiracy brewing. He sat down next to her and said that everything she said made sense. Her story, of course, is not ideal, but there seems to be no point in digging further. He looked at her and said that should he ignore it again, looking at such a lovely pledge? He took her chin and turned her face towards him. Elisha said that she was just following Arian. He figured out everything else. And he confirmed that it was true, but slyly added that it was just as she had planned. He pressed harder on her chin and said that she met Marco at the reception yesterday. This was an unfair hint, and she grabbed his hand and asked if he suspected her of having an affair with him. And Lucerne said he didn't even know. Maybe a conspiracy, or maybe a more intimate relationship. His assumption hurt him. His gaze dropped. Elisha looked at him and thought that, for Lucerne, she was still a suspicious person, so now she needed to clearly show him that she was completely on his side. She let go of his hand and said that she really wanted him to become the head. If Marco or Jacob took this place, they wouldn't leave her so easily. He may have the protection of the imperial family, but she does not. He still looked at her with suspicion, and she continued to say that besides, it really seems to her that he is better than the other grandchildren of the current head. At least he's a general who saved the country. Alicia looked up at him and said that there was nothing strange in giving preference to the strongest contender. The words that she wanted to be on his side were sincere. He exhaled and said that his wife was becoming sweeter. He has nothing to answer. He also admitted that he could handle the fact that she was a little suspicious, but not knowing what kind of relationship they had with Marco. He fell silent, but then he finally agreed that it made his blood flow in the opposite direction. She captivated him, and he began to understand it. And so, leaning over to kiss her, he asked what kind of contract he ultimately concluded with her. But Alicia lowered her head and said that according to his conditions, she must make him the head of the clan, and in return, he would give her freedom. He said mysteriously that yes, and it's true. And some kind of regret or sadness sounded in his voice. Alicia touched his shoulder. She saw his doubts and said that if this was not enough, there was silence. She seemed to gather her strength and then said that she could offer him her loyalty in addition. There were tears in her eyes, but she continued that in the future she would never be as devoted to another man as she was to him. And after these words, she asked not to associate her anymore with a person like Marco, adding that just the thought of it makes him sick. But even without that, she had already convinced him. He grabbed her hand and said that he understood. And he asked, "What about a reconciliatory kiss then?" Elisha only managed to say, "Wait." But he had already covered her lips with quick kisses. And she had a thought, why is this happening again? He laid her down on the bed, and she was still thinking, how did it all come to this again? When Elisha opened her eyes, it was already day outside. But before she had time to wake up properly, she heard the question, "So?" And at that very second, she found herself in Lucerne's arms again. She felt his strong, muscular chest, and it excited her. And he asked what his seductive wife was planning next. Alicia lowered her eyes in embarrassment and said that first she needed to make sure that Marco and his wife did not find out about the secret hidden in that land, and so that they would not understand that they were going to take possession of this site for a special reason. He buried his head in the hair at the back of her head and asked how. His breath burned her skin and warmth spread throughout her body. She had a hard time collecting her thoughts and said that the best option was to provoke Marco. Lucerne bit the skin on her neck, and she screamed in surprise and asked what he was doing. She turned to him, and he asked displeasedly, That she wanted to seduce Marco? Still haven't come to your senses? Alicia covered her nakedness and admitted that she really talked about seduction, but she faltered. She didn't mean herself. It is he who will need to seduce Arian. Lucerne's surprise knew no bounds. He asked what he wanted. It was as if he had been doused with boiling water. But Alicia repeated that yes to him, and she added that before that, she wants to know the details. What kind of relationship connects him, Marco, and the high priest, Merhu? Lucerne thought about it. Is he ready for such frankness? Elisha saw his hesitation. She was aware that they were hostile to each other, but it was better to know the detailed circumstances for the future. He leaned back on his half and threw his hands behind his head and said that everything was exactly as she thought. As a child, living in the temple, he was tormented by his uncle Manhwa. At that time, Marco was also a teenager and could not defeat Lucerne. Studying, archery, and even memorizing scripture, Lucerne was better in everything, and every time Uncle Manhwa reprimanded Marco for this. Once he was even caught when he wanted to start a fight with Lucerne. Elisha, listening to his story, thought that if Marco grew up constantly comparing himself to Lucerne, that means his weak point must be a feeling of inferiority. Meanwhile, Lucerne continued to say that Marco could never become his rival in his life. But only once. He swallowed and said that he was really scared. That day, Uncle Manhwa scolded Marco severely, and then he put poison in Lucerne's food. It was not fatal, but for several days his vision was completely lost. Fearing that he would be blind for life, Lucerne clung to the priests with prayers. But none of them helped. Elisha froze in horror. At first she silently looked at him with eyes full of tears, and then asked what he begged for. But he replied that he did not know. I didn't remember well. Most likely he asked to be saved, saying that he didn't see anything. Alicia was overwhelmed with memories from her past life. She ran through the forest, and there was a chase after her. Her hands were tied behind her back. She heard her tormentors screaming to grab her, indicating that she was there. Mistress Arian promised to give a special reward to whoever caught this bitch. In addition to her hands being tied, she was also blindfolded that day. She ran. The road was not visible. But she didn't want to die. Suddenly, she fell straight into someone's hands. Elisha screamed, begging for salvation. She repeated that she didn't see anything and begged, just once, to have mercy on her. That day, she fell into the hands of Lucerne. He held her, not letting her fall, and he just asked in surprise, "What else is this?" Her face was streaked with tears. She didn't see him, and therefore said that she didn't know anything. She was only instructed to deliver a letter from Mrs. Carroll. But when Arian found out about this, she threw Elisha to the floor and demanded that she immediately tell her how that bitch Carroll found out about the secret of the earth. She was angry and, calling Elisha a useless piece of trash, threatened that today she would definitely cut off at least one of her hands before sending her back. But then she came up with another torture. She put the bandage forward and said that if Elisha wants to save her hand, then she should try to escape. They tied her hands and blindfolded her and let her run. Elisha asked Lucerne to pretend that he did not notice her, and she would never forget his kindness. She repeated the word again and again. Please. He untied her hands and leaned towards her ear and said that she would not come into his sight again. And at that time, he took advantage of the proximity and thrust a gold coin into her belt. Elisha quickly walked away. She had her hands free, which meant she could open her eyes and escape. When she took off the bandage, she thought that she seemed to have heard this voice before. But there was no time to think. I had to run, and she ran. But when she stopped to catch her breath, she discovered a gold coin. It was not simple. It was ancient. Elisha wondered if he had really given her a coin to pay for the cart. Suddenly, she heard a scream. The young man demanded that the temple guards leave, as they came for revenge. Shouts were heard from everywhere that these were the Knights of the Black Lion, and the call came to run. Elisha thought dismayedly that if there really were the Black Lion Knights here, then that person was definitely General Lucerne. Now, sitting in his bed, Elisha thought that this is it. Now she understood the reason why he helped her then. Lucerne had been silently looking at her for some time, and then he said that he was telling all this at her request, but she didn't listen to him at all. But Elisha replied that no, she just thought that the time had finally come. She fell silent, and he looked at her expectantly. She was silent, as if thinking about something important. But he did not rush her, and she said that the time had come to pay Marco for what he had done to Lucerne. A few days later, Lucerne and Alicia were going to an event. He asked her if everything was ready, and he added that he was talking about the so-called plan that she was talking about. Elisha, straightening her hair, replied that she had checked everything. Marco and his wife will actually be at this evening. Lucerne, looking at her, asked what all this was about her jewelry. Elisha turned to him and asked, confused, what else was needed? He replied that the noble ladies he knew usually hung a bunch of jewelry on their necks and hands. She replied that she wanted to wear the bracelet that Lapis gave her, but he broke. As for the necklace, Elisha hesitated. She figured she had a tracking tag on her neck anyway. What's the point of wearing anything else? Lucerne was also silent, looking sideways at her. He wished he knew what she was thinking. There was a knock on the door, and when it opened slightly, Ian said, turning to the general, that the jeweler had arrived. Lucerne ordered him to be let in, and Alicia asked in surprise that he called the jeweler. Tablets with decorations were laid out in front of her. The jeweler kindly said that she could take her time and take a good look at everything. He selected only the most valuable pieces from their salon. Lucerne sat down next to Alicia and asked the jeweler to show him the most valuable things. And he added that this girl needs shock therapy. But Elisha looked at him reproachfully. The jeweler opened one of the boxes and, showing its contents, asked how they liked it. This bracelet received the highest price at last year's jewelry auction. Its advantage was that it would fit perfectly on any hand, because the size can be adjusted thanks to the screw adjustment mechanism. Elisha took a closer look and said that, apparently, it would be difficult to remove it on your own. But the jeweler smilingly said, what about her husband's help? Such a thing is the most proof of love. Lucerne asked what she thought, but Elisha said hesitantly that this shine and the ability to adjust at the wrist, and she said that it looked like handcuffs. But Lucerne was surprised by her comparison and, turning the bracelet in his hand, said that he liked it and they would take this thing. He also ordered that all remaining jewelry be left here, and his assistant would write a check to the jeweler outside. When they were alone, he grabbed Elisha's hand and pulled her towards him. Lucerne immediately put the bracelet on her hand and asked that now she won't miss the bracelets she receives from other men. Elisha said embarrassedly that Lapis was still a child, but Lucerne objected that he was nevertheless a man. So don't let her upset her husband. And also, a fire lit up in his eyes, and he pulled Elisha towards him. In an instant, black shadows passed over her neck like light silk. Elisha touched the back of her neck and asked, what was that just now? And Lucerne, looking at her, said that he hit her mark with shadows. However, it did not disappear completely. Okay, just a little trick. Elisha looked at him in surprise and asked what he needed. Lucerne replied that if he had known about her desire to hide the mark, he would have done so long ago. She didn't think that the day would come when the mark would not be visible. Lucerne bowed before her and said that she seemed to be glad about this more than about the jewelry. And he added that, although he understood her feelings, Elisha was humbled and flattered by his concern. She thanked him. And for jewelry, too. Lucerne extended his hand to her and said that the ball would begin soon. He said he would follow her plan, but he had one condition. She put her hand in his and asked what the condition was. And Lucerne said that she was forbidden to smile at Marco. Elisha said indignantly that again he was in his own way. Why did he then even decide to follow her plan if he didn't trust her so much? But she couldn't finish. Lucerne pulled her towards him and wrapped his arm around her waist and pressed her to him. His eyes sparkled, and he said that even if it was a trap, it was still in his hands, so he had nothing to lose. But it won't be difficult to deal with other problems. They entered the hall. Lucerne looked at those present with a stern look. Elisha, in an elegant off-the-shoulder dress, held his arm, and a slight smile played on her lips. She didn't seem to care about anything. Elisha heard that women were admiring her outfit. Some of them agreed that it was beautiful, and others noted that her cape and bracelet were incredibly expensive. Her gaze saddened, when she thought that Lucerne must have spent a lot of money. Although, why should she even worry about him? She turned to him and said that their goal today was to deprive Marco and Arian of their composure. Lucerne was silent, and she asked if he understood this. He answered briefly that yes. Elisha found this couple among the other guests and said that, according to rumors, Arian was very proud. And she hates it when people start comparing her with someone. Elisha reached out to him and said, "What about if they do this?" Lucerne leaned towards her, listening carefully to her proposal. He was surprised by what his wife was proposing, and he asked with some surprise that he should go that far. But Elisha replied that she and Arian had personal scores to settle. Lucerne noted that new, hitherto undetected notes appeared in Elisha's intonation. She opened up for him again from the other side. He straightened up and, looking at the stairs where Marco and his wife were sitting, said that he agreed. And then he turned to Elisha, and a mischievous smile played on his lips. He said that if this is his wife's desire, then he will gladly play dirty. Elisha quietly looked around and realized that the looks of the assembled ladies were still burning through her. She thought about how much life could change. Now so many noble ladies honor her with their attention. She heard someone's approaching steps and immediately heard the voice of a man who was paying attention to her. Elisha turned and looked at him. It was Marco again, a smug smirk on his lips. He said that the girl from the bottom showed up at the party again. But this insult was shown to him, and he continued, saying that she, like that bastard, does not know her place at all. Elisha was ready for this. She smiled and politely asked if everything was okay with Mr. Marco. Otherwise, last time he looked like he was in a lot of pain. Her irony touched Marco's pride, and a grimace of displeasure appeared on his face. He asked irritably, "What did she say?" His hands involuntarily clenched into fists, and he blurted out that she was an impudent piece of trash. But Elisha did not save, and said that it was precisely because of the proposal he made the other day. She paused and continued, saying that her husband was very jealous. Marco was taken aback, and Elisha asked if he remembered the offer to become the mistress of the next chapter. But Marco was not amused. He stammered, "What does the sentence mean?" It was easy. He couldn't find the words, but Elisha said that there was no point in worrying about it now. He knew the character of her husband. He returns exactly what he received. And she eloquently looked to the side. Marco followed her gaze and saw Arian surrounded by other ladies, and Lucerne. And Elisha added that he was just with Arian, and said mysteriously that I wonder what they are talking about now. Arian was still standing and making small talk with the other ladies. They asked Arian if she had seen the general with his wife. One of them said, laughing, that the rumors did not lie. Their beauty was eye-catching. And the other, impolitely, said that, compared to the general, other men of the Cartier family. But she stopped mid-sentence, realizing that she had made a tactlessness towards Arian, and began to apologize for her mistake. Arian did not like all this talk at all, and the last remark made her frown with irritation. And just at that moment, Lucerne approached them. Arian said in surprise, "General?" And he, smiling affably and looking at her, replied that it had been a long time since we had seen each other. The ladies who stood next to them were quite surprised. One of them said that she envied Arian. He just greeted her. And the second noted with surprise that she thought relations in the Cartier family left much to be desired. Arian was incredibly flattered by his attention. She smiled at him and said that after his marriage, he began to attend such receptions more often. But Lucerne said that it was not a matter of marriage at all. He leaned towards Arian and said mysteriously that it just seemed to him that she needed help, so he decided to provide it. Arian was flattered and puzzled at the same time. She thanked him for the offer, but said that she did not need any help. But Lucerne kissed her on the top of her head and said that he didn't think so. And this gesture on his part completely confused her. In addition, he said that he heard that there is land that she definitely wants to get. Arian was completely at a loss when he said that he had heard that she had recently even made a fuss at the real estate agency. She recoiled from him and asked how he knew. And Lucerne, still smiling, said that you shouldn't get caught doing what you really want. These are the foundations of the Cartier family. And he added that she still has a lot to learn. And seeing the bewilderment in her eyes, He admitted that Marco was pursuing his wife, so he also thought of taking away an expensive thing from her husband. Arian was dejected by his confession, and he continued saying that judging by the expression on her face, it would be much more effective to deprive him of that land, not his wife. At that moment, Elisha approached him and grabbed his hand and asked if he enjoyed the conversation. But Lucerne gloomily replied that no, and he added that compared to Elisha, this woman is infinitely boring. At this time, Marco also hurried towards them, and, while still going down the stairs, called Arian. He jumped up to them, and shielding the dejected Arian, shouted that Lucerne was a bastard, and how dare he mock his wife. But Lucerne calmly replied that he was the first to anger him, and he was only returning it with the same coin. And he threatened that Marco should not dare to pester his woman. Lucerne asked him that, as far as he had heard, Marco was going to build a new country house on the land in Julif. Marco threw an angry look at Arian, and she stood crimson with shame. Lucerne still did not let up, and said that it seemed that he should get that land and build a residence there for his wife. Elisha, in joyful excitement, asked the general if he would really buy that land in her name, and she added that the land that Marco wants to buy for Arian. She paused and said that she definitely wanted it. Lucerne hugged his wife and said of course, and although it was just a performance played out for Arian and Marco, they looked quite happy. The same could not be said about Marco and Arian. They twisted with anger when Lucerne said that he would buy land for Elisha, and Lucerne said that they would see each other at the auction. After this incident, the entire Julif was buzzing at the reception. There was not a single person who did not discuss the latest rumors about that scandal in the Cartier family. People whispered in bewilderment why the Cartiers were competing for that empty piece of land. It was reported from mouth to mouth that the second grandson and the general created chaos while deciding which of them would build a residence there for his wife. The price for that plot must already be high. Its owner has disappeared, and the debts accumulated over the years are simply enormous. This is so similar to the Cartier family. Measure yourself with pride, throwing money away with all your might. One of the women said that she heard that this is an area that no one wants, and that it is not even a fact that there is a hot spring. Carol was sitting at the next cafe table and heard these women having a conversation about what was happening. Is this a battle of momentary impulses? And yet they were extremely surprised that the general got into it. It seems that men really lose their heads when it comes to women. Carol put her cup down on the table. She thought about what she had just heard, and the thought arose in her head that she definitely needed to take part in the auction. At this time, Marco was in his father's office, and saying that he was a rare idiot, Merha gave him a resounding slap in the face. He was furious that Marco couldn't even cope with such a trifle. Merha said that he had a bad feeling, so he told Marco to move and buy that land as quickly as possible. And now they have received a notification that the Togri will be led through the land in Ulifa. It indicated the number and location of the auction and the fact that 3 people were claiming the land. Merha again exclaimed what Marco was only thinking about, drawing Lucerne and Jacob's wife into the auction. Marco tried to justify himself by saying that he wanted to keep everything secret, but they were caught because of Arian. Merha walked around the table and, leaning one hand on the back of the chair, rubbed the bridge of his nose with the other, saying that that bastard Listramp had disappeared not far from that area. But they were never able to find his body. Marco exclaimed that Merha doesn't think he's still alive. This is simply impossible. He insisted that he definitely stabbed him until his breathing stopped. Does Merha still believe that Listramp's ghost? He couldn't finish speaking because Merha hit the table with his fist out of anger. He wasn't just angry, he was furious. He ordered Marco to do everything properly when the bidding began. The papal election will take place soon, and Merha must certainly take this post. Only then will Marco's future be guaranteed. Marco replied dejectedly that he knew. Merha bent over the table and thought that, as he had thought, even while this little degenerate Lucerne lived in the temple, it was necessary to break him, but neither hunger strikes, nor insults, nor even beatings frightened him. What a poisonous brat! If only the head had not recognized his stubborn desire for life and taken him with him, the boy would have died in the temple long ago. But because of that incident, the head began to look at Merc with disgust. Previously, he gave preference only to Stevan and Maitland, and now, even, he sat down at the table and, looking from under his forehead, thought that Lucerne was the hated offspring of Maitland. There is no way he will lose to him so easily. Alicia was drinking coffee in the Breath of the Spring Wind cafe when suddenly she was called out. The girl looked up and saw a smiling princess in front of her. She asked, "What is the fate of Alicia here?" And she suggested that if Alicia wouldn't mind having a cup of tea. A few minutes later, they were drinking tea and chatting happily. The princess said that she heard that Elisha had been coming here often lately. Elisha replied that her husband limits her walking alone for safety reasons, but fortunately, he does not mind visiting this cafe. In addition, she added that she likes to look at people passing by. After all, this way you can understand how and where the capital is moving. The princess looked at Alicia, who was looking out the window, and thought that she was smarter than she thought. In addition, Elisha is accompanied by Nora de Mart herself, who is considered one of the best, even among the most powerful knights of Lucerne. It seems that he is really in love with this girl. The princess asked if she could call Elisha by her name, and the girl said, "Of course." In response, the princess smiled and said that Elisha could also call her by her name. But Elisha replied that the status of a princess was too noble for something like that. And again the princess thought that Elisha was so respectful of formalities. She changed the topic to talking about land, saying that she heard that Elisha was going to participate in the upcoming auction. She suggested that it might be better to quit the game for her own good. The princess tried to justify her thoughts by saying that the people of the Cartier family are scary. Perhaps they will even want to take Elisha's life. Elisha thought for a moment, and then said that it seemed that Her Highness was worried that she was a bad influence on the general, and she added that she knows what rumors are circulating. The princess smiled, and Elisha continued saying that the general, who usually did not pay attention to the feuds between the brothers, this time decided to join them. And the princess thought that everyone was saying that Lucerne had got a beautiful wife and was completely blinded by her. She said that if Elisha is aware, shouldn't she stop him? But Elisha reassured her that there was nothing to worry about. Can a general be considered one of those who can be so fascinated by a girl? And then she added that she didn't want her husband to run away with his tail between his legs. The princess thought about the fact that, even though she doesn't particularly like Elisha, she is also against Lucerne being disgraced. Apparently nothing can be done. The princess leaned towards Alicia and whispered that then she would help them. There are several fundamental factors in the struggle of aristocrats, and one of them is the form in which she will appear before people. It is important that she has such beautiful dresses and not reveal her secrets to anyone. Therefore, her appearance at the auction should really scream about her confidence. The princess promised to introduce her to a suitable designer. Alicia thought about it. Here it is. And she had never even thought about such things before. We need to find out what those two will be wearing. The princess asked how she was going to find out something like that. Does Elisha even know how difficult style battles are for ladies? According to her, tactical or military training will be easier. But Elisha replied that she didn't think it would be that difficult, and the princess wished her a successful journey. Alicia left the cafe, and Nora did not take a step away from her. She looked around. Sophie was waiting for her near their carriage, and Alicia turned to her with a request. She wanted to give her one task, and Sophie happily said that her mistress could order her anything. Alicia pointed her finger at the alley and said that if she went to that alley, she would see a clothing store along the way. Alicia put a bag of gold coins in Sophie's hands and said that there was a worker named Lulu in that salon. She asked me to give her this bag. On the day of the auction, Carol was the first to arrive at the place where they were taking place. She was wearing a pink dress. It favorably set off the color of her skin, and passers-by looked at her admiringly and said that they were telling the truth, that it was difficult to argue with the beauty of the first daughter-in-law. She and the knight who accompanied her approached the entrance, but their way was blocked, and they were told that the knight could not pass through. He will have to wait on the second floor with the audience. The knight tried to protest, but Carol assured him that she would be fine, and you need to follow the rules. At that moment, a carriage drove up to the entrance, and Ariane got out. She wore an elegant blue dress with a dark blue bolero. She also looked equally gorgeous. They looked at each other, with Carol sending each other smoldering glances. Only the third daughter-in-law remained, and they were so curious whether she dressed up well. And then another carriage drove up, and someone said that it looked like the lady had arrived. Alicia arrived in a sophisticated lilac floral dress with a matching cape. She remembered how in a past life she herself went to Lulu's salon to pick up Carol's dresses. She asked the dressmaker if she did everything in the best possible way, as ordered. Last time, Lulu barely managed to meet the deadline, which made Ms. Carol very angry. But the dressmaker didn't like Alicia's remark, and she angrily asked what she wanted to say, that the dressmaker could do harm on purpose, and saying that how infuriating this is, she turned around and walked away, asking why ungrateful people always want so much. But that day, Alicia brought Carol a dress, and she impatiently decided to try it on right away. And when the maid fastened the clasp, she hurt Carol, and she became furious. Having shouted that it hurts, what is the maid even doing? But she apologized, and holding out her hands on which the tailor's pin lay, said that this was what was there. And then Carol attacked Alicia, accusing her of planting the pin on purpose. I wanted to hurt her. Alicia tried to justify herself, but Carol could not be stopped. She said that she would make her experience 20 times more pain. Alicia now realized that the reason Lulu got into trouble every time was because Carol never left her a tip. This means it won't be difficult to bribe this girl. Carol must have used the same trick to find out about Arian's outfit. So, as soon as she receives information about the dress of the first, everything will become extremely clear with the dress of the second. And even though the things she was wearing now were insanely expensive, should she say that Lucerne's shock therapy had had its effect? And indeed, just by looking at Lady Alicia, judging only by her appearance, she and the general would certainly be the winners of this auction. Carol feigned joy and rushed to Alicia and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. And she was so bored. She grabbed onto Alicia and said that they said there was a waiting room prepared for them on the top floor. And she offered to go there together. Arian stayed away. When they arrived in the waiting room, Arian said that she wanted to negotiate. After all, it would be stupid to compete with each other, throwing away such sums. And Carol added that, besides, Lucerne had already spent a lot covering Alicia's debt. And she looked sadly at Alicia and said that she was afraid he would hate her if she wasted so much money again. And she added that she was so worried about her. Alicia smiled and said that even if she gave up, Arian would definitely not make concessions. Arian at this time seemed to be plunged into deep thought, and when Alicia asked her what was wrong, she shuddered in surprise. Arian said angrily that if only Alicia had not instigated Lucerne from the very beginning. To this, Alicia asked in surprise that it wasn't Marco who escalated the situation by inviting her to become his mistress. Carol, who was not aware of all this fuss, grinned maliciously, and this made Arian even more angry. She irritably told Alicia that this was not something she should be getting involved in. Even if she and Carol compete, the most important thing now is to explain to her the difference in their position. Carol said it was true. They were born real aristocrats, but a beggar tramp cannot obtain the status of a noble lady by marrying a bastard. Alicia humbly said that they were real aristocrats, with deep history, knowledge, and good manners. They talked about it, right? And Arian exclaimed that they were exactly like that. Alicia said that Arian's family is aristocrats in the 14th generation, and Carol's family is in the 9th. Truly a wonderful pedigree. Carol haughtily said that it was good that Alicia knew about this, but Alicia led everything to the fact that, as far as she was concerned, the family of Count Lore were aristocrats of the 24th generation. And Carol and Arian screamed in one voice that, what was she talking about? Alicia smiled and thought that in her past life, Arian despised Carol, saying that she was only a 9th-generation aristocrat. Who would have thought that what she saw then would be so useful to her? Carol said that she did not want to be in the same room with Alicia, and Arian supported her, saying that she understood. After all, their levels are completely different. Alicia stood up and said that since they said so, then she would go to the auction first. She was not detained. Only Arian, somehow suspiciously squinting her eyes towards the retreating Alicia, said that there was a place that suited her much more. Alicia was already near the door when she heard what Arian said. She froze for a moment, but then decided that she would not react to every barb. She went out into the corridor and walked in one direction, doubting whether the auction was taking place on this side. Suddenly, she heard stomping behind her, but before she even had time to turn around, a man attacked her from behind and, holding her mouth with his hand, dragged her to the side. He pushed her into a room and threw her onto the floor with all his might, saying that if she sat quietly, he would not touch her. His face was hidden by a black mask, and he held a blade in his hands. And this man threatened her that if she decided to run away, there would be no living space left on her. Alicia, trying not to lose her presence of mind, thought, "No! Is there really any other value in this land?" She thought for a moment that Jacob was standing in front of her, and she instantly thought what was more important. If she failed, she would definitely die. Her captor turned away and took the rope to tie the captive. And at that time, Elisha was thinking that the guards were prohibited from entering here, and the rope seemed to have been prepared in advance. So, most likely, this was the work of Carol or Arian. They always managed to behave more disgustingly than one might expect, but there was no way she could give up like that. She quietly knelt down. She didn't want Lucerne to brand her as a useless person. It's better. With one quick jerk, she aimed at the whip that was sticking out from the kidnapper's belt and pulled it out. And with two clear movements, she cut his cheek and tore the mask off his face. His eyes glowed with rage, and blood appeared on his cheek from the cut skin. He swore, calling her a bitch, but Elisha was already at the door. Another moment, and she will be in the corridor and will be able to make noise and call for help. But a blade was already flying after her. It pierced Elisha's shoulder, cutting the tender skin. She screamed from the pain that pierced her tender flesh, but she continued to run. The danger was still too close. At this time, Carol and Arian were sitting in the waiting room and waiting for them to be called. Arian was unusually excited. She covered her face with a fan and said that right now this girl was probably trembling with fear. How dare she hurt the pride of their husbands? We need to show her her place. Carol suddenly said that she hoped it wouldn't be too boring. And Arian asked her, "By the way, how about giving her this lot?" Carol was surprised by this proposal and asked why. Is there something in that land? She's so curious. But Arian said that it was nothing special. She just didn't want to show Marco her incompetence, and she added that Carol could ask for whatever she wanted in return. Carol's eyes lit up at these words. She approached Arian and whispered something in her ear. Why Arian's face changed, and she even lost the power of speech, and when she came to her senses, she angrily exclaimed that Carol had gone crazy. This thing belongs to the temple. Carol turned away from her and told Arian to forget about that land. After all, Carol has a lot of money and she can spend it endlessly. At that moment, the door opened with a click.
A bloodied Elia stood on the threshold. She was out of breath from running so fast.
Elisha pressed her hand over the wound, but the bleeding did not stop, and she, staggering from weakness, approached the table at which the ladies were sitting. Arian was most surprised by her appearance. She did not expect her to appear, and therefore asked why she was here. Elisha was silent, and the blood continued to flow. She thought that, fortunately, the presenter was not there yet, so we could say that the bidding had not yet begun. Elisha put her hand on the tablecloth, and straining her last strength, she pulled it off the table, shaking off all the cutlery and treats that were on it. Amid the frightened cries of her rivals, she threw the tablecloth over her shoulders, hiding her bloody hand and the whip she was holding in her hand.
She closed her eyes in pain and in a calm voice asked Carol if they saw something interesting.
The next moment, she suggested that the bidding could already begin. But Arian, looking at her, said that it seemed Elisha was in no condition to sit here. And Carol from her seat supported her, asking that now was the time for bidding. She was scared. Arian was also scared. She could not even think that she would be stabbed with a knife. Lucerne would never leave it like that. And Arian said that only Alicia would be at a loss if she ruined her health because of this useless struggle. And she suggested postponing the auction. Elisha cast a sidelong glance at them and asked that they could be trusted. She is here to protect her husband's pride and their honor, and she added that it would be better to die than to lose to them. And besides, she added that she would definitely ensure that those responsible were held accountable for what happened. Nora stood in the crowd of spectators on the second floor. She thought that the general had said that he could not attend the auction because of the Council of War, so she must take good care of her mistress. The bidding has begun. The initial price of the lot was announced at 2,000 gold. It was a high price, and people who watched the auction were indignant that how could this garbage cost so much? They did not expect anything else from the Cartier family. Nora watched Alicia with all her eyes, and it seemed to her that she looked worried. From afar, it was hard for her to see that her shoulder was bloody because the blood began to appear through the tablecloth. Arian raised her hand and offered a price of 3,000 gold, but after her, Carol raised the price to 6,000, doubling Arian's bid. Arian got angry, and a fight broke out between them. She asked irritably, "How can you offer 6,000 gold pieces for that land?" After all, Carol herself said that she knew nothing about that land, but Carol replied that she wanted to do it and did it. Elisha listened silently to their scolding, and then raised her hand and named the amount of 35,000 gold. And now the eyes of the other two daughters-in-law were already focused on Elisha. They looked at her in shock, and Arian squeezed out that she would give 40,000 gold. But Elisha immediately said that she agreed to buy that land for 100,000. Carol, looking out from behind Arian, thought that judging by the way they both clung to this lot, there was definitely something in the ground, and she offered 105,000. But Alicia again amazed them by calling the amount of 200,000 gold. Carol and Arian looked at Elisha angrily, and each thought about her own. Carol couldn't offer more. The stake was too high. Arian was completely desperate and just angrily thought, "What kind of crazy bitch is this?" She understood that she lost in this fight. For a moment, there was silence in the hall. No one offered more than 200,000. And the mayor's assistant asked him what they should do. The mayor himself was a little depressed at such an unexpectedly high rate. He said that the city government would not be able to handle such a sum, and adding that it seemed like the atmosphere had become tense, he suggested waiting until the ladies cooled down and discussed everything among themselves. Carol and Arian realized that they had lost, and they thought that it was not without reason that Lucerne married this bitch Elisha, because she was exactly the same snake to match him. Arian became covered in spots from anger and powerlessness, and said that this girl had really gone crazy. The mayor's assistant, hearing this and seeing their dejected state, asked what had happened. If any problem arises, they can be interrupted immediately. Alicia was getting worse. The pain will become unbearable if it drags on any longer, and she said that everything was fine and asked to start quickly. The assistant was surprised, but he still agreed, and he said that bidding was opening. Observers were able to enter while respecting the queue. Arian didn't know what else could be done to somehow save the situation, and demanded that the auction be interrupted. But Elisha was not going to give in and asked what she was doing. She was getting worse. Blood was seeping through her entire sleeve, and she didn't know how long she could hold on, so she insisted that they start a discussion as soon as possible. At that moment, Nora saw bloody stains on the mistress's clothes and hands. She even leaned over the railing to get a better look, but there could be no mistake, and the thought that the mistress was not okay made her break into a cold sweat. She screamed to stop the bidding. Alicia looked towards the podium where Nora stood. She heard her voice and became worried that the bidding would be stopped and she would not be able to finish the job. And when the auction was over and she left the hall, Nora was waiting for her right at the door. She rushed to Elisha, who pulled the tablecloth tighter to cover the wound, but Nora still saw bloody stains. She rushed to the mistress, asking why she did this. Elisha was pale, but there was a friendly smile on her face as always. Nora said that she was screaming for everyone to stop, and Elisha said that she had heard and that she did not expect Nora to have such a loud voice. Elisha took a whip from the folds of her dress and handed it to Nora. The guard girl was even more horrified when she saw this bloody object, which Elisha asked her to hold and asked what it was. But at that moment, Elisha staggered and Nora had to catch her. The tablecloth slid off her shoulder, revealing a wound, and the knight asked in horror why she had entered into such a dangerous battle. And Alicia told her that she couldn't accept defeat. Even her husband's knights don't have them, and she proudly said that she won. She looked at Nora and asked, Isn't that the most important thing? She managed to protect her husband's pride. Nora looked at this fragile girl. She was once again amazed by her devotion. She was even ready to sacrifice her life for the honor of her husband. They went outside. Dusk was already falling on the city. A carriage stopped in front of them. It was Lucerne's carriage. He got out of her and hurried to Elisha and Nora. One glance was enough for him to understand that something had happened. As restrainedly as he could, he demanded that they explain to him what had happened here. Elisha held on with all her strength. She smiled tiredly and said that everything ended well. She was able. The girl paused, gathering her strength, and after a moment added that she was able to get the land. That's why. It was difficult for her to even speak, and she simply said that this was a success, and, staggering, fell into the arms of Lucerne, who picked her up without understanding what was happening. Now he stood near the bed on which his wounded wife lay. The doctor examined her, but she was still unconscious. The doctor assured him that the wound was not that serious, but the muscles were hurt, so it would take time to fully recover. The doctor finished the examination and treated the wound. He said that he would give medicine to the servants before leaving and left. The door slammed behind the doctor, and he stood still, as if afraid to move, so as not to disturb her peace. He seemed to turn black with the knowledge that she was in such danger. Lucerne stayed in the room with her. He did not leave her side, waited until she came to her senses, without entrusting the care of her to anyone else. And then she finally moved. And this strong man breathed a sigh of relief and said that if her goal was to drive him crazy, then she clearly succeeded in this. She opened her eyes slightly, but weakness overcome her. She could not move. It was even difficult to turn her head. So she asked that the situation was resolved without problems.
Lucerne answered briefly that yes, he was angry then. The tension that had been holding him down for the last few hours could not be contained, and he thundered that he would like to ask her why the hell didn't she stop the auction.
His tone hurt her. Elisha made an effort and sat up in bed. She was shaking, her head was spinning, and nausea rose in her throat, but she still asked if he was curious how much the land cost her. She looked at Lucerne and asked that when his knights successfully finish a job, he treats them the same way. Lucerne closed his eyes. The tension released him, and he asked more softly, what then could he praise her for such an act and approve of such behavior in the future? He exhaled heavily and said that he didn't even know what to do with her. Elisha said that this was not what she meant, but she didn't have time to finish, as Lucerne sat down next to her and took her by the chin, forcing her to look at him. He looked sternly and at the same time with trepidation into her eyes, and then told her not to sacrifice herself anymore. And he added that this was an order. Elisha looked at him with wide eyes and thought that this man, why is he looking at her like that? And there is concern in his voice. It's like he's angry because he's worried about her. Elisha looked away. No, she can't even dream about it. And Lucerne asked displeasedly that he did not hear the answer, and she humbly said that she would be more careful. He let her go and sat down in the chair again and asked if she remembered the attacker. Elisha said that she left Nora the whip that she took from the criminal, and she added that it was made to a special standard. These are most likely used in knightly orders. Elisha told him that she had used that whip to hit the man twice on the cheek, horizontally and vertically, so the culprit can be identified by searching among Jacob's knights and Marco's subordinates for a person with a similar wound. Then the identity of the owner of the whip will become clear. He praised her that she was doing well, and he asked why in such a situation you even managed to attack. Elisha replied that it looked like he didn't intend to kill her. I just wanted to lock it up for the duration of the auction. She caught herself, but the words had already left her lips. And Lucerne again asked displeasedly that everything could have been limited to her simply being locked up. He jumped up and turned around and walked away. Elisha tried to say after him that then there would be a plot, but without turning around, he cut her off, saying that that's enough. He let her go for a few hours, and she is already returning in this form. Already near the door, he glanced sideways at her and said that she would spend the near future locked up. A few days later, Lapis, Lasley, Nora, and Ian gathered around her bed. They came to see her. Elisha asked that they all came here because they were worried about her, and Lapis said that the general did not let anyone in to see her for 2 whole days. Lucerne, who was also in the room, crossed his arms over his chest and said that it was too noisy and demanded that they leave. But Ian said that they were also worried about the lady and asked him to make a small concession. They leaned towards Elisha again and asked how she managed to get that plot. After all, now all Eulif is doing is gossiping about this story with the land. Alicia looked at Lucerne and was surprised that this was true, adding that the general didn't even ask. She smiled and said that it really wasn't that difficult. She said that in the end, they got the plot for 2,000 gold. And Nora asked in surprise, that wasn't that the amount the auction started with? Alicia explained to her that she had previously heard from the princess that Mayor Eulifa was indebted to the general. Because in the past, while still the mayor of a small town, he was saved by Lucerne from a monster attack. So, through the general, she asked the mayor for one favor. And Lucerne, who listened to her story, thought that he would never have agreed to this adventure if he had known how it would all end. She said that she asked that the auction be stopped briefly, and that bidders be given time to discuss if the price began to rise significantly. Arian protested that this was not the right time for discussion, pointing out that Elisha was in poor condition. And Elisha understood that now both Carol and Arian were overcome by fear. After all, if she suddenly died, they would have to take full responsibility upon themselves. Alicia bowed her head and said that she was dizzy, and it would be really difficult for her to wait for a long time. She placed her hand on the deck of cards and suggested to her competitors, "How about we quickly determine the winner using a game or something similar?" Elisha pulled out the last card from the deck and marked it with the blood that had stained her finger. Carol thought that due to the heavy bleeding, this bitch must have lost all concentration, so she can definitely win in a card game, and she agreed to do so. Alicia shuffled the deck and said that then the person who pulls out the highest card will win, and she said to take one card at a time. Everyone took one card. Elisha took the one marked. Arian got the 3 of clubs, Carol got the queen, and Elisha pulled out a joker marked with blood. Then everything is simple. None of them could object to the purchase of land at the starting price of the auction, since the result of the auction was still clear. Lapis, looking at Elisha with delight, said that she was incomparable. He asked her why cards. After all, they might not have been there. But Elisha explained to him that at a party in Eulifa, she learned that the mayor was an avid gambler. A man like him would definitely keep a deck in his office. In addition, as a child, Elisha often played cards in the orphanage. The winters were cold and long, and when you can't go outside, you can't find anything else to do. Elisha thought about the fact that she had, of course, thought through 15 more options for the development of events, but it's good that everything went as she had originally planned. Lucerne watched her carefully, and when she thought about it, he said that he thought that would be enough stories about military exploits. Everyone looked in his direction. And he continued by saying that his wife should rest and asked everyone to go out. Lapis tried to object, but changed his mind.
And Nora went up to the general and handing him to the lady. Lucerne asked what the chief sent him.
He took the letter and asked why Nora brought it and not the maid. And Ian happily replied that it was their backup plan, to use the letter as an excuse if he had not allowed him to visit his mistress so easily. Lucerne took out the message and read it. It contained congratulations on the victory and a note that only the best is suitable for the girl who achieved it. Lucerne, pushing everyone out, tried to close the doors, but Ian said that they sent 100 more roses with the letter. What happened to them? But he didn't finish. Lucerne ordered them to be burned and thrown away. After everyone had left, he turned to Alicia and called her name. He looked at her, and his eyes burned with a bright flame. He crossed his arms over his chest and asked her a question about what she wants to become the wife of the head. And then, as if realizing something, he lowered his head and said that he simply saw no other reason to go so far and sacrifice himself. But deep down, he hoped for a positive answer. But Elisha said no. Her condition is still the same. She will leave when he becomes the head. Elisha also said that she wanted the best to get this place, and so that Jacob could not harm her. She looked at him and added that if he thought she was useful, Then just let her pay her well when she left. He was silent. But after a moment, he came up and moved the chair on which he had been sitting before. Lucerne said that he has a very good instinct, and he realizes that she is not Jacob's spy. But he asked why she was lying to him, although he doesn't know what exactly. He sat down on a chair and again crossed his arms over his chest and continued that she was constantly trying to prove something to him. He asked her that she wanted revenge on Jacob, who was responsible for the death of her father. Alicia thought about his words. Does she want revenge? She clutched the fabric of the blanket she was covering and thought bitterly that at first her only desire was to survive. Memories fell on her like a snowball. To avoid a terrible future, she was ready to do anything. But, having been under the tutelage of Lucerne, greed gradually began to arise in her. Everyone around her was so nice, and the people in the mansion respected her. She looked at Lucerne and thought that this man, although he is a little complex, he is completely different from those who saw her as just a pitiful insect. When she lived with Jacob, she was treated like a thing, an unnecessary thing that could be kicked, wiped, humiliated, and not considered a living being. Marco pursued only his base goals, endlessly putting her under attack by Arian, who is angry at his antics. She looked at Lucerne again and thought that, at least, he was treating her like a woman, and she exclaimed in her heart, from the surging emotions, that if she wants to prove something, it's that she is a human, not a commodity or a slave, but a person, and that she wants to live. This is all. He looked at her incredulously, as if trying to understand how sincere she was. And then he suddenly stood up abruptly and, approaching threateningly, said that she should not provoke him any more. Elisha looked at him in fear, and he continued to approach and said that he wanted to take possession of her more and more. Elisha relaxed and smiled and asked that if he takes possession of her, then what will happen next? He chuckled and sat down next to her on the bed, drew her to him, and said that she would live as his property, always under his control. Elisha pulled away from him to look him in the eyes and asked why he was angry with her, and Lucerne replied that he didn't even know. Apparently, the fact is that the value of the collateral continues to increase, and this causes a burning desire to kiss him, even when he is in this state. Lucerne cupped her face and kissed her tenderly. A few days later, Elisha could already go out and walk, accompanied by her maid. She walked in the company of Sophie, who carefully asked if she was sure she could go for walks. Elisha assured her that she was almost recovered, and the doctor recommended that she start moving a little. Alicia thought it was strange, but she was not getting better, even despite treatment from famous priests and doctors. She thought that Lucerne wouldn't force her to compensate for all expenses later. Suddenly, they met Lucerne, and she joyfully called out to him, and he invited her to walk a little. Evening was coming on the street, and the lanterns were lit on the poles. They walked in silence for a while, and then he asked her how she was going to move him forward. Elisha looked at Lucerne and asked him to let her meet with one person. Lucerne agreed. Elisha was surprised by his answer, and looked at her husband and asked that he knew who she wanted to meet, since he agreed so quickly. And Lucerne, looking at her seriously, replied that he had two options. He leaned over and whispered both options in her ear, and asked if he guessed right. And Alicia replied that it was so. They went further, and she asked what happened to the payment for the land in Ulifa. Lucerne told her that everything went smoothly. To ensure that no one can enter the territory, close surveillance of the site will be established. And he added that she just needed to decide how spectacularly they would expose their weak point. Elisha was pleased that he was interested in her opinion. She even thought that she and he were clearly on the same wavelength, and perhaps they can even be considered even bigger villains than Jacob and Carol. And she smiled at her thoughts. And then Elisha remembered, and looking anxiously at Lucerne, said that there was a possibility that she would soon have to spend money. She expected his reaction, but he calmly said that he would give her a budget for personal expenses, and she could safely use it. He added that he would review the recordings later, so it was not necessary to ask permission for every step she took. Alicia smiled, thinking that it was good that Lucerne turned out to be a more generous person than he might have seemed. And she thanked him for it, but he said that in return, he also had a condition. Alicia looked at him. He stopped and looked piercingly at her, and said that he wanted her to call him by name. Elisha looked at him in surprise, momentarily speechless. Lucerne, seeing her confusion, moved and moved on. And only then, Elisha replied that it was good and called him by name, Lucerne. Elisha walked behind him and, looking at the last sunset rays, said that if you think about it, it will soon be the day of the moon. This is the time when the moon's light reaches its maximum brightness, and then everyone will undoubtedly go to the main temple to pray. With hope in her voice, she asked if she could go. From an early age, she tried not to miss this event, but Lucerne, continuing to walk and without turning around, said that there would be too many people there that day, and he could not allow her to do this. But he didn't want to upset her, and he suggested that the day after tomorrow, for example, they could go there. And Alicia, looking after him, thought that in fact it was not a request to go together, and she hoped that everything would be okay. 2 days later, the moon shone brightly in the night sky, illuminating everything around with its light. In the nightly course, knights gathered at the table. On the table in front of them lay the whip of the bastard who had attacked Mistress Elisha. Ian said that although the general did not officially allow revenge, he made a significant pause. Ian remembered how the general gave him this whip with the words that this thing was used by a criminal. The knight continued by saying that judging by the general's words, he wanted them, his knights, to take care of everything. One of the knights who was in this company asked if an investigation had been carried out. Ian answered in the affirmative, saying that it was an old model of a whip, temporarily used by the Order of Knights at the temple 4 years ago. Nora, hearing this, turned black with anger and clenched her fists and said that if the attacker was from there, then Marco was the instigator. Lasley, who was standing nearby, said that the attacker had probably already escaped, but in response, he heard that this too had already been sorted out. They were informed that a knight from the temple with a scar on his face was heading towards the border, and they grabbed him in a nearby tavern. Ian was pleased with himself and said that the evidence against the criminals who injured their mistress had been collected. And then the knights gathered and went to attack everyone who offended their mistress. And the anticipation of this action unusually encouraged them. They burst into the building where the temple knights lived, and Lapis, stepping forward, said that these people had harmed their mistress. So now they have come for revenge. He took off his glove and, throwing it in the face of the nearest knight, shouted that he was challenging them to a duel. To which the knight, distorted by such impudence, said that this little guy had lost his mind. He jumped up to Lapis and grabbed him by the lapels of his clothes and yelled that, "How dare some puppy grin so fearlessly at adults?" But the next moment, his ardor cooled. He noticed the uniform this boy was wearing. This was definitely the uniform of the Black Lion Knights, and this teenager was one of them. And then someone yelled that it was Lasley, the strongest magician of the Empire, and he called on everyone to run. And at that moment, the teenager shouted indignantly that he was actually Lapis, but the next moment, his face lit up with a malicious smile, and he said that it didn't matter. He told the knights scattering in all directions that he once burned about 400 monsters, and he wondered how long it would take to fry these pathetic little people. He said that he would set a new record today. And there was a deafening explosion, followed by a crash, and flames flying in all directions. Nora and Lasley, who were outside, turned to this noise, and Lasley said that the bastard Lapis had started without them. And he said with regret that if the lot had fallen differently, he, Lasley, would have been the one who declared war. Ian chuckled and said that he understood their upset feelings. But from this moment, the real battle began. He pulled out his sword and said that if everything is ready, then maybe we can start the battle. Elisha and Lucerne, as he promised, came to the temple on the eve of the moon day. The girl was surprised that there were almost no people in the temple today, but Lucerne said that it was natural. After all, the peak of power occurs precisely on the day of the moon, so there is little point in coming earlier. Lucerne looked at her and said that she herself had originally wanted to come on that very day. And he asked that she thought that her wish would come true. Elisha's face brightened. She smiled at his thoughts and said no. She just felt calmer here. People actually said that wishes made on the day of the moon come true. But is the world really that simple? There was an icon depicting a saint hanging on the wall, and lighted candles were burning on a table underneath it. Elisha intertwined her fingers and bowed her head, closed her eyes, and began to ask the saint for something in front of whose image she stopped. Lucerne watched her silently, and then she turned to him and asked, "Doesn't he want to try it too?" But he gloomily said that he was not interested in such things. Elisha asked in surprise, "Then why did he come with her?" It was enough to send a maid. He grinned and turned away and said that he was afraid that she would get into an unpleasant situation again if he only looked away. And Elisha said indignantly that in his eyes she was some kind of weirdo, but Lucerne reminded her that who found the body, wandering around sniffing around like a puppy, or who came home with a stab wound, and how can he be careless now? He summed it up by saying that their family life is so cheerful that everything is filled with trepidation. Elisha decided to change the topic of conversation and asked what happens. Has he never prayed? They went outside, and he said that he tried it once in childhood. The temple was such a boring place that he had to at least do this. Elisha looked at him with interest and asked what he was asking for. Lucerne looked away. The pain seemed to freeze in him. He remembered himself as a small child, how he and his mother were sitting under a tree. She carefully hugged his shoulders and said something tenderly. And he said that he asked that the mother who raised him be born again and no longer suffer. And so, that if she really were to be reborn, she could live without having anything to do with the Cartier family. Elisha said that this was a wonderful wish and promised that next time she would also pray for his mother. But Lucerne told her to do as she knows. Elisha thought, and her thoughts were that when they divorce in the future, will he ask the same for her? Suddenly, he suggested that we take a little break. But Elisha asked that shouldn't they go back? And he replied that she had not yet recovered enough. She couldn't go in the carriage right away. He suggested we go to a cafe and have something to eat. Elisha remembered how Lucerne once told her that they didn't get to have dinner last time. And we need to fix this. She thought it felt somehow unnatural. Déjà vu? She followed him and thought that then, in the restaurant where Lucerne had brought her, the Marquis Fulman had caused a scandal. And she thought that, really, something would happen again. When they approached a free table, Lucerne helped her sit down and, sitting down opposite, said that there was a lot of time, so she shouldn't rush into making a choice. When the waiter approached them, Elisha said that she would order flower tea, and she thought that it looked like she had already developed a disease of mistrust from living with this man. An unexpected scream made Elisha jerk, and together with the waiter, turn in the direction where the scream came from. Bloody people ran into the cafe, and the waiter said that these were knights from the temple. Elisha said in alarm that they were badly injured. Has some kind of war started? And Lucerne mysteriously said that it was something similar. Elisha, amazed, asked him what he was talking about. At that moment, the door of the cafe opened, and a knight was sitting on the threshold with his back to the hall, begging for mercy. And Nora towered over him with a bloody sword. She told him to shut up and pierced his chest with a sword. Her eyes were burning. Looking at her victim, she said that if he touched someone else's mistress, he must pay with his blood. Nora looked towards the table with Lucerne, and surprise was visible in her gaze. Elisha also recognized her and was no less surprised. She wanted to call them, but the knights retreated so quickly that she didn't even have time to utter a word. She asked in surprise what was going on. Why were Nora and Corinne here? Still continuing to look after them, she thought that, like in a past life, the Knights of the Black Lion had invaded the temple territory. Lucerne said that this was revenge. He said that Elisha didn't seem to fully understand, so he decided to demonstrate it to her. She is his wife, and at the same time, his property. So, if even one tear runs down her face, someone will be ready to kill hundreds of people. Elisha mentally repeated his words about at least one tear, and imagined herself in the circle of knights. That they protect her from all sides. Just think, there are those who are ready to do something like that for the sake of her despicable. Elisha was lost in thought, forgetting that Lucerne was watching her, and he asked her that she was scared? Or does she hate this situation? Elisha raised her eyes and looked at him and said no. All wrong. She thought that, on the contrary, she was strangely fascinated. and she said out loud that she didn't want the knights to get injured because of her. So she will be more careful in future. Lucerne smiled and said that was great, and she must definitely keep her promise. After all, it is unknown what he will do next time if she gets hurt again. After some time, Elisha was walking in the garden of the mansion. She was worried about whether the knights had been harmed. The collision seemed serious, although she tried to carefully find out everything from Ian, but he didn't really say anything. He only said that yesterday they had a joint training with another knightly order. He wasn't going to tell her anything. And Lucerne, too. He said that if she showed that she knew anything, they would only be embarrassed and make even more noise. And he added that she should not praise them. Elisha didn't want her to cause another commotion, but at least it was necessary to find out if there were anyone who was seriously injured. At that moment, she saw Nora on one of the lawns. She sat straight on the grass and held her hand. She squeezed her wounded hand with her other hand and thought that the bleeding still did not stop. But if she goes to the infirmary, it might reach the lady. Elisha called out to her, and Nora, surprised by her appearance, turned in her direction. Elisha was already nearby, and the whole picture was revealed to her eyes. As she thought, Nora was injured. Elisha asked to look at the wound. Nora removed her hand and said that there was nothing serious there, but Elisha insisted, saying that she was bleeding and needed to be stopped. Elisha rolled up her sleeve and saw a deep wound on Nora's wrist. Blood was oozing from it. They sat down on the bench. Elisha took her handkerchief and intended to bandage the wound with it, but Nora said that the lady did not have to use her expensive handkerchief. Elisha assured her that he was completely ordinary. The other scarf is really important to her. Nora asked, "What is this, another scarf?" Elisha remembered how in a past life, Nora handed her a handkerchief so that she could treat her wounds after another beating, and she answered that now she doesn't have that scarf. It was not possible to save it, but Elisha took care of it until the very end. She finished bandaging her hand and said that everything was ready, and at the same time, she asked that she had not seen the doctor in the mansion. Didn't want to run into her? Elisha looked at Nora worriedly and said that it seemed to her that Nora had been avoiding her lately. Maybe she's upset that Elisha didn't thank her? Nora jerked at such a suggestion and said that, how is this possible? She said she was just afraid Elisha was disappointed in her. Nora explained that on the battlefield, she becomes a completely different person. When she becomes fierce, she pursues the enemy to the end and cuts him down. Only this brings satisfaction. And Nora said in a drooping voice that since her mistress saw her like this, she would probably no longer be able to consider her a great knight. Her hands trembled, and she said that Elisha was a fragile, noble lady. And she can't do anything about her fear and hatred of her, Nora. Elisha took her hand and said that it was difficult to maintain sanity while living kindly in a world like this. This is especially true for people like them, children left in the monastery. And seeing Nora's surprise, she added that if you look at it like that, then Elisha is also an orphan. It is enough for her that Nora is kind to her, and she's grateful for that. Moreover, Nora's appearance during the battle was not at all frightening. Elisha was only sad that she got hurt because of her. And placing her hand on her shoulder, Elisha said that perhaps it was strange, but she did not feel disgust. And then she hugged Nora and asked her not to worry about such little things anymore. And she thanked the knight for fighting for her. When Elisha was reading a book alone in the mansion, she was suddenly struck by the thought that she had wanted as a child to have a younger sister. She remembered her childhood and thought that, perhaps, it was because there were only girls in the monastery, but Elisha would be glad to have a sister like Nora. There was a knock on the door, tearing her from her thoughts. It was Sophie who said that the crockery merchant whom Elisha had called had arrived, and the girl ordered that he be escorted inside. When Elisha entered the room, all kinds of dishes were already displayed on the table, and the seller said that Elisha could not think about time and look at it as much as she wanted. He also said that following the general's order, he prepared only shining dishes of the highest quality. Elisha held a plate in her hands, and after the merchant's words, she looked at Lucerne. He also looked at Elisha and asked if she liked this plate. And then he said that she only looks at him and not at these pieces of glass, and Elisha told him that she didn't expect him to come and watch her choose the dishes. And he hugged her and kissed her on the cheek. saying that he had come to follow up, fearing that she would again regret the money. Elisha blushed with embarrassment and thought that this man, he just does something like that. And she said that this time she would buy only the best, so he doesn't have to worry. Even the merchant thought that there was a complete atmosphere of love in this house. Elisha said that there were no wars in the near future, so most likely Lucerne would be in the capital. This means that the number of reasons for receiving guests will increase. Therefore, it is worth preparing decent dishes. And Lucerne supported her by saying that she was doing a great job. At that moment, there was a knock on the room, and Ian appeared from the door. He called the general. Lucerne only glanced at his knight briefly and immediately became serious. He understood why he came. He stood up and said that he had to leave for a while. He will return for dinner, and they will drink tea together. Elisha asked in alarm if something serious had happened, but Lucerne turned his head and smilingly said that, in no case, he didn't want to worry his wife. Elisha looked at him, but did not ask any more questions. Lucerne and Ian were in the basement, in which, tied to a chair, sat the man who attacked and wounded Elisha. Lucerne asked him how it was possible to tie up someone else's wife and lock her in a warehouse. "My husband is upset now." This man jerked and looked at Lucerne and began to beg for mercy. He made excuses that he did not know that she was the general's wife. This criminal whined that he was simply offered a lot of money. Lucerne's eyes flashed with an evil fire. He grabbed him by the collar and said with disdain that even when he gives them a chance to have their last words, they all behave like this. And he cut his throat. The lifeless body fell to the floor, dragging with it the chair to which it was tied. A pool of blood began to spread around him. Ian calmly said that, as he thought, the general would not give up reprisal against the bastard who had harmed his lady to someone else. Lucerne said that he had to do at least this in order to further claim that he protected his wife. And Ian said that if all other husbands were the same, then there would not be a single whole family left in the world. Lucerne took off his blood-stained gloves and agreed with Ian, and then gloomily added that, fortunately, one girl was definitely able to endure this. After the tableware merchant left Elisha, the princess came to her. She happily said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and Elisha responded by saying that she did not expect Her Majesty to personally pay her a visit. The princess made a surprised face and said that she had long wanted to do this, but Lucerne said that visiting a sick person was strictly prohibited. She took a sip of tea, and putting the cup on the table, said that it would be better to visit Elisha and Lucerne than to go to the tea parties of aristocrats. Elisha realized that this was definitely the peak of the social season. The princess must be very busy, to which she said yes, but in reality she's just going crazy from boredom. Wherever I go, there are only golden techniques. Elisha was surprised by the word gold and asked why this color is popular now, but this time it was the princess's turn to be surprised, and she asked that Elisha didn't know about it. After all, this color came into fashion thanks to Elisha. That day, when she stumbled out of the city government building, you couldn't take your eyes off her. Moreover, she also won the auction. Naturally, this had a huge impact on the noble ladies. The princess, once again sipping tea, looked furtively at Elisha and thought that, although, of course, that was not the only impressive thing, she decided not to report that Elisha was gradually gaining dubious fame. People were whispering about how fierce this girl was, since the other daughters-in-law of the Cartier family lowered their eyes in front of her. It was also discussed that the Order of the Black Lion was in disarray due to the injury of their mistress, and people also whispered that during the nightly games of this couple, the beds broke under them. And she just said that anyway, how should I put it? Elisha is becoming popular. And Elisha, unaware of the true reason for her popularity, said that she had a rather famous husband. Elisha almost choked on her tea when the princess asked if she had heard that Carol had attacked a worker at the tailor shop where she regularly dressed. Elisha smiled imperceptibly. After, in accordance with the terms of the game, the victory at the auction and the land in Ulifa went to Alicia Delore. Carol jumped up and made a scandal that they had sorted out the auction, but why did Elisha repeat after her? She grabbed the lace on her dress and squealed that this decoration was only sewn on at the tailor shop where Carol went. She demanded to know how Elisha knew about that place and about her dress, because she probably found out in advance. But Elisha removed her hand and coldly said that if she were in her place, she would better shut the mouths of the workers of the studio that Carol visits. And now, remembering that episode, Elisha said that Carol had done something bad. The princess spread her hands and said that they say one of the workers told someone about her dress, and so Carol's maids dragged that girl out into the street and started a showdown. Elisha said that, judging by how far it went, she was indeed bribed. And the funniest thing is that while the maids were beating the tailor worker, Carol staged a performance as if she was trying to stop them. Elisha said that Carol had correctly decided to hide behind the maids if things suddenly got serious. And she added that I heard she always does this. The princess said thoughtfully that now that girl would not be able to work in this field. Although this is natural, it affected one of Cartier's daughters-in-law. Elisha was silent. She thought that maybe life is a repetition of cruel cliches. After all, people, in a fit of greed, continue to commit the same obvious sins. She put down her cup of tea and, turning to Her Highness, said that she was indeed very glad that the princess visited her. But Elisha paused and asked if there was any other reason for her visit. The princess shuddered. She looked sad. She put her cup on the table and said that actually, she wanted to get closer to Elisha. Did this surprise the latter? The princess, waving her hand, explained that all this time she thought that Elisha was no different from the others. A girl participating in useless auctions and dragging her husband down a crooked path. They both stood up, and the princess continued that when she saw how Elisha, even though wounded, continued her fight, she realized how wrong she was. There are no gratuitous rivalries in the world, and Elisha's victory was simply magnificent. The princess extended her hand to Elisha and asked if she would accept her apology. This gesture charmed Elisha. She thought that this girl was so bright, and he admits his mistakes so easily. Elisha decided that she couldn't do that, and she extended her hand to her in response. Elisha smiled and said that Her Highness had nothing to apologize for, because it was not her fault. She also admitted that she was not yet accustomed to high society and would be glad if the princess would continue to visit her from time to time. In the evening, as Elisha prepared for bed, she looked through the correspondence that had arrived in recent days and noted that recently the number of invitations to receptions of aristocrats had unexpectedly increased, and she said out loud that they need to appear in high society, at least with an eye on the future. But Lucerne doesn't really like that. She unfolded the next letter, and there was a notice about the selection of the great pope. Elisha, reading it, thought that the current elections would probably be very noisy. A dead saint will suddenly return alive. Isn't it fun? She sat down, and another letter fell out of her hands. It was a real estate advertisement. It talked about a safe mansion, posted a photo of it, and said that it was a man-free zone, and the area was equipped with security. Elisha found herself thinking that she wanted to receive a brochure with new mansions for sale. She looked at the flyer and thought that she was now managing the funds allocated by Lucerne, and perhaps he will be able to save the remaining money. Elisha clutched this sheet to herself and thought that if he agreed, it would become her property. And then, later, she would be able to live happily ever after. Right. If only she could stay in a place like this when it was all over. She gave herself up to daydreaming. She thought it would be wonderful to have a cup of hot tea in the morning and walk around the beautiful, well-kept garden. Lapis would often come to her to have fun, perhaps even with Nora. She imagined their cheerful conversations, and when evening came, there would be a knock on her door. And when she opened the doors, she froze in surprise on the threshold, because he was standing outside the door. Lucerne de Caius, general of the empire. She dreamed about him, about his attention and love. Elisha shuddered. She blinked her eyes and thought about what she just imagined. She's gone too far in her dreams. Her gaze became sad. She is a person who knows too many of Lucerne's secrets, and if they divorce, she will need to live quietly somewhere away from everyone. She sat down on the bed again and bent over the leaflet. Lucerne quietly approached, and through the doorway saw her thoughtfully looking at something. And Elisha thought that, in a place far from the capital, where it was impossible to encounter either Lucerne or its knights, like this mansion from the brochure. His question about what she did took her by surprise. She flinched in surprise, and she tried to hide a leaflet advertising the mansion under her pillow, and Lucerne replied that she was reading letters. He put his hands in his pockets and asked what was true. Just letters? Alicia decided to change the subject and asked him that he seemed to have a lot of free time today. Lucerne walked around the bed and said that he had just met with the doctor, and he said that they could finally roll around in bed all night long. With a sharp movement, he bent over her with one hand, covering her hand with which she was trying to hide the letter, and, smiling playfully, asked that he had really gone crazy? Why now instead of making love to her? He first wants to know what she is hiding under the pillow? He actually hovered over Elisha and asked what she was hiding. Elisha could not take her eyes off his searching gaze, and thought that this man, he seemed to know all her secrets. And for a second, a doubt arose in her mind. Were the envelopes, in fact, properly sealed? She pressed her palms against his chest and asked in surprise that he was checking her correspondence. And Lucerne answered her, without mincing words, that she spoke as if she were surprised. And he asked that she really thought he wouldn't do it? A little confused by her reaction, he said that it seemed he had already said that he would control her. Alicia drooped, and her gaze became sad. The girl thought that was true. This man still doesn't believe her. She knew about it, but she allowed herself to forget. Lucerne sat down next to her on the bed and asked that, if it comes to that, maybe she herself will show what is there. He held out his hand, waiting for her to place the letter in his palm, and Alicia said that he had already seen everything. But Lucerne replied that he did not go into details. I didn't want to get into her personal space. She handed him a leaflet with her dream, and while he was intently studying its contents, she watched him with the most unhappy look. And when he finished reading, he warily asked why she needed security. After all, she already has those who will be worse than crazy dogs. But Alicia told him that it was now. Lucerne silently glared at her, and then he jumped up and said that whatever it was not a zone without men. If she needs real estate, he will buy everything, so she may want to look for other options. But Alicia asked why not. She didn't intend to live there now. He held a necklace in one hand. This was his gift. Lucerne asked, what is she asking, even knowing everything? And then he put a necklace on her neck and added it, so that she would think carefully with her smart head. He fastened the necklace and straightened it on her chest, asking why he was against a place where men were prohibited from entering. This question stirred her mind, but she asked him what kind of necklace this was. And Lucerne, stepping back from her, said that today was the day of the moon. Alicia lowered her eyes. Exactly, if you think about it. At this time, people exchange gifts, and she said that usually they give something like cookies or a talisman thread, and not something so expensive. And Lucerne replied that it was true. A satisfied smile played on his lips. This necklace is very expensive, and he wanted her to know how much he appreciates it. General Lucerne was sitting in his office. In front of him was a flyer advertising a safe mansion. He was lost in thought. He remembered when he and the knights came to the land that Elisha had found. The knights held shovels in their hands, ready to look for something. Lucerne said that the shadows said that there was definitely something here. And when the knights dug up the chest, Ian exclaimed that they had found something. The general asked, what was there? And then Ian opened the chest, and they saw the body of the prophet Listramp. He lay in this chest on a mountain of jewelry, with his eyes open, as if he had just gotten here yesterday. A blue butterfly flew out of the chest, and they heard a whisper. The whisper of the prophet Listramp, who said that he had fled here. Another butterfly fluttered out, and again whispered that those who killed him were Cartier, Manhwa from the temple, and his son Marco. With the next butterfly, the whisper said that they were doing this in order to sell the body of the prophet in the future, and divide the money among their family members. Ian, watching the next butterfly with his eyes, said, what does it mean that priests with real holy powers can really create messengers? And Nora said that then this is a message left by Listramp himself? One of the butterflies flew up to Lucerne and whispered that those who found his body should tell the whole world about it. And his only younger brother, Listramp hoped that he would remember the day he died. Everything became quiet, and Lucerne said that these were the last words of Listrump. So, this is how it all turned out. Lucerne still continued to sit and think about it. Elisha was not told the contents of the will. But even so, this girl found out the whole truth. And in a strange way, she led him to the truth. What does she want to achieve in this game of chapter? He said out loud that if she had gone so far as to come running to the auction in such a state, then her hatred for Cartier was really deep. But at the same time, this clearly did not look like revenge for her father. She's not that attached to him. He reached for the leaflet and asked himself, is that why it is so interesting to him? He waited impatiently to see how the game she was playing now would end. He was completely in the power of this girl, but he was not completely sure of her. She was a complete mystery to him, and he asked her not to betray him. And this was both a request and a warning at the same time. Who would have thought that everything would turn out like this? Alicia Delore captivated his thoughts and conquered his will. And only reason gave rise to doubts. He clutched a real estate brochure. Distrust enveloped his heart like barbed wire. He said that if she betrayed him, then he would give her such hell that she would never be able to taste the freedom for which she so desperately strives. Emotions were running high. He abruptly stood up from the table. It was necessary to direct thoughts in a different direction. He thought that while thinking about the future, maybe create a secret room. Lucerne went to the fireplace in which the fire was blazing, and raising his hand to the flame, he thought that if this was possible, the heat from the fire warmed his hand. It is better, of course, to leave her nearby peacefully and maintain their trusting relationship. The log fell, and a sheaf of sparks rose above the fire. Lucerne said that everything depends only on her. The wound on Elisha's shoulder had healed, and only a fresh scar remained, a reminder of what had happened. The priest examined her and said that it seemed that her condition had improved greatly, and Alicia said that this was a great relief. She thanked the doctor for his concern, and when he was about to leave, she said that she had one request for him. This surprised him. But Elisha said that in fact all this time she wanted to ask him something. Alicia buttoned up her dress and turned to him and said that she needed to meet with the high priest. She asked if he could fulfill her request. And a few days later, a carriage stopped near the central staircase of the mansion. It was High Priest Connor. They were waiting for his arrival, and when he got out of the carriage, the servants were already greeting him. It was a middle-aged man. He narrowed his eyes slyly and seemed unfriendly. The butler who met him said that the general was now observing the training at the training ground. He should finish soon, but for now he invited the high priest to go to the tea room. The high priest cast a sly glance at the butler and pretentiously said that he was just nearby and stopped by for a while. Don't worry so much. And he added that he and the general are relatives, placing special emphasis on this. The butler smiled good-naturedly and said that was good. The general will certainly be happy. After all, he has no elders with whom he communicates closely. And he added that the lady was just preparing tea, and while the general came up, the high priest would talk to her. The high priest did not like this, and although he remained silent, he thought that, who is this girl, that he should date her? He heard that she was from a bankrupt family of aristocrats. He also heard that she was rumored to be very beautiful, and with these thoughts, he grinned greasily and decided that he might as well take a look at her face. Alicia greeted him with a good-natured smile. She was wearing a turquoise dress with a deep neckline, and when he entered, she said that her name was Alicia Delore. The high priest was fascinated and said that he was pleased to meet you. He bowed in respect and introduced himself as God's servant Connor. After religious conversion, he got rid of his surname. Elisha also said in response that she was pleased to meet you. Connor sat down opposite her, and while Elisha was pouring tea, he secretly looked at her and thought that this insidious woman is capable of picking up someone. Elisha took her cup in her hands and asked the high priest what she heard. Does he want to stand as a candidate in the next election for the Pope? She waited for his answer and thought that, at the moment, there were several influential contenders for this position. One of them was Manhwa, the second and only son of the Duke of Cartier. And the second is a local celebrity, a man who gained his fame thanks to helping the poor. Bishop Connor, now looking only at their status or achievements in the affairs of the temple, It seems that this is a race in which Merha ideally takes the lead. But in the end, the election of the Pope is a financial confrontation, and high-level priests with voting rights make decisions based on donations or contributions at events. Elisha watched the high priest and realized that this is why Connor definitely wants to get himself a sponsor with wealth that can resist Merha. Connor started to say that it just happened. He would like Jacob, the legitimate grandson of the head of Cartier, to help him. But his business is now well established, and he is afraid that he will fall out of favor with the head if he becomes interested in the affairs of the temple. Moreover, he will not invest in him due to the fact that he is his relative on the Collateral line. Connor grinned at the thought that who would have thought that Lucerne would want to support him in return. He was unexpectedly delighted by this discovery. Although Lucerne will not become the leader, he is already a genius with significant military powers. There are even rumors that the head himself values it, and that's pretty good. But most importantly, Lucerne has a huge fortune. He raised his eyes and looked at Elisha. There was arrogance in his gaze, and his thoughts were about how it infuriates him that in order to receive this money, he has to please this contract wife. He asked why they wanted to meet with him. Perhaps he can help them with something. But Elisha saw right through his self-interest, and therefore said that she didn't even know. Although she said that she wanted to meet, she only gave him a chance, because it seemed that it was he who wanted to meet with them. Elisha said bluntly that he specifically sent his assistant as soon as her husband requested a priest for treatment. And this made the high priest shudder. And Elisha asked again, that didn't it mean that he was looking for a meeting with them? Connor bowed his head. In other words, it's not them who need help here, but him, right? He became angry, thinking that Elisha was waiting for him to prostrate himself before her. Pride choked him. He clenched his fist in silent rage, thinking that no matter how urgent the matter was, he was not going to run errands for these youngsters. And to hide his true feelings, he laughed and said that the general was in military service. Would it be possible to look for such an unworthy reason to meet him? Before being ordained, Connor belonged to the lateral line of the Cartier family. Therefore, I came simply to meet my distant relatives without any prejudices. And he was very upset by such distrust. Elisha said, "What is it?" And she asked why he came to them, with his question forcing him to name the reason. Her calm tone unsettled the high priest, and he flinched, as if he had been slapped in the face, and became indignant. The girl continued by asking, what does it mean that his only intention was to meet his relatives? And she asked him point blank, in all this time, has he ever sent a letter to the general? Connor hesitated, and when he asked, did he really believe that Lucerne wanted to see him only to keep secrets? Elisha stood up. She said that if the high priest doesn't understand people that much, then she has nothing more to say to him. She turned around and walked away. And Connor only said to her back that she should not go to extremes. She stopped and told him that there were no extremes. For busy people, brevity is life. And she said that he could return, because otherwise she was worried that he would risk incurring the wrath of her husband. Anger twisted Connor's face, and he clenched his teeth and looked at Elisha, unable to change anything. Lucerne walked down the corridor, wiping sweat from his face after an intense workout. And the butler told him that while he was training, Mr. Connor came to them. He asked in surprise, "Who is it?" But the butler did not have time to answer anything, because in the corridor they came across a shaking high priest. Seeing Lucerne, he rushed to him and seemed ready to burst into tears. Lucerne said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he asked why he was standing here, to which Connor exclaimed that Lady Elisha kicked him out, and he clasped his head with his hand and said with relief that now that the general had arrived, they could enter together. And he himself rejoiced maliciously, thinking that a crazy woman who doesn't have a drop of common sense dares to show off guests. And looking at the general, he decided that, although Lucerne had not apologized for his wife, at least he would bring her to his senses. Lucerne silently walked past the high priest and approached the door when he said that, "Let's go in." But Lucerne turned to him with all his gloomy appearance, and in a dissatisfied tone asked what Connor was doing. The high priest shuddered and froze in bewilderment. He didn't expect this, but Lucerne said that if his wife told him to leave, then he should disappear. But Connor, not believing his ears, asked again, should he really leave? And the general said that he was not some kind of child. Can't he decide for himself whether to leave him or wait? With these words, he entered the room and forcefully closed the door behind him, leaving a taken-aback Connor standing in bewilderment in the middle of the corridor. The butler coughed politely, letting him know that he was ready to escort him to the exit. The high priest grabbed his head. His hopes were completely dashed. In addition, his pride was dealt a crushing blow. And what kind of situation is this? Elisha stood near the window and poured tea from the teapot. Lucerne approached her and asked why she was pouring out fresh tea. But Elisha replied that it was the one Connor drank, and it is completely unsuitable for Lucerne. He crossed his arms over his chest and chuckled at her answer, thinking. But the next moment, he was standing behind Elisha, putting his arm around her waist and asking, how was Connor? If they want to get rid of Merc, then he is the best candidate. But Elisha asked what he thought. Did he have enough skills? She bowed her head and said in a serious tone that while Merha was top-class trash, Connor was just low-grade trash. Lucerne grinned and said that they thought the same, and I admired how they still suit each other. Lucerne kissed Elisha on the neck, and a blush appeared on her cheeks from such tenderness. She tried to divert his attention by saying that now they clearly needed this garbage. After all, it's better than letting Merha become Pope. But still, Connor is not a card that can be played for a long time. Elisha turned to him, and taking a step back, said that it was so, adding that he had too many shortcomings. Lucerne was surprised by this remark, and Elisha explained to him that everyone who lived in the monastery knows that Connor stole donations for the poor. And Lucerne remembered that incident. That year, due to the difficult situation in the country, there was no government assistance, and contributions were negligible. Then Connor took more than half of the special donations from the lords. His goal was only funds intended for the orphan children of the poor, and there was no one who could oppose it. After all, everyone was dependent on the help of the temple. Of course, the Archbishop of the Rosary, the abbess of the monastery in which Elisha grew up, began to protest, but it was impossible to resist the corrupt scum. Moreover, by telling the truth, she only made enemies and was unable to provide worthy resistance to the temple with their dirty deeds. After all, from the very beginning, this woman did not strive to glorify her name, but to protect at least one more person. Therefore, in the end, there was no other choice but to reduce the food intake for them, the children of aristocrats, and thereby help the children of the poor. Lucerne looked at Elisha with pride and asked that not everyone must have been happy about this, and she nodded, saying that people were starving right before their eyes. In that situation, there were practically no people who, looking at this, shamelessly filled their bellies. And it's not like they were left completely without food. He ran his hand through her hair and said that, as expected, children from temples and monasteries are so kind. And Elisha said that not counting him. Lucerne did not expect this from her, and therefore asked why she was drawing the line. And he added that her husband was upset about it. Elisha removed his hand from her head and said that, one way or another, Connor is a card that will be thrown away after one use. And looking into his eyes, she said that she thinks that this time they should create a pope. Lucerne really liked the way she said it, and he emphasized this, saying that she correctly said they. He looked at her, and love and adoration shone in his gaze, and he so wanted her to reciprocate his feelings. At this point, the empire was under the influence of three forces. The first is Cartier, who held all the money of the empire in their hands. The second is a temple, established here thanks to the faith and donations of people. The third is the imperial family. After all, formally, the Cartier were never able to escape addiction. In this regard, Jacob, as the eldest grandson of the head of Cartier, is closest to the first force, and Marco, relying on the support of Merhi, is closest to the second. The latter, Lucerne, who leads the military forces, has a deep connection with the imperial family. Elisha began to think that if the general used this chance and took away the temple's support, he would probably receive a huge benefit. She said, choosing her words, that what is important now is that everyone from the temple is angry at Connor. She turned around and walked towards the table, continuing her thought that the head probably knew about this. Therefore, even if he is not particularly happy with the fact that Merha will become the next pope, he left everything as it is. She sat down on the sofa and said that the head did not like both candidates, but they did not get on his nerves enough to do anything, and this is a great chance for Lucerne and Alicia to intervene. He approached her saying that she was right, but there was one thing. He also sat down on the sofa next to her and said that even if he received the support of the temple, he still could not become the head. She turned to him and impulsively took his hand, saying that she knew about it. And as I said before, this is not the way that will allow him to take the desired place, but the power of the temple will come in handy. Would he really turn down such a good opportunity? Lucerne grinned and agreed with her, but added that his goal, to destroy the other candidates for the position of head, was still unchanged. He grabbed her hand and, putting her on his lap, asked that how long would they keep that man outside. Elisha exhaled and said that he was going to compete with her in psychological battle. He also cast lustful glances at her body, and she admitted that she would like to leave him outside the door longer. Lucerne frowned, and then he pulled Elisha to him and hugged him and said that he should stay there for 3 hours. Elisha supported him, saying that this was a good idea. She felt pleasant and calm in his arms, but she still asked if he would get bored being locked up with her for so long. Lucerne quietly took a bracelet out of his pocket, and he said that he was with her. How could he be bored? In an instant, he fastened the bracelet on her hand and said that even if she said that she did not like it, it would be useless. Elisha was surprised by this bracelet, and Lucerne said that she had already recovered and asked her to wear it and not take it off anywhere. The girl looked at him and said that only he could free her from him, and he said that she knew everything perfectly, and he admitted that that's why he bought it. He kissed her, saying before that it seemed like time would fly by. After some time, they invited Connor, who was waiting outside the door. Alicia looked at him and said that she thought he had already left. And noticing that it was good that this was not so, she added that the new tea was just ready and invited him to have a cup. Connor, who had waited an endless amount of time outside the door, fidgeted on the sofa. His arrogance seemed to lift, and he thanked Elisha for her concern. Lucerne put his arm around his wife's shoulder and said that his wife was polite to everyone, so he would like to have only those elders around her who treat her with respect. Connor faked a smile and said that, of course, manners are very important. And he himself was shaking with irritation, and he thought that they were crazy. Alicia looked at him and asked what he wanted to offer them. In order for them to help him, his proposal must coincide with their interests. Because he agrees? Again, Lucerne supported her by saying that his wife was saying the right things. Connor cleared his throat and said that if he became pope, he would help the general succeed both materially and spiritually. Of course, if not Lucerne, but another person takes the place of head, then they will have to hide their relationship. But he promised that he would do everything possible to improve his position in the imperial family and the Cartier family. Alicia deliberately repeated that if he becomes the pope and asked how he was going to become one. Connor spread his hands and said that, of course, defeating Merha. The election of His Holiness requires a large investment of money, and if the general sponsors him. But Lucerne cut him off mid-sentence and declared that he would not do such a thing. Confused, Connor asked in bewilderment, "What do they want then?" And Elisha hesitated and said that she didn't even know. And she suggested simply eliminating Merca. She said confidently and triumphantly that they could make it so that he would no longer be a candidate. Connor's face showed disbelief. He couldn't believe it and asked how they would do it. But Lucerne jumped up and irritably asked that he really thought that they would tell him everything like that, and he added that this is so naive. He walked past him and said that the details were not discussed here. The only thing that matters is whether he is ready to become a dad if Merha disappears. Lucerne walked around the sofa and found himself behind Connor, squeezed his shoulder with his hand, and quietly said in his ear that it was important which side he would be on later. Lucerne dug his fingers into Connor's shoulder, letting him know that everything was very serious. And the high priest promised that if everything was put together like this, then he would be forever betrayed, to him, to the general. Elisha covered her face with a fan and said that this was a great choice. And she added that it seems, thanks to Connor, that her husband wanted to make a new pope. Lucerne playfully slapped Connor on the back so that he doubled over in fear and said that they say that men's ambitions grow when they get married. All this is due to his wife and her good advice. Lucerne walked up to the sofa where Alicia was sitting, and she said that, of course, their help would not be free. And if the high priest wants to receive it, he will have to fulfill several conditions. To begin with, he had to make the donation process at the temple more transparent and also inform them in advance of all the details before important events. And he had to give his word that he would not participate in the management of the temple. She looked at Connor and asked if he could promise all this if Mara could not be a candidate for pope. Is this something he can do? And Connor agreed. Although I didn't believe that something like this would really happen. Lucerne grinned and assured him what would happen, and he added that he never missed those whom he would like to destroy. These words emanated a threat, and he forces those who owe him to pay at all costs. It would be good for Connor to remember this too. After the conversation with Connor, Lucerne and Elisha walked through the night garden. She thanked him for supporting her in front of Connor, and he responded by saying that he was pleased to watch the game she was playing. By the way, she even thanked him today. And he called her his little ghost and asked, "What does it mean to please her? You need to encourage her?" Elisha looked at him and answered the question with a question that didn't he sleep with her too often for him to continue calling her little? They stopped as Nora was walking towards them. Elisha asked her that it looks like her training is over. And how is Nora feeling? The girl knight replied that it was good, but her face was sad and she looked away. Elisha asked worriedly, "What happened? Maybe the wound hurts again, or—" She didn't finish. Nora hastened to reassure her that it was nothing. But Elisha asked why she had such an expression on her face and asked to tell her. Nora hesitated, but then finally said that she had, in fact, seen Connor. And I heard that he even talked with Elisha alone. There was reproach in her words, and Elisha wanted to answer her, but Nora said in her heart, without holding back her emotions, that the lady knows what kind of person he is to invite him. Elisha replied that she was aware of it. And again, I wanted to say something, but Lucerne, squeezing Elisha's shoulder, rudely interrupted their dialogue and, turning to Nora, asked that she had the right to interfere in this matter. Nora swallowed and remained silent, but reproach was still visible in her eyes. Elisha released Lucerne's fingers, which were painfully digging into her shoulder, and said that Nora grew up in a monastery. In addition, she lived there with the children of commoners. Looking at him, she said that the monastery where she was pretty good, but she had heard that in some places you could die of hunger. But Lucerne was adamant. He said that the fact that his wife loves Nora does not mean that he can behave so unceremoniously. Nora bowed her head and asked to be forgiven for her rudeness. But she also asked to remember her vow as a knight. Lucerne said that he had not forgotten, and if there are dissatisfaction, then she can put a sword to the back of his head right now. But there is no need to disrespect Elisha. Nora bowed in reverence without saying a word, and they went in different directions. Lucerne gently pushed Elisha forward, but the girl looked worriedly as Nora walked away. Lucerne patted Elisha on the shoulder and said that, as he said, people from monasteries are very kind. It was a question. Elisha looked sadly after Nora left and said that she was truly a good person. She clearly knows the difference between good and evil. Elisha also heard rumors that most of the money she earned was donated to shelters, and even in a past life, after one day she saw Elisha being beaten. At every meeting she asked if she was okay, and she was always polite to her, as if she were a noble lady. Elisha shook off Lucerne's hand and categorically said that there must be such people in the world, and she wants to protect them. They walked on, and Elisha asked what this knight's vow was that she was talking about. Lucerne replied that during the oath of allegiance, knights not only take their oath, but also receive one from their master. So to speak, a gift that is given only once. Elisha thought about it, and Lucerne continued saying that usually it's weapons or money, but you can also demand respect for your personality. It seems that the girl has already heard about this before, something like the right to desire. Elisha asked what Nora wanted. Lucerne said that it was nothing special. It's just that if one day he becomes like the other Cartiers, she will be able to hack him to death with impunity. Elisha thought dejectedly, what a crazy relationship between master and subordinate. She, of course, knew that they were both such people, but her eyes turned sad. Before her death, the confrontation between Lucerne and other contenders for the position of head was truly fierce, and the general did not disdain to use any means. But now he shouldn't come to this. Alicia thought she wondered if Nora was okay at that time. She turned her head to Lucerne and, remembering, said that next week she was going to the monastery to meet with Archbishop Rosaria. Lucerne smiled at her enthusiastic voice and said that if she wanted, they could go together. Sometime after their conversation, they and Lucerne rode in a carriage to the monastery. Elisha was in high spirits. She looked out the window, looking at the surroundings, and her thoughts were that who would have thought that someday she would return to where she grew up. She looked at Nora, who was sitting next to her. The girl was silent and gloomy. Her gaze was heavy. Apparently, she also thought about the past, and these thoughts weighed on her. Elisha thought that as she approached the monastery, she became darker than a cloud. Was she still worried about Connor? Meanwhile, the wheels creaked. The carriage stopped, and the driver announced that they had arrived. They got out of the carriage, and Alicia said, turning to Lucerne, that she knew about his acquaintance with Archbishop Rosaria, but did not expect that they were so close to her. To which Lucerne replied that as a child, he owed her a lot for a lot. She loves children. Elisha smiled at his kind words and thought yes. She may try to avoid everything related to politics, but she will not ignore children in trouble for anything in the world. If she and Lucerne met at a time when he was being bullied, the Archbishop would certainly have helped him. He walked a little ahead and added that he also studied with her for some time. And this caused genuine surprise on Elisha's part. It turns out that he and Lucerne are educational buddies. This seemed unreal, and he continued saying that when he has business here, he comes to greet her. But today, the Archbishop of the Rosary called him first. They entered the monastery building, and he asked, "Where is she?" Lucerne heard a rustling sound and instantly looked in the direction from where it was coming. It was her, Archbishop of the Rosary. She was sitting on a bench in the front row and turned when she heard people approaching. She was an older woman with age-gray hair and an inquisitive gaze of green eyes. Elisha looked at her enthusiastically, but the Archbishop also said in amazement that really, Elisha came forward and said that the Archbishop may no longer remember, but she was Elisha Delore, who used to study with her. And the next moment, Rosaria hugged Elisha and, as if unable to believe her eyes, asked that it was really her? And did she really come back alive? There was undisguised joy in the elderly woman's voice. Then she looked at the rest of the people who came with Elisha and was amazed that even Nora was here. Rosaria was so pleased to see them, but she asked in surprise, "Why are the three of them together?" She turned to Lucerne and Elisha and expressed her guess that the two of them were married. Elisha smiled at the old woman, and Rosaria said that the two of them were her most brilliant students. And then she said that, in fact, the reason she called Mr. Lucerne was connected with Elisha. And this surprised the girl. And Rosaria, seeing her surprise, explained that she had been dragged to the Cartier estate, and she wanted to ask Lucerne to help her at least once. Elisha was amazed that the Archbishop not only remembered her, but wanted to help. The girl sincerely thanked the abbess for her kindness. And now Rosaria was surprised. She asked that doesn't Elisha hate her? But the girl said that how could she? And why does the abbess even say this? The Archbishop bowed her head and said with bitterness that when Jacob's soldiers burst into them and ordered Elisha to be taken out, Rosaria immediately did it. But Elisha replied that, on the other hand, if the Rosary had not done this, everyone could have died. And to confirm her words, she said that she was grateful to her for being given the chance to study. Besides, Rosaria herself said that hating someone is nothing more than a waste of time. Elisha also added that the only one who can protect a person is himself. The only thing you can do is help them become stronger. And Rosaria smiled, saying that it looked so much like her favorite. Elisha remembered everything perfectly. Rosaria selflessly said, turning to Lucerne, so that he would treat this child well. and she added that she was sorry that she had mentored Elisha only until she was 14, despite her outstanding abilities. And Lucerne reassured her that he could very well begin training Elisha. The archbishop grinned and said that Lucerne was also her student, whom she treasured very much, so she couldn't wait to see their children. At the same time, Lucerne sighed and said that grandfather was also counting the clock, and sometimes this makes his blood run cold. Elisha looked at him indignantly, and then she turned to Nora standing next to her and said that she would go look around the monastery for now, and she asked if Nora would go with her, to which the girl knight immediately agreed. When they had moved a sufficient distance, the archbishop said that, what a wise and quick-to-understand girl. She realized that she and Lucerne needed to talk and left them alone. Rosaria did not beat around the bush and said seriously that she had heard that Lucerne had recently become involved in the affairs of the temple. She taught him to act carefully if he was interested in something, and she asked why he decided to tease Merha. The head will not just calmly watch this. Lucerne replied no less seriously that he knew. But Rosaria herself said to release her claws for confident hunting, and Lucerne assured her that he would quickly take control of everything. The archbishop walked past him and said that Merha came to her with enviable persistence and was very aggressive, asking her to give her vote and the votes of the priests following her. It is unknown what else he will do when he becomes a dad, although the same can be said about Connor. If Merha wins, the temple business will go to Marco, and if Connor, Lucerne will take care of things. They were choosing who would lead the followers of God, and it is very unfortunate that only Cartier's people are the candidates. In essence, this is simply a war of the second generation for the place of head of the clan. Lucerne continued to stand without turning to Rosaria, and said that there was no need to worry so much about it. After all, today he came to her. He paused. His face was distorted into a grimace with an ominous smile, and he continued that he had come to tell him something about Merc. Elisha, meanwhile, was walking around the territory of the monastery and asked Nora if she knew why the Pope was chosen through voting. Nora replied that she did not know. Elisha said that this is the easiest way to elevate one of the Cartier family members to the Pope. So all this time, their family firmly held the temple in their hands. Nora thoughtfully said that Connor and Merha are now fighting for this place, which means there shouldn't be any unforeseen situations. Her face was sad, and she said that this development of events was fundamentally wrong. Elisha looked at her. She saw that something was bothering Nora. So she asked why Nora was angry with her. Does she, like everyone else, believe that Elisha is pushing Lucerne down a crooked path? Nora waved her hand in fear and said no. After all, Elisha is not that kind of person. But the girl knight bowed her head and said doubtfully that she did not like the other Cartiers. Therefore, she hopes that the general will be able to find another solution. Elisha asked her, what then is it possible to find out the reason? But Nora turned away angrily and said that she could not say, because this matter does not concern her in any way. And Elisha, smiling, concluded that then this concerns Lucerne. Nora panicked and began to get nervous, and then Elisha said that, okay, she won't dig any further, and she suggested we take a walk around the territory. Elisha said that she grew up nearby. A front yard, small buildings, a cafeteria, and a library opened up before them. They were everything to her back then. Nora replied that even though she lived in a monastery in the neighboring area, these places are really similar. And Elisha asked in surprise what was true. Suddenly, she saw children playing in front and exclaiming, asked Nora to look there. It seems that these children live here, just like they once did. Suddenly, Elisha's heart was pierced by pain. She put her hand to her chest. And I thought, why is this happening all of a sudden? As if she forgot about something important. Her hand was shaking. Did she think that perhaps the future she saw was incomplete? Or are there things she just doesn't remember? Nora, seeing that Elisha did not support her shoulders well, asked if everything was okay. But Elisha hastened to assure her that everything was fine. They did not notice that a man was standing nearby and watching them. It was Merha. His face was twisted with anger, and he growled that, how could such low people even dare to walk around the temple so arrogantly? What do they think this place is? Nora and Alicia simultaneously turned towards his voice. Nora looked at this man with an unfriendly glance. Alicia remained expressionless. At that moment, a servant approached them, and turning to Merha, apologized and said that Madame Rosaria was now receiving an honorable guest. Therefore, could he wait a little? But this caused dissatisfaction on the part of Merc, and he irritably asked, "Who dares to make him wait?" The servant said guiltily that it was General Lucerne. This news made Murch grit his teeth. Rage and hatred overwhelmed him. He thought angrily that he had to wait here because of some bastard. How it irritated him. And he decided to take out all his anger on Elisha, saying that judging by the fact that this girl knight takes care of her, then she is the bitch who became Lucerne's wife. He gnashed his teeth, restraining himself from attacking her. After all, it is precisely because of this creature that the atmosphere in their house is now in turmoil. After losing the auction, his stupid son and daughter-in-law continue to quarrel every day. Nora did not remain silent, and, wanting to protect her mistress, said that the Archbishop of the Rosary had given her permission. The lady is her disciple, and therefore there is no place in this monastery where she cannot go. But Merha mockingly said that the Archbishop of the Rosary raised a whore, and he added that, just think, some rogue would brazenly shine his face in the house of God in broad daylight. Nora clenched her fists and restrained herself with all her strength so as not to properly respond to this impudent person who dared to speak about his mistress in such a way. But he also added by saying that not only did Elisha not properly greet the elder, standing in front of her, but she also allows this girl knight to speak to him in such an impudent manner. But Elisha put her hand on Nora's shoulder, preventing her from reacting to such an insult, and said that then, following Merc's words, "It turns out that the elder for a whore is a pimp, isn't it?" Merha was taken aback, not expecting Elisha to put him in his place in this way. All he could do was ask, "What did she say?" And Elisha said that if that's what he wants, then she will greet him. There is nothing complicated about this. Merha just opened his mouth, but he had nothing to say. He thought she was a vicious bitch sucking on a viper. No wonder rumors are flying around that she is crazy. He grinned and thought that dealing with rabid dogs was just his specialty. And he said that it turns out that everything really is as he heard. Looking at Elisha, he said that, well, yes. Who else could a representative of a dirty family who became the wife of a bastard be? Elisha lowered her eyes and thought about what was strange. Why is she so angry? From the very beginning, Lucerne was not an illegitimate child. After all, this is usually the name given to children born from an affair on the side. But Lucerne's parents truly loved him. They simply could not get married due to the fact that his mother was a commoner. And even if this is not the first time that members of the Cartier family are talking all sorts of nonsense without really knowing anything, she did not want Lucerne to continue to be slandered with mud. And she said she didn't understand why he would say something like that after suddenly appearing here. And then, looking at Merc, she asked, "I wonder if he could repeat the same thing in front of her husband." Alicia noticed how the high priest flinched, and this meant that she had hit the target. Merha was afraid, but she didn't wait for someone to answer her and turned around and said to Nora that it was time for them to go. Merha clenched his teeth again in a fit of silent anger when she said that she didn't think that she was worth listening to anymore. And he muttered through his teeth that this was a low creature, and, unable to restrain himself, he rushed to Alicia with the words that she was rubbish and didn't see any boundaries at all. But Nora, grabbing his hand with a steely grip, said that enough was enough, making it clear that he will no longer tolerate insults. But Merc could not be stopped. Pride clouded his mind, and he screamed, demanding to be released immediately. Some girl thinks she's a knight, or is Nora Lucerne's mistress. He could not stop, and a stream of dirt continued to pour out of his mouth. He said that what they say is true. A fisherman sees a fisherman from afar. Be it a wife or a servant, the low brat has become friends with his own kind. He was bursting with the fact that Alicia dared to bare her teeth at the Cartier family, and he added that he would definitely get rid of this crazy dog with the hands of Lucerne. Elisha stood with her back straight, like a taut string, and without turning around, asked if he should be the last person to talk about the situation of other people. He seems to have absolutely no idea what shame is. But Merha, continuing to push Nora away, shouted that she should not make him laugh. And he proudly declared that from an early age he strictly taught Lucerne, so that he can repent of his blackness. Elisha, still without turning around, heard Merha continue to say that Lucerne, like his father, was arrogant from birth and did not obey him until the very end. The girl sadly realized that just think, an adult man claiming to be the Pope proudly talks about how he abused a child who was not even 10. She turned sharply to him. Her cheeks turned pink, and a slight smile played on her face, and she calmly asked what it meant, what he thought. Merha, seeing her self-confident appearance, trembled and thought that this bitch, and she has such an expression on her face. Does she really have hidden support? And Elisha, still calmly and with a sense of dignity, said that if he had finished, then they would go. And leaving the dejected Murch to think about what she meant and rub his sore hand, Elisha and Nora walked away. And Merha realized with despair that something was happening, but could not understand what was happening. Elisha and Nora approached the iron gate blocking their way. The girl said that it looked like there was construction work going on here, and she really wanted to go there because she lived here before. Elisha opened the gate and asked Nora that they could at least walk around the courtyard. She said that she had often looked at this gate before. They entered the territory, and she said that even though there were other fences behind these gates, she constantly imagined the world beyond them. Elisha said that she was a little strange child and did not like to go outside the monastery. And Nora asked why. Elisha remembered herself as a little girl, and how Rosaria said that there were many demons and scammers outside. That's why she thought that there was definitely something like hell behind the fence. And later, when I came out into the world, I realized that in reality it is filled with much more cruel things. Elisha looked at the fence that surrounded the area and said that in any case, even after Jacob grabbed her, she often remembered this fence. Although at times it looked like an oppressive prison, it actually acted as a partition that protected her. Nora, surprised by her revelation, asked why she still thinks so. But Elisha said no. As long as she is protected by a knight like Nora, she is safe. Nora was sincerely pleased with her answer, and she said that no matter how frightening the threat stood in Elisha's way, Nora would always protect her. Elisha thanked her and said thank you for saying that. Although she must have been very disappointed in her lately, she extended her hand to her, and Nora extended her hand in response. The girls held hands like friends, and it was so wonderful that all misunderstandings and doubts were dispelled. Their friendship grew stronger. Lucerne was watching all this with concentration from the other side of the fence. There was jealousy in his gaze. Yes, precisely jealousy, because with Nora, his wife behaved completely at ease and completely trusted her, which could not be said about him. He remembered how, in a conversation with Rosaria, she casually asked whether he deliberately assigned Nora as an escort to Lady Elisha. Lucerne replied that his wife wanted it that way. And then the Archbishop mysteriously said that this is how. Then Lucerne was alarmed by her words. She was clearly not saying something. And now, seeing the girls talking so sweetly about something, he asked what they were doing there. Elisha turned to his voice and asked that their conversation was already over. Lucerne answered in the affirmative and demanded that she come out quickly. Elisha pushed the gate, but the lock clicked and it closed, preventing the girl from leaving. She said in confusion that the gate did not open, apparently due to 2 old hinges. But Lucerne couldn't wait any longer and was tinkering with the old gates. He dispatched the shadow, ordering it to transport Elisha, and the shadows lifted the girl into the air and carried her over the fence straight into the hands of Lucerne. When Elisha found herself in the strong arms of her husband, she thought that it felt like she was in her childhood dream world outside the fence. And looking at him, she thought that, by the way, if you remember, in a past life she had once been in the arms of Lucerne. He asked her why she was looking at him like that, and the girl mysteriously answered that simply. The hell she imagined turned out to be completely different. It was the past. She was running somewhere again. All the people of the duchy are now at hunting competitions, so we can't expect them to return for a while. On ordinary days, there are a lot of people running around here, so she couldn't do it. But today, she will finally be able to look at that body of water. Her eyes lit up with delight at the picturesque picture that opened. She walked to the shore of a small lake and sat on the edge enjoying the beauty. The water was blue and blooming water lilies floated on the surface. Of course, she heard that in the duchy you can find a lot of expensive and unusual flowers. But this is really true. Her thoughts were interrupted when she looked into the water and saw her reflection there. Elisha covered her ugly scar with her hand and thought upset that if anyone saw a scary girl like her come here, they would probably point their fingers. Suddenly, she shuddered from the fact that she heard the voices of people behind her who said that if you just remember it, it's still funny. Someone didn't understand what was being said. Knights came out from behind the trees, and one of them answered that he was saying that before Jane had been chasing after that ugly maid, and she took him and sent him off. They were having fun. Another of them answered, "That bitch just had a nice face." And he added that who could have known that a disgusting scar would suddenly appear on him. They talked about her, and the knights continued to discuss this situation, saying that Mrs. Carroll was probably terribly furious. Even though he was a distant relative, he was rejected by such an ugly woman. The other one again angrily responded to him to shut up and promised that if that rubbish ever catches his eye again, he won't leave it so easily. Elisha thought in horror that this was impossible. And where is Jane here from? She decided that she needed to escape from here before they started to mock her again. She began to run, but her foot slipped, and she quickly fell into the water. She closed her eyes and covered her nose with her hand, and plunged her head under the water, and then she started waving her arms trying to float up. And at some point, she saw that the old gold coin that Lucerne had given her in the forest fell out and began to fall to the bottom. Elisha couldn't lose her here, so she dived after her when she saw that she had landed on some underwater flowers. The girl reached out her hand and grabbed her. There was not enough breathing, and so she hurried to the surface so as not to suffocate. She emerged from the water with a splash and began to cough because she did not have enough air. She was still in the water and looked at the coin, glad that she had not lost it. For some reason, she was dear to her. But at that moment, someone said from the shore that it was better for her not to move. She looked towards the shore. There he stood, the handsome man who gave her a gold coin. He said that she was now on a huge thistle flower, and he pulls towards himself everything that is entwined with his stems. That's why no one comes here at this time of year, but he paused, looking at Elisha, and said that judging by her appearance, she had never heard of such a thing. Elisha seems to panic. After all, in the water, something began to wrap around her leg. She began to pull it to free herself, but the plant only became more entwined. Lucerne sat down and said that last time he definitely told her not to come into his sight again. Elisha inwardly shrank and desperately told him to leave then. But Lucerne stood up and said that no, and added that she should ask him for help. Elisha looked at him with wide eyes, and he hurried her to think quickly. And the girl asked him to save her. Lucerne bent down and took her by the shoulders and pulled her forcefully out of the water. The girl turned out to be easy, and they instantly fell onto the wooden platform on which he stood. Elisha fell on top of Lucerne and rested her hands on the platform, trying to maintain a distance. The girl remembered her ugly scar. When they first met, it was covered with a bandage, but now she tried to cover it with her palm. But Lucerne chuckled and told her not to make such a grimace. He placed his hand on the side of his face where the scar was, causing Elisha to be puzzled, and then he removed the hair that covered her face. He said that the right side of her face was disfigured, and his left eye could not see. Elisha noticed that his left eye was indeed cloudy, and he said how interesting it was, and he added that today he would only remember her beautiful side. And from these words, the girl blushed with embarrassment. Lucerne pulled off his cape and threw it over Elisha's shoulders, and said that this was the last warning. If he gets her again, no matter what happens, he won't let her protest anymore. And now, when he put her on the ground in front of the gates of the monastery, she thought that at that time she had no idea. But then she found out that because of the poison that Marco had given him, Lucerne was blind in one eye. As payback, the general cut off Marco's fingers. And that incident finally lit the fuse of the head's anger. Since then, the Duchy of Cartier has become an increasingly hellish place. And as for Elisha, at first she thought that Lucerne was just playing with her, but after that event, she began to think about him little by little. However, she was tormented only by vulgar feelings, which could not be called love. Elisha smiled at the memories, but even they turned to foam because of what Carol did. Death put an end to all these toxic emotions, and now they were no longer a concern. Lucerne distracted her from her difficult memories. He cupped her face with his hands and said that no matter how you look at it, she still has a strange expression on her face. She looked at him and thought that anyone would have thought that she, albeit formally, would become this man's wife. She could not imagine this even in her dreams. She fell in love with this man, back when he pulled her out of the water, and she said that everything was fine, and she added that it was true. And behind them, Nora was rushing from side to side, worrying about the need to report to the general that they had encountered the bishop, but she did not dare to interrupt such a tender moment between them. And Elisha, noticing her tense state, made a sign for her to remain silent. Meanwhile, she took Lucerne by the arm and offered to leave. He was confused by her behavior and asked what was wrong with her, because she was acting so sweet as if she was up to something. Elisha, placing her head on his shoulder, said that she was simply grateful to him for bringing her here. After all, she thought that she would not be able to visit here again. Lucerne was glad that he could bring her joy, and smiled, and said that it was okay. They were returning home, and in the evening in Lucerne's office, Nora reported to him about the meeting with Manhwa, and this, as expected, caused Lucerne's dissatisfaction. He sternly asked why she was silent about the incident with Manhwa, and Nora said that she had nothing to say in her defense. Elisha, who was standing next to the general, said that he was with her until she arrived home. Naturally, Nora did not have the opportunity to break in and report everything. Lucerne was angry, but his wife had a special calming effect on him, and he waved his hand, letting Nora know that he understood and she could go. Elisha was worried. She asked him if he was going to enter into an open conflict with Manhwa, but he, thinking intently about something, replied that they had recently attacked the Temple Knights, so they couldn't do it again. Elisha thought about what it means that sanity is not alien to this man, and he looked at her and said that he had a better way. And smiling cheerfully, he egged her on, saying that she, like an exemplary student, should think carefully. And in order to prompt her, he asked if she remembered what Rosaria told them before the start of strategy classes. Elisha immediately replied that a person without skills defeats an opponent with force, but a capable person defeats an opponent with cunning. And smiling at her thoughts, she said that the master, with the help of his tricks, forces the enemy to independently tighten the noose around his neck. He held a paper covered in writing in his hands, and Elisha concluded that since he asked about it, it means they were thinking about the same thing. Lucerne confirmed that this was correct. To force that person to destroy himself, it is better to use what he fears most. Lucerne looked soulfully at his wife and said that, besides, someone had just given him information about what exactly Manhwa considers disgusting, what she is afraid of, and what she is so worried about. Elisha smiled at him, and he said that he was a master of threats, so everything worked out just perfectly. This was the temple, the place of residence of Manhwa. After today's meeting at the monastery, he arrived home in a bad mood. Having crossed the threshold, he immediately demanded that everyone gather. And from the doorway, he shouted that that girl had disgraced him today. A servant met him in the hall with a tray in his hands. There was a letter on the tray. The servant reported to him that his son and daughter-in-law were now away, and a telegram was recently delivered to him. The latter interested Murch. He took the letter, unfolded it, and began to read it, horrified. His hands began to shake. The letter said that someone was planning to return soon, planned to come in a week, complained that he had not walked around Eulif for a long time, and asked to make him warm apple ginger tea. Because where he was, it was cold. Manhwa thought that apple ginger tea was Listramp's favorite tea. Moreover, the initial with which the letter was signed, and the mention of Julif, the high priest thought in horror that it really was Listramp. He attacked the servant, demanding that he immediately tell who delivered the letter. The servant said that it was an ordinary messenger. He remembered that he was brown-haired, and then he added, as if he remembered, that his hair was tied with a blue ribbon, and on it was the symbol of the temple. The servant remembered this because the tape was of fairly high quality. Merha squeezed the letter he was holding in his hands, and trying to stop the trembling in his hands, thought that it was Listramp. Without a doubt. But he definitely should be dead. What's going on here? If he really came back alive, everything would be over. The noose will tighten around Merc's neck. A week later, several such notes had already accumulated in the bishop's reception room. They came every day, and each one indicated how many days were left before his arrival. Merha sat in the waiting room and showed these notes to his son Marco. He rubbed his head and said that the damn telegrams kept coming, counting down the days. And Marco was thinking about who could do such a thing. There was a knock on the door, and from this sharp sound, Merca jerked and looked in that direction like a hunted animal. His nerves were on edge. It was a servant. He apologized and approached them, and said that today a letter had arrived again. Merha angrily snatched the letter from his hands and shouted that he ordered to seize him by any means necessary. The servant tried to justify that he tried, but that man disappeared like a ghost. The servant hastened to leave so that the wrath of the high priest would not overtake him, and meanwhile Merha was tearing the letter to shreds. There was a pen on Zmerby, and Merha, grabbing it, was horrified that this was the same pen that he gave to Listramp. It was never found among the deceased's belongings. The last note said that someone would be waiting today, where the view is best. Merha squeezed the letter in his hands. There was no doubt left. This is Listramp. He remembered how 8 years ago he and Listramp arrived in Ulif. The young prophet asked that all these lands were his now. The prophet rejoiced and planned to build a mansion here so that he could host magnificent parties all year round. Merha and his son, standing behind him, angrily interrupted him that this land was purchased with the hidden income of the temple, so Listramp should keep his mouth shut. The prophet looked over his shoulder at Cartier. His hair was tied back with that same blue ribbon. He said that, due to the powerful divine power, most prophets cannot boast of the duration of their lives. So, even if he lives in luxury, it is unlikely that anyone will point a finger at him. Merha grumbled dissatisfiedly that in any case, they bought what he wanted, and he asked that now he would finally sign the oath to donate his dead body. But Listramp mockingly asked, "What?" He snapped that these are completely different things. The land they bought was payment for his service to the temple during his lifetime. Such insolence unsettled the high priest, and he became indignant. He clenched his fists in anger. And Listramp said that if they want to get a signature on the oath, they must elevate his family to aristocrats after he dies. And half of the proceeds from the sale of his corpse should also be given to his family. Merha gritted his teeth and growled threateningly, calling him a dirty brat, that he had gone completely crazy. At the same moment, Merha hit Listramp with a knife, and the prophet fell to the ground. Drops of his blood covered the ground, and the prophet himself asked for salvation in a weakening voice. Marco, smiling, suggested to his father to simply kill Listramp. He took the bloody knife and said that the prophet should die young so that they could make more money from him. And Merha decided that his son was right. Listramp, pressing his hands to the wound and trying to stop the bleeding, shouted that he was a prophet chosen by God. And if they kill him, he will still get to them, even as a ghost. He began to say that he would never forgive. But at that moment, Marco calmly began to stab him with a knife, saying that there was no need to be so greedy. At some point, Marco noticed movement in the bushes and turned his head to see a young man standing nearby. This man, realizing that he had been noticed, shouted in horror that the bishop had killed a man. He was shaking all over from the horror of what was happening. His scream tore Cartier away from Listramp, and they stared as the man who convicted them of murder disappeared into the bushes. Marco turned to his father and shouted that this was Listramp's secretary and half-brother. Merha said that he should not have gone far. It was impossible to miss him. Now, Merha was sitting in a chair and biting his lips, thinking that when they, having killed the secretary, returned back, Listramp's body had disappeared. The bishop decided that, be that as it may, he should not have come to life. Marco stood up and tried to reassure his father, telling him not to worry. Today is the day of worship in honor of the new year. Even if a ghost exists, it will not dare to appear before the Lord. Merha looked at him with a haunted gaze. Marco's words made sense, and the bishop agreed that he was right. Marco walked up to his father and helped him up, saying that the event would start soon, but his complexion was bad, and he suggested we go get some fresh air. Merha agreed that it was necessary to prepare properly. After all, this is a place where you can show everyone around that you are a candidate for pope. When they left the room, the window suddenly flew open as if from a strong wind, and over the table, where the notes that had arrived all week lay, a shadow hung. When Marco and his father returned to the room, Marco said that he was going to the temple first, and Merha did not detain him. But when he approached the table at which they were sitting, he trembled. There were no telegrams or pens. They disappeared. Merha thought that were they even real, or was he all imagining it? He felt like he was starting to lose his mind. At that moment, a servant entered the room and apologized and said that it was time to start the event. Merha was depressed. He wasn't sure of anything, but there was nowhere to retreat. Many people gathered in the prayer hall of the temple. Everyone was waiting for the service to begin. Merha took his place and hesitantly said that we would begin the New Year's service. He raised his eyes and looked at the crowd, calling everyone to calm down, and was stupefied with horror. He gasped for air and could not utter a sound. At the opposite end, from under a dark cape, the prophet Listramp looked at him, smiling. He opened his mouth, and looking at the bishop, only with his lips, clearly said that it was him. Bishop Merha grabbed his throat. He could not squeeze out a sound. It became difficult for him to breathe, and he only squeezed out incomprehensible sounds and pointed with a shaking hand in the direction where the prophet stood. The bishop fell unconscious. Servants ran up to him and began to bring him to his senses. Someone shouted that the other assistants should not stand like a pillar and stop the service. Meanwhile, the prophet, in the general confusion, left the temple building. After this incident, rumors spread everywhere. People wondered what had happened to Bishop Merha. And this was right on the eve of the election of the Pope. People were whispering that he really had some kind of serious illness, and the New Year's service is so important. People were unhappy, saying that even despite his position, he was still a priest. So why should such an event be completely cancelled because of him alone? Someone openly said that Merha imagines himself irreplaceable only because he comes from the Cartier family. Alicia and Lucerne, who were also in the temple, listened carefully to the moods of the people, and the general discontent made them happy. They achieved their goal. They approached their carriage, and Lucerne asked how it happened. Just think, a disorder of consciousness at his age. Isn't he still too young for senile dementia? Elisha agreed with him, but added that maybe this was retribution for his sins. Lucerne offered her his hand, and Elisha willingly put hers in it. He supposed he might, and for pestering her. After all, oppressing your own nephew's wife is a very difficult duty. But Elisha countered that isn't murder more serious? He squeezed her palm and said that her husband often sinned with such things as murder. But Elisha looked at him seriously and said that killing people in war is not the same. After all, Merha committed his crime solely out of his own greed. Lucerne looked at his wife and smiled. She rushed to his defense as if he were dear to her, and this reaction of hers pleased him. And when they were riding in the carriage, Lucerne said that if Merha became a holy fool, the head would immediately throw him out of the family, and he added sarcastically that what a pity. And Elisha said that it was true. The same, by the way, applies to grandchildren. This thought pleased her. After all, he will not be able to receive the love of the smartest of them. But Lucerne objected. What other kind of love? There is nothing like this in their family. Otherwise, would she be in this state? He summed up sarcastically that they are like a ball of snakes, finding only benefit in each other. After these words of his, Alicia thoughtfully said that it means she must try in order to be useful. Her face became sad, and Lucerne noticed a change in her mood and depressed state. He moved towards her and turned her face towards him, looked into her eyes, and said that even if she became unworthy or useless, he would not leave her. And in order to completely dispel her doubts, he added that let her immediately give up hope that she would become free after their separation. She looked into his eyes, and she so wanted to believe that they would always be together. Lucerne smiled and looked at her with loving eyes. He said that no matter what she did, she did not have a single chance to escape from him. These words made her heart jump in her chest, and happiness enveloped her soul. She was captivated by his smile. But the next second, her mind whispered to her to come to her senses. Alicia removed his hand. Naturally, such words of his are nothing more than a lie. She remembered when he pulled her out of the river. And I thought that, where would there be a man who could love a girl with such an ugly face? No dog will believe this. Something hit the roof of the carriage, and Alicia looked up, startled. And Lucerne said that Listramp had arrived in time. The carriage stopped and he jumped to the ground, indignant that in fact, when he climbed into their carriage, he reproachfully said that they would still force him to run errands, even though he had already retired. But Lucerne crossed his arms over his chest and asked where else would he find such a valuable frame. And he added that if Ian is dissatisfied, then let him train his subordinates properly. But Ian waved it off. Okay, he's certainly good at acting, but he tore off his mask and said that everything worked out only thanks to the magic of Losley's illusions and the things found in Listrump's secret storage. He smiled at Alicia from ear to ear and asked how she liked his game. And Alicia answered joyfully, which cannot be described in words, and added that he is the best. Ian broke into a smile. Lucerne cut him off abruptly and demanded that he not smile. It's annoying. It was a few days later. Marco returned to the temple to his father, and he was shocked by the state in which he found his father. He stood at his bedside and asked Murch to come to his senses. The time for registration of candidates for Pope is just around the corner. He believed that Merha would win if he just checked in, and he asked why Merha continues to lie. But the father, as if in delirium, repeated only one thing, Listramp. And suddenly his eyes widened, and he, looking straight ahead, shouted that he was coming here. Survived and returned. Merha screamed like crazy. Marco tried to reason with him, saying that he himself said that everything had disappeared. What happened was just a figment of his imagination. The maid knocked on the door and apologized, and said that Duke Cartier had sent a letter to Bishop Merchet. Marco ran up to her and snatched the letter from her hands, shouting for her to give it back quickly. He nervously tore open the envelope, trying to read what was written there as quickly as possible. His nerves were on edge. The letter said that Merha was a stupid idiot and a disgrace to the family. The leaf trembled in Marco's hands when he realized that the Duke was very angry. He crumpled this sheet and thought that he, Marco, as the successor of his father, the second son of the head, now could not receive the favor of the Duke. This was what worried him most at the moment, because this, in turn, is tantamount to expulsion from the family. The bishop's groans could be heard from the room. He asked someone to save him. And Marco, clutching his head, asked him to stop. Arian, who was watching all this from behind the door, quietly said that she was already tired of looking at it. She went to her favorite cafe. Here they supported her, saying that everything would be okay. The other ladies who gathered here said that everyone feels unwell sometimes. Would the Duke be held responsible for something like this? After all, Bishop Merha, his son. Most likely, everything will work out somehow. Arian sadly bowed her head, making it clear with all her appearance how hard it was for her, and said that she really hoped so. But in reality, she was annoyed that her father-in-law had become a disgrace to the family. But at least she was glad to be here. There was an unspoken rule between Cartier's daughters-in-law, according to which they did not even show their noses in a cafe, where one of them was a regular visitor. And she was glad that here she would definitely not stumble upon the faces of the two bitches whom she so did not want to see now. She looked at the ladies sitting opposite and thought that the girls who were here were part of her so-called faction, so she could relax in their presence. And when she returns home, she will discuss with her husband what to do next. Suddenly, one of Arian's interlocutors exclaimed, and her eyes widened. She said that isn't Princess Ilione and... She paused, but then continued by saying that Lady Elisha was with her. All eyes turned to the princess and Elisha, who entered the cafe. They were chatting animatedly about something. The second girl confirmed the words of the first, saying that it was true. She saw them in Ulifa. Arian twisted with anger. She gritted her teeth and thought that this crazy bitch had completely lost her fear. How dare she come here? Someone asked why Lady Elisha came to their cafe. The girls sitting at the table with Arian began to whisper about how they shouldn't come and greet the princess. And the second lady said that really, it's impossible to pretend that they didn't notice her. Arian grinned and said that they could go say hello and come back. The girls jumped up and, apologizing for the awkward situation, assured that they would just go and pay their respects and return immediately. Arian was left alone. She was overcome with irritation and anger. She kept thinking that this crazy bitch forgot that you can't cross the line? Was it necessary to show up at Arian's hideout? Suddenly, she heard Elisha pass behind her, and her irritation reached its peak. She turned and sharply asked what Elisha was doing here. Elisha turned to her and greeted her with a friendly smile. Arian still asked angrily that she had come to boast of the princess's patronage. Elisha condescendingly asked what she was talking about, and she said that she and her highness were just friends. But Arian sarcastically remarked that she didn't know what about Elisha, but her husband was definitely an expert in making connections. Ever since rumors of his father-in-law's early dementia spread, Connor ran for the Pope and began throwing money around. Moreover, they say, he also visits Lucerne's house at every opportunity. It's immediately clear where the legs come from. Elisha moved away from Arian and objected that communication between relatives was common. And this is not a matter of bias at all. So don't be so negative about Mr. Connor. But Arian cried out indignantly that what kind of relatives they were. And she said that her husband was an illegitimate son. But Elisha, looking over her shoulder, said that Arian should be careful with her words. And she added that, unlike her husband would not tolerate such statements. Arian shuddered. And Elisha said that, by the way, she starts talking about connections every now and then. Elisha paused, and she told the dejected Arian that even if she had them, then only those that she could certainly be proud of. Arian shuddered and thought that Elisha was looking down on her now. Look at her, the daughter of an illustrious family, some aristocrat from a fallen family. Elisha sat down at the next table and told Arian not to look at Mr. Connor in a bad light. And she added that she heard several years ago that he owed a lot to her father. Elisha glanced sideways at Arian. She wanted to see her reaction. When she said that Connor was very worried whether their relationship would deteriorate because he wanted to take the place of the Pope, Arian seemed to be struck by lightning. She remembered that she had a father. Although he is now retired, he used to be a servant of the Inquisition, and he handled cases of crimes and offenses inside the temple. And a few years ago, when Connor embezzled money from the relief fund, the head personally asked his father to take care of this matter. Connor may be from the sideline of the family, but he is still a Cartier man. Thanks to this, he got away with almost everything, and Arian's father received money and jewelry from the head as gratitude. Arian bit her lip and thought that it turns out that her father definitely had evidence in this case. Well, since her husband is too cowardly, she must destroy Connor herself. Arian smiled at her thoughts. If everything goes like this, then my father-in-law's place will no longer be in danger, and the reproaches about the land in Ulifa will come to an end. Arian stood up and said that, apparently, Elisha would still have to learn a lot about the social life of aristocrats. She looked towards Elisha and said that everyone around was already aware of the conspiracy between Lucerne and Connor. But Elisha still dared to come to her and talk about this man? This is why home education is important. And leaving Elisha with her moral teachings, she walked to the exit to the surprised exclamations of her friends. Elisha looked after her. This was another successful move in his and Lucerne's plan, and Arian will successfully bring it to life. Suddenly, she was called out. The princess approached her and said that she left her with those girls, and she left. How could she? There was reproach in the princess's voice. But Elisha said she felt like she should say hello to Arian. But the princess asked in surprise, "Why is this?" Arian ignored her, the princess. Even if she is Cartier's daughter-in-law, she is still a princess. This is disrespect. Elisha thought that in her past life, she had definitely been immensely afraid of them. But now, when he looks at them from his new position, they seem too simple and narrow-minded. They resemble fools who are only desperately trying to survive. And she said that the princess should not worry. This is not the first time this has happened. The princess was surprised, and then laughed and asked that she didn't say that she would give her an invitation to the reception. Alicia nodded affirmatively and said that she wanted to present it in person. The princess accepted the invitation and said that this was Alicia's first reception, and the princess asked that he heard it would take place in Ulifa. The princess said that there were rumors that Lucerne was sparing no expense on preparations. Moreover, this name is Night of the Winners. She added that should she say that it suits them very well? Elisha smiled. And by the way, since we were talking about the reception, the princess remembered something. She said that Alicia will make her debut in high society, so she better study the local rules. Elisha was surprised by the rules of high society, but the princess said that it would be about the fact that next time, it's better not to come here. This cafe is Arian's refuge. And Elisha said understandingly that this is how it is. The princess admitted that she was very worried about Elisha's naivety, and it seemed like she needed to be trained properly. She thought about where to start, and then said that the Jewel of Summer Cafe, where Carol often visits, is located on the other side of the street. Elisha smiled at how the princess was ethically trying to explain to her where she shouldn't poke so as not to break the rules of high society. Several days passed, and finally it was time for the Night of Winners reception. At that time, Merha, tormented by the restless ghost of Listramp, slid down the cold stone wall, exhausted. He bowed his head to his knees, covering it with trembling hands, as if this could protect him from the inevitable horror, all in order not to hear or see how the ghost, tirelessly drumming on the window, demanded its due. The deceased did not leave him alone with his trivial but persistent requests. Warm apple ginger tea, a robe blue like the night sky. Merha, in the throes of madness, fiercely grabbed his hair. He could not understand why this ghost came to him, why no one else sees this gloomy figure that torments his mind. What was left of Listrump told him that today was the day of his death. The ghost ordered to find him where he disappeared, as if this could dispel his restless spirit. The bishop hastily grabbed an old photo frame from the cabinet. Of course, today is the anniversary of Listrump's death, but Merha refused to give in to the will of the dead man. He needed to pull himself together. Did anyone really think that he would be afraid of some ghost? Merha put on his dark cloak. If he has to, he will deal with the ghost himself and put an end to his torment. The twins Lasley and Lapis, watching from the shadows, rejoiced. Their illusion magic was at the peak of its perfection. Every day they became more and more skillful. Meanwhile, Bishop Merha, seething with anger, mocked the servants, demanding to open the massive gates of the castle at such a late hour that it was simply impossible to carry out his order. Without hesitation, he grabbed the young servant by the collar and began to threaten. The servant, realizing that his life was already hanging by a thread, did not resist for long. The gates were open. Merha clenched his fists furiously. He would not allow any commoner to stand in his way, even in death. He promised himself to make Listrump pay for his sins. Meanwhile, the Night of Winners banquet in Ulifa shimmered with bright colors. The guests animatedly discussed the merits of the feast, marveling at its luxury, which was rare even in the capital. There were also those who did not hesitate to grind the bones of Lucerne and his young wife. Lucerne heard most of these conversations, but did not attach any importance to them. Elisha was pleased that the banquet was a success. It was not difficult for her to organize such events, because in her previous life, it was she who organized all of Carol's tea parties. However, this event was special, standing out among all the others with its sophistication and brilliance. Elisha and her husband took the stage. The hostess of the celebration thanked everyone who visited them today. She also announced that to make the evening more memorable, a surprise had been prepared for the guests. Special entertainment. Lucerne immediately released its shadows. They were scattered in different directions with black threads, which then acquired a bright golden color. The guests, having escaped with a slight fright, were delighted. The smiles on the faces of the men and the shining eyes of the women spoke for themselves. The golden glow flowed towards the horizon until it disappeared from view. Then, Elisha announced that these were living treasures for that evening's game. Guests who can find them will receive special gifts. The guests were pleased. Everyone wanted to receive gold or jewelry from the general. As expected, the event was organized on a grand scale. Elisha gave the girl who found the big treasure a heavy bag of gold. The guests realized that the gift would depend on the size of their find, and they immediately accelerated in their search. Suddenly, a huge golden ball began to approach the Earth's surface. He was noticed by several people at once. The man turned out to be the fastest and immediately rushed in the direction of the landing treasure. However, as soon as what he wanted was caught, the man turned his attention to the hole to which his treasure had flown. Something scared the young man very much. Almost instantly, the Black Lion Knight arrived at the scene. By that time, the lucky man who had become the owner of the treasure was sitting bent over on his legs, folded, covering his head with his hands. The rest of the banquet guests had already crowded around him. A corpse was found in the pit. Merha, meanwhile, jumped out of his portal gate. Having noticed a young man on a horse, he began to extort a horse from him for his important business. The young man noted that Merha looked like a man of importance, so he gave him his horse. The guy who owned the horse offered him his help, but Merha was only indignant. Doesn't he really look like a person who is able to saddle a horse on his own? But the guy didn't care. He touched Merhi's hand with his palm, supposedly supporting him. Suddenly, the bishop realized that he was in Julif, the place of Listramp's death, while Merha was coming to his senses, wondering how he could really believe that Listramp was alive. The youth who had just touched the first one held the aforementioned palm in front of his eyes, rejoicing and slowly disappearing into the forest. Suddenly, Merha had an epiphany. The guy from whom he took the horse was Listramp. The ghost still haunted the man. "Why did you, who care about me, stab me with a knife? I believed you." Merca had already reached the banquet when a hysterical curse came out of his mouth about the young man getting lost, because Listarchus was dead. An unknown person from the crowd asked, "How should he know?" And Merca immediately admitted that he killed Listarchus himself, with his own hands. And if only his half-brother hadn't run away trying to attract attention. People at the banquet whispered about what had happened. The wound was indeed incompatible with life, but how could Bishop Merha kill Listarchus? Suddenly, Lucerne emerged from the crowd. He sarcastically said that he had heard that the bishop had gone crazy, but it still hurt him to see his uncle in such a deplorable state. Merha thought about what had just happened. What did he just say, and why did he do it? If you think about it like that, who was that guy on the horse? And what happened when the young man touched him? Bishop felt a burning sensation in his hand and wondered if it was drugs. Everything that happened was suspiciously similar to Lucerne's famous interrogation methods. Lucerne himself, meanwhile, leaned over Merhi's back and gloatingly announced that, judging by the words of the bishop, Listramp's body really was in that very pit. An unknown girl from the crowd was amazed. Was this really not a joke specially thought out by the general? To which Lucerne immediately denied her suspicions, because they had just bought this land and did not have time for something like that. After Lucerne said that no one would joke with the death of a saint, Elisha warned him, because one cannot so shock a person who is already out of his mind. Elisha shamelessly lied and mocked the bishop, saying that now that the investigation would begin, she could not help but worry about the bishop's reaction. Merha immediately became indignant. What other investigation? He tried to justify himself, saying that all his recent words were nonsense and that some scoundrel had poisoned him with a drug. Whispers immediately spread through the crowd. Everyone believed that the bishop had really gone crazy and was talking all sorts of nonsense. Merca fell to his knees and grabbed his head with his hands. His life had come to the final stage of ruination. While Bishop Merha was being arrested, he still vehemently maintained his innocence. He demanded that a doctor be brought in so that he could check his blood for the presence of drugs. The mayor and his assistant conferred in whispers. Nobody wanted to get involved with Cartier, but there were too many witnesses. There was no other way out. I had to investigate. Merha screamed at the top of his voice. How could Lucerne do this to him? The head will not forgive him for this. To which the general himself only waved his hand. Empty threats frightened him. Lucerne apologized to Elisha for ruining.
Upset at all. She would be happy to spend every day like this.
Lucerne was not surprised, but he was curious about how deep Elisha's hatred for his family was. Does she hate Merha as much as she hates Jacob? Elisha Delore, giving her face the most angelic expression, admitted that Lucerne was right. After all, Jacob is the one who bullied her husband as a child. And then the general was really surprised, and at the same time embarrassed. He bowed his head awkwardly, saying only his wife's name. The whole city then began to discuss what had happened. The ladies were full of discussion about the murder of Lustrump by Bishop Manhwa. The men condemned such desecration of the prophet's body. There were so many witnesses this time that even Cartier couldn't do anything. People took to the streets. Everyone was unhappy with such a scam. Manhwa sold fake relics, bones, of the prophet. Now, as people believed, their families were haunted by troubles and misfortunes. The people demanded the money back. Bishop Manhwa himself still fiercely argued his innocence, making excuses for the drugs with which he was allegedly poisoned. However, the investigation knew that 8 years ago, Manhwa himself discovered the body of Listarchus, saying that he could not withstand excessive holy power and died of fever. And, according to temple workers, Manhwa also took responsibility for examining the corpse and further selling the relics. The investigation provided a used theater ticket from 8 years ago. They also recalled traces of a tattoo on the found body and the sincere dissatisfaction of the senior priests. Manhwa silently grabbed his head. All the arguments were against him. The investigation asked him to confess voluntarily because there were no more holes through which he could escape. At the same time, Elisha and Lucerne accepted gifts from Connor. They were going to find out what was inside the boxes so that they could return everything later. The first was the holy plate. Lucerne noticed that Connor probably hadn't come to his senses yet, to which Elisha said that it rather reminded her of a kind of gratitude. After all, it was only thanks to them that he became the only candidate for pope. Suddenly, a maid flew into the living room. She called her mistress, with the intention of notifying her of urgent news. Lucerne was surprised at the urgency, but the message turned out to be a letter about the arrest of Bishop Connor. Lucerne, having read the message, smiled sarcastically. Just think, in such a crazy world, where even long-dead people can suddenly return. Is it really worth talking about what can happen to the living? After some time, Bishop Manhwa's son passed by the sofa where Arian was reading. He worriedly discussed how a member of the Cartier family could be imprisoned. Arian just said that there was no need to worry, because she had already taken care of everything when she was bombarded with abuse from Marco, that if his father was removed, then Connor would become the pope, and business in the church would come to an end. His wife only smugly explained that her father still had evidence in the case of Connor embezzling a charity fund for the poor. There was just a problem. Their head interceded for Connor in that case. And if the case is reviewed, everyone will know exactly how he escaped punishment. On the day of the nomination for the new pope, several clergy gathered in the church. It was reported that in the absence of candidates, the current pope would remain in office for another 5 years. The current pope thought about it. Despite the complete chaos in the temple due to the absence of 2 contenders, it was beneficial for him to remain on the board for another term. In addition, the head personally contacted him, conveying a message in which he asked him to remain at his post for the near future. And if the father helps him now, his position in the family will only become stronger. It was also a good chance to bring to their knees those who ignored him, claiming that he came to power only through family ties to Cartier. Suddenly, the Archbishop of the Rosary burst into the temple. From that moment on, she was going to become a candidate for the Pope. The woman threw a piece of paper with her name into the basket. Lucerne and Elisha, who were on the balcony in the same room, exchanged a few phrases about how the mess in the temple would be corrected only by 2 revolutions. Elisha asked her husband what it was like for him when the position of Pope was not occupied by someone from the Cartier family, to which Lucerne, clasping her waist with his hand, pulled the girl towards him and said that the feeling was so pleasant that he would like to take off his wife's clothes right now and kiss her passionately. Nora suddenly appeared next to them, exclaiming how his mistress was able to convince the archbishop. Elisha only cryptically replied that in order to get or achieve what you want, sometimes you need bait. After some time, Elisha, walking with Lucerne, asked if he knew who she was dating. Lucerne, leaning too close to Elisha, replied that it was probably Gunnar or Rosaria. After his wife's great astonishment, Lucerne explained his train of thought. Ristalpo's body is a trump card that will help defeat Merha. Macro no longer mattered, because Merho had already lost power. But to use this card correctly, you need to shake the temple. And for this, we need the help of Archbishop Rosaria. And to confront Merha directly, you need to side with Gunnar. Elisha was both embarrassed and at the same time pleased. They thought alike. They only had to face both. They would destroy Gunnar and place Rosaria on the throne. But Lucerne noticed that Rosaria would not be able to take the throne. She will withdraw from the power struggle because she is afraid that she will not be able to protect the orphans if she takes a high position. But just recently, he discussed it with Archbishop Rosaria. Lucerne warned her that if Gunnar took office, he would create even more hungry orphans. And, although at first the Archbishop was not going to intervene, as soon as the conversation turned to the threat to orphans, Elisha only said that she was confident that the Rosaria she knew would cope. Lucerne expressed suspicion that Elisha wanted to separate the temple from Cartier. He leaned towards his wife and expressed his worries that if Elisha began to rebel, he would not be able to protect her. In any case, he could only destroy this family because he was not the official direct heir. But why does Elisha want Rosaria to take the throne? She only replied that it would not be good if someone like Gunnar or Merhi took this post. After Lucerne's assumption that his wife was too righteous, Elisha, of course, refuted it. But the fact was that monasteries are the last stronghold for abandoned children like her. The role of the monastery is to create as many bastions as possible. If you make a man a great pope, he may soon turn his back on you, but at the same time place you before the head. And Rosaria is an honest person, so she will be more suspicious. At least Lucerne would be able to avoid being reprimanded for her greed for power. Lucerne agreed to listen to his wife's advice. And now they had to come up with something really bad. This is how Elisha explained to Nora how they convinced Rosaria to apply. And although the Archbishop refused to pretend, she agreed that if both Merhi and Gunnar were defeated, she would have the opportunity to make a decision. Even then, Rosaria asked Lucerne whose idea it was to put her on the throne, his or Elisha's. Lucerne promised to tell her when she makes a decision. Nora and Elisha hugged, asking each other for forgiveness, because one did not believe the other, and the other decided to remain silent about what could have happened. Lucerne could not withstand such pressure and asked to breed the snot in another place. He pretended he didn't understand such childish behavior at that age. Therefore, I hastily went to watch the voting, which was already about to begin. Later, Lucerne and Elisha accompanied Ian, who was overjoyed at not having to continue pretending to be a ghost. Rosaria soon arrived, awaiting the results of the vote, and the vote was won by the Archbishop. Rosaria will become the new pope. After all the congratulations, Rosaria said that she was not going to unconditionally support Lucerne and corruption. Surely he won't regret it. Lucerne was only amazed when Rosaria made a guess about his intentions. She thought that Lucerne helped her in order to use her in his corruption schemes. However, Caius convinced her that he did everything only for the sake of the functioning of the temple as a temple, first and foremost, and he also convinced the Archbishop that she was free in her actions. And a little later, taking a step closer to the woman, he asked not to forget that it was he who helped get this position. However, Elisha, in order to avoid a quarrel, grabbed her husband by the elbow and said that Lucerne had already promised her not to do anything bad with the temple. Rosaria admitted that she was aware that to some extent she would have to compromise with the world. After all, many people in the temple are corrupt, so if you are one of the vicious ones, you will not last long. But she still planned to devote the rest of her life to cleaning up this place, and then the Cartier family will be completely and finally cut off from the temple. When the Archbishop asked who started all this, Elisha began to awkwardly wriggle out, saying that they were a couple, as one whole, making all decisions together. However, Lucerne still revealed that Elisha taught him how to persuade, and Elisha had to admit, coughing awkwardly, that Rosaria's rise to power was the goal of her life. She only wanted to repay the Archbishop for his kindness and asked not to forget about the help that her father provided. Rosaria bowed before Elisha, promising not to forget the kindness bestowed upon her. After some time, Elisha and Lucerne were already riding in a carriage, hugging each other. Lucerne asked if she was happy now that everything went as they had planned. Elisha only replied that there was nothing to be satisfied with, because they only did what was in their power. Then Lucerne, moving his lips to her shoulder, asked what reward she would like to receive this time. The answer was not long in coming. Elisha wanted to know only the truth. Sitting on her husband's lap, she demanded a story about what happened in detail. After all, their plan was to lure Merha and force him to confess to what he had done in public in order to show who he really is. But it looked like he was out of his mind. It was as if he had taken some kind of interrogation pill, but only injection marks were found under his nails. Then Lucerne, squeezing the girl's hand, released his shadows. The magic spread in threads throughout the carriage. It was she, the magic of the shadow, who forced Merca to confess, extending his palms to his wife's face. Being in the inadmissible proximity of her lips, Lucerne asked to keep this trump card to himself, because this secret is the last thing they have left. Alicia shrank slightly, but after Lucerne asked if she was afraid, the girl replied that everything was fine. As her husband's hands returned to her narrow waist, Alicia admitted that she wanted to know something more about his mother. Lucerne asked why she needed this, a little embarrassed, but Alicia only replied that she was interested in finding out something about her real mother, because no one else was interested in this. Lucerne began the story not in the most gentle way, with the words, "My mother was a crazy woman." This was followed by a story about his childhood, that his mother, not thinking whether Cartier would track him down or not, raised him far away in the ruins, constantly smiled terribly, hugging him, told the story of meeting his father, and sang the song Black Wall. Elisha was upset, thinking that this was his favorite memory, but Lucerne just grinned. It didn't seem to him that he was so unhappy as a child. After all, as a child, he had nothing, and, thinking about it constantly, he got everything that he has now. While talking about this, he slowly reached out to Elisha's lips. At that time, the assistant chief's ward explained to his boss that after Merhai was imprisoned, many remembered the man who covered up Gunner's accusations. Moreover, the public was delighted with Archbishop Rosaria's rise to power. Therefore, according to the assistant, the head should have left everything as it was. Hitting the table with his fist as hard as he could, the head uttered only one name: Lucerne. The head was aware that the next day Lucerne was leaving for the palace on his own schedule, which meant he would be away from home. He immediately ordered the papers to be carried. It was time to urgently call all the children. While outside, waiting for the chief, Alicia wondered how great the urgency was, all to ensure that Lucerne was not here. Even Carol looked worried. And it's not surprising, considering how everyone is involved in the matter over Eulifa's land. Finally, Chief Cartier arrived. Carol immediately rushed to him and grabbed the man's elbow, chirping about how glad she was to see him again, and how she tried to decorate the castle exquisitely before his arrival. Marco immediately fell to his knees in front of him, begging to save his father, because he had no one left except his grandfather, the head himself. One of his arguments was also that Merha is his only son. Suddenly, the head pushed his grandson away from him, calling him an idiot. And then, while Carol covered her mouth in amazement, the head showered Marco with abuse. Did the young man really not know what his wife had done? Marco was no longer considered a member of the Cartier family because his sins were as vile as his wife's. Then, the head ordered his grandson to address him formally and never call him grandfather again. And finally, the head announced that from now on, all three of them would be deprived of their powers. They will no longer be able to visit Cartier's castle until he invites them. And finally, he ordered to get out of sight. The leader glanced at Elisha and ordered him to follow him. Nora immediately became wary, but Alicia calmed her down, saying that she could not disobey, because this was the order of the head. Nora managed to warn the lady that she had already reported everything to the general. Lucerne will arrive as soon as he is informed. But in fact, Lucerne and Alicia discussed everything the evening before. Sooner or later, the head had to call them together and try to find out what was going on. The chief has probably already heard rumors that Elisha seduced Lucerne into participating in a family feud. Therefore, Elisha's task was to show everyone that she did not control Lucerne. Even then, the mistress told her husband that she would not be upset if their passionate relationship had to be hidden and he had to treat her coldly. On the stairs, Alicia suddenly had a flashback. In her previous life, she would never have gotten to these steps, because Carol's maids would have beaten her for eavesdropping. After several minutes of silent tea drinking, the head finally asked his question: how Elisha influences Lucerne. She, in turn, feigned misunderstanding. However, the head was aware that the girl grew up in the Rosary Monastery. He was also aware that she and Lucerne had recently visited this monastery. And then the head began to threaten. Lucerne was a man of his blood, but Elisha was different. Therefore, depending on her answer, the head will either take away the temple or she will be punished by Cartier. Elisha was unfazed. She replied that her only goal was to make her husband a duke. She further expressed her misunderstanding because Rosaria is an ideal candidate for pope, an honest man who cares about those in need. Moreover, she survived the war, and in case of need, he will always help Lucerne in gratitude for their kindness. Suddenly, the head raised his voice. Lucerne is an illegitimate child. The temple will help him, but it will not help the family in any way. But the first head of Cartier was an illegitimate child. This is how Elisha reasoned. At that time, high priests could not marry, so he had a child, received a title, and began to take care of the temple. Why then could not Elisha wish Lucerne the same? Plus, if the Cartiers stayed away for a while, it would help the temple cleanse itself. When the head began to get even angrier, his assistant appeared at the door and announced that the general had arrived. A few moments later, Lucerne was drinking tea in their company. Elisha felt twofold. On the one hand, what was he even thinking about? The original plan was thought out in the morning. There was no reason to violate it. But on the other hand, she felt incredibly relieved that he was here. The head was outraged that Lucerne behaved like a madman from whom they wanted to take the diamond. Was his wife really that dear to the general? The head further admitted that he was concerned about disturbing rumors that Elisha was a crazy woman who was interested in the temple in order to directly influence the situation in this area. It was as if she was trying to fool the head around her finger. The head asked what nonsense was going on in the church. Were they really going to trust Rosaria with the papacy because they could control her? But she was not a relative of Lucerne. Elisha and Lucerne looked at each other. Of course, she was not their relative. However, Lucerne uttered the most blatant lie out loud. Lucerne lied about Rosaria being his godmother. When his uncle Merha refused to be his godfather, Rosaria volunteered to be one. Children of aristocrats needed a godfather or godmother as their guardian. Lucerne, being the new child in the Cartier family, could not remain alone in the temple. Lucerne also said that he had just met with Rosaria. Since she is both his guardian and godmother, she promised not to be rude to his uncle, Bishop Merha. Many people are waiting for the death penalty for Merhi, but Rosaria agreed to compromise, so he will only face a few years in prison. The head was outraged that a representative of the Cartier family would go to prison. Lucerne only recalled that Merha killed the prophet with divine power, and now they all have to sacrifice a lot to avoid a curse on their family. Moreover, at the moment when Uncle Merhu was accused of murder, Marco was also in Ulif, where the crime took place. When Lucerne asked him a few questions, he immediately confessed without trying to hide anything. The head was furious. He admitted that he wanted to destroy each of them now. To which the general only indifferently noted that, despite all the work of the head in the name of raising children, he could not do anything now that his offspring had not learned anything. Suddenly, Head Cartier came to his senses and began to attack Elisha again. "You brought such a terrible woman into the family. It's good that you can at least communicate with her." Lucerne slyly noted that a man changes after marriage. The head ordered them to take care of each other. He wonders what Elisha can make of him. At this point, the conversation was over. The head stood up, ordering the children to take good care of the temple. He also asked that this issue be resolved so that Merha could be released from prison as soon as possible. Lucerne said it had agreed to keep Merhi for 4 years, and then he insistently recommended not to touch his wife again while he was away from home. After all, he easily broke things that leave scars on the hands of others. The head, in turn, in the same harsh tone, promised to monitor the married couple, strongly recommending that Lucerne do what he must, When Chief Cartier finally left the estate, Lucerne informed Alicia that it was time for them too. Alicia kept asking questions. Why did Lucerne come if it was contrary to their plan? And why doesn't he act coldly, like a person who simply signed a contract, although he promised? Lucerne replied that she could detain the head as long as she wanted. But would she be healthy and happy here every day in this situation? Before Elisha had time to think about the fact that Lucerne really came only for her, Nora appeared on the horizon again. Elisha asked for forgiveness for the long wait and worries, to which the ward replied that she was glad that everything was okay with her mistress. Suddenly, Ian jumped up from behind. He said that he had not seen the general like this for a long time. Lucerne, as it turned out, did not even say goodbye to His Majesty, and immediately ran out of the building. After some time, Elisha, sitting opposite Lucerne, asked if she had offended him in any way. To which Lucerne himself was only surprised. Since when did she care about something like that? Elisha was upset by this answer, but still admitted that she felt better when her husband returned. She was shaking with excitement and fear of making a mistake, so she was grateful to Lucerne. Lucerne was thoughtful and said that you couldn't make porridge with Elisha. Why did she have so many useless thoughts when she was with him? And why, when she saw Nora, did she look like she was looking at her lover? Elisha eventually came to the conclusion that Lucerne was not angry. There was something different here, but the general immediately distracted her, inviting her to sit closer to him and tell her what the head told her. In any case, they still had a long way to go. After Elisha asked about their direction, Lucerne said that they were not going home, but she should like it. In the end, he admitted that they were going to Uncle Merca. He also asked if she was interested in how Cartier's member was living in prison. Alicia said in confusion that this must be quite a sight. In the new prison, after some time, when the formalities were over and the guards let them in, Alicia asked if Lucerne was really going to release Merha in 4 years. Lucerne said that this was indeed the case, and then sarcastically added that this would only happen if Merha survived, because accidents often occur in prison. Lucerne also said that a lot happened during those years when he was growing up with Uncle Merhoy. For example, Merha did not allow other children in the temple to communicate with him, and little Lucerne could not talk to anyone for several months. For this reason, last year the general suffered from aphasia, loss of speech, but now, apparently, everything is in order. Elisha only said that Merha should be punished for this. Lucerne shielded Elisha with his arm, as if protecting him from danger, as they approached his uncle's cell. Suddenly, a man's voice came from the side. He begged the general on his knees to save him because he had spent all the money on the election campaign and remained the only candidate for pope, as he said. But Lucerne said the man could not be of any use to him. The time has come for him to pay for all his sins. Approaching Merhi's cell, Lucerne, with feigned politeness, asked if anything was bothering his uncle. Lucerne noticed that Gunnar already looked better. And his uncle is fine too. This means they will be able to cope with the upcoming difficulties. Merha began to scream furiously about how he raised Lucerne when his parents died, and this is what he received in payment. Lucerne was surprised how, with such relatives, he even survived childhood. Lucerne sarcastically said that he came here to repay Merhi for her help during those 4 years that the bishop raised him. Moreover, Marco cannot do anything without his uncle. Lucerne believed that, thanks to Merha, the atmosphere in the Cartier family would be cleared. Merha tore his hand from Lucerne's and shouted that the chief would not just sit and watch, and Lucerne will never take the post of head of the family. Lucerne said with a calm smile that there were no obstacles for him to send Merha to jail forever. Caius also mentioned that he was very lucky with his wife. He believes that the two of them are on the same path. Immediately, abuse flew towards Alicia. Merha shouted at the top of his voice that she had drugged Lucerne and was making friends with Rosaria so that... However, he did not have time to finish. Lucerne interrupted him, saying that he was wondering who Marco was like. And I came to the conclusion that he was most like his father. Fiery shadows directly from Lucerne's hands surrounded Merha's head. He insulted his wife, just like he once did. As Lucerne left, he took Elisha's hand and promised to have a lot of fun with the bishop next time. Turning to the exit, Elisha thought that if she followed Lucerne, One day he would destroy the Cartier family, which had been destroying her for years, and she will finally receive the long-awaited freedom. Late at night, Lucerne was still sitting at the table, without changing into his home clothes, rereading the papers. Elisha came into the spacious hall, the general's office, asking why he had not yet gone to bed. When Lucerne responded that he needed to work hard to take care of his uncle, Elisha admitted that she had observed how easily it all came to Lucerne. She thought that Caius knew a lot about Ristalpo. That's why I asked if they were close. Lucerne said that Ristalpo had learned a lot, but was still completely innocent despite being sick. But Manhwa treated him with disdain, and this is how Lucerne remembered him. In the temple, Ristalpo was isolated, as was Lucerne. Previously, Caius treated him without prejudice. One day, Ristalpo gave Lucerne a gold coin when he was hiding alone because he was not feeling well. Since this particular coin from this series was issued during the time of 566 AD, it is 5 times more expensive than regular gold coins. Little Lucerne even cast a blessing spell. Then Ristalpo said that when Lucerne becomes an adult and has a girl he likes, he can give this coin to his chosen one. Elisha thought that it was the same coin that Lucerne had given her in her previous life. But all she said out loud was that if the coin was so valuable, it would be strange to give it to such a worthless woman as she was. Lucerne noticed that Elisha said it right. This thing is really important. He believed that the coin had a real blessing effect. As a teenager, Lucerne always carried it with him when he went to war. But now that he got married, it would be much more correct to give her to the one who is next to him. He also said that judging by the look on her face, she liked the coin, and he asked if Elisha wanted to take her. Elisha refused, saying that it would be better for Lucerne to always keep this coin on hand in case something ever happened. In fact, Elisha still remembered how she buried it all, including her feelings for him, in her past life. She didn't need more. Lucerne noticeably faded, but then only silently hid the coin back. The next day, Ian reported that Manhwa seemed to be constantly urging the surveillance officer to show up more often. And more often, he began to ask him to give notes to Marco, which he took back after a while. Lucerne believed that since his respect for Merche was not enough, from tomorrow he would have to talk to the former bishop in a more appropriate manner. Lucerne also ordered not to touch the notes, and Marco himself, in order to see what he was going to do. Ian also prepared better furniture at Lucerne's request. When Ian asked why he suddenly needed to decorate the basement room, Lucerne just smiled and replied that it was in case he went crazy. Elisha, as the old man said, could bring him a lot of problems, Lucerne thought. But instead of abandoning her, he would actually rather be locked in a beautifully decorated room with her for the rest of his life. But would it quench his thirst? Of course not, he thought. Elisha will keep him on his toes forever. He will also get divorced when he becomes the head. But Lucerne was not going to allow this. It's time to show what he's willing to do for her. The saleswoman at the jewelry store greeted them with a wide smile. Elisha, with her hair elegantly pulled up, noted that she and Lucerne did not have time for this. Now they must discuss the temple project. In addition, she reminded that she already had jewelry. She didn't need anything. To which the formidable army general replied that he had given her a surprise gift, and she could choose whatever she wanted. When Elisha finally took a closer look at the jewelry, Lucerne was glad that she did not insist on refusal. This means that the future of their family still has a chance. Elisha pointed to a beautiful silver pendant with a sparkling diamond. The assistant praised her well-trained eye. Elisha thought the necklace would go well with the silver bracelet the twins had recently made for her. However, Lucerne's eye fell on another decoration. He pointed his finger at a neat gold pendant with lots of diamonds and a flower-shaped decoration. But this accessory was not for the neck, but for the ankles. It could also be engraved with the couple's initials, if desired. Elisha was amazed, but Lucerne looked pleased. Elisha Delore thought, if this accessory had to be hidden under the dress, therefore it was a secret decoration for lovers. Also with initials. It was too raunchy for her, but Lucerne looked pleased. This is probably why he decided that he would simply buy the entire range of jewelry for his wife. Elisha grabbed her husband's shoulders in a panic. Was he really going to do this? But the assistant glowed with happiness. commenting on how much the army general loved his wife. Alicia, still shocked, wondered if people really thought this was love. A few minutes later, Arian, Marco's wife, angrily casting glances out the window, tried to return the jewelry she had previously bought. The assistant warned that at this stage she would only be able to return half of the advance, but Arian was adamant and asked to take care of this as quickly as possible. Some time before, she and Marco, standing in front of the head of the Cartier family, listened to the latter reprimand them for their rash actions. He promised to let them get away with it once and for all, but only if there wasn't a next time when he was nervous about their misdeeds, and Ariane also had to thank her family for saving her life. A few hours later, Marco, in a fit of anger, hit his wife, saying that it was her fault. When she almost destroyed the reputation of the head, they were deprived of funding. Now Arian had to return all the jewelry. She was jealous of Alicia. This pragmatic bitch bought as much jewelry as she did. At the same time, Lucerne began to notice that something was wrong with Elisha's behavior. She looked like she was going to cry. This seriously alarmed him. When Elisha tried to lie, Lucerne turned her face to him by the chin and said that he would no longer allow her to remain silent like a fish. And then she admitted that she was afraid if she suddenly got used to this life, that it would be difficult for her to leave her life with him. Lucerne just said that he doesn't find anything wrong with it, because time passes and she gets used to it. He admitted that in the end, they could hide together from the whole world. Wouldn't it be great for her to live in his arms in luxury for the rest of her life? She didn't have to do anything, didn't have to succeed in anything. After all, Lucerne only needed her. Elisha asked in confusion what this all meant. Then Caius put his hands on her waist and pulled her under him. And finally, he said that he would like Elisha to stay with him after everything. Like before, he just hoped it would never end. When Elisha tried to reluctantly refuse, he interrupted her, trying to convince her of the opposite. After all, she could not refuse him now. Time will pass. She will change her mind if she continues to live next to him. Therefore, he was not going to let her go. He gently hugged Elisha, and she only thought that she knew this man from a past life. He shamelessly makes women fall in love with him and leaves when he gets tired of it. Knowing the rules of life for predators, he would give everything because he wanted her to become his property. But now something has changed. Such rules and regulations had no meaning to her at the moment. A few hours later, sitting in bed with his back to Lucerne, his legs dangling, one of which had that same pendant on it, Elisha asked if he had seen Arian the mouse in the jewelry store. Lucerne saw her. He also, allegedly casually, added that there are rumors that Elisha spends all her time with her husband. Elisha only replied that hot tea is what you need after a hard day. Lucerne still continued to talk about Elisha's husband as if he was not him. He tried to flirt with you so much, but you didn't even notice. Elisha, in turn, put on a smile and stubbornly did not notice her husband's playful mood. She talked about Marco, who lived his whole life doing what his father told him to do. Now that he has lost his father, he is obsessed with other members of his family. Lucerne, slightly offended by the advances that had fallen on deaf ears, said that this was in the order of things. He was pleased to hear that his cousin was doing well. Elisha was surprised, but Lucerne explained that this topic was interesting to him for another reason. Life is a series of beautiful and dark. Then, Delore asked if they should prepare for troubles when everything became better in their married couple, in that case. Lucerne grabbed her around the waist, sitting her on top of him. He believed that they would definitely cope together. Arian sobbed bitterly, sitting on her knees in front of her husband. She complained that she had to watch the disgusting couple flirt while choosing family jewels. Marco didn't care much about this. He was only indignant that Lucerne was an illegitimate child and did not even deserve to be a candidate for the post of head. Marco sincerely believed that only he himself had the right to apply for the post. Arian only noticed that the current head is also not on their side, and their father is not next to them. Her husband did not understand why no one helped his father. Merha sent him a letter from prison. Arian unwrapped the package, asking if everything was okay with the former bishop. Marco noticed that the contents of the letter were strange and puzzled him. In that message, Merha asked Marco to find out the secrets of Lucerne. He also said that there are people in the sanctuary who previously supported the former bishop and could contact him. Marco and Arian were surprised. Why, of all places, the sanctuary? After some time, people arrived at their house, the servants of the head, who reminded them that the few days they had been promised had already come to an end. The time has come to leave this house, because Merha has already lost his post. While Arian stood silently behind her husband, arms crossed over her chest, Marco loudly argued that they were already in the know, and they were already packing their things today. The church minister threatened in a calm voice that if they did not leave this house by the next day, they would be forced to call the temple guards to use brute force. Marco wondered what they could do in one day. If they found out how involved he was in the affairs of the church, he would be immediately sued. What punishment did he receive for this? After all, the agency that put the saint's body up for auction is also registered in Marco's name. Arian was hurrying her husband. He couldn't stand idle, because they needed to pack their things and find a place where they could spend the night. While collecting her bags, Arian came across the things that Merha had stolen from the sanctuary. What should they have done about it? Marco said that things have been in this place for quite some time. Therefore, he saw nothing wrong with taking the couple. Arian was happy about this. The father told them to go to the sanctuary to find out about Lucerne's weaknesses. Marco only briefly noted that Lucerne Kaios was a real demon. What weaknesses do demons have? Suddenly, a thought came to Arian's head, and she immediately exclaimed, "Even demons love someone." The jeweler told her that Lucerne had given Elisha a real treasure. Arian was sure that Chaos was crazy about his wife, and therefore did not know what he was doing. Thus, if Marco and Arian can learn about Elisha's weaknesses, it will help destroy Lucerne along with her. Marco immediately caught the flow of her thoughts and fished out a box from somewhere on the table with the words, "If so, we need someone who can help." At the bottom of the box lay a terrifying-looking ring in the shape of a skull with curled horns. Arian shuddered. The ring was truly frightening to look at. But Marco objected. "This is not a ring at all, but a poison called the Smile of the Devil." In the mouth of the skull was a ball like a jewel. But in fact, this pebble was incredibly deadly. If someone eats it, that person will die from 2 months of hellish torment. Arian was amazed. Where did Father Marco, Bishop Merhi, get this deadly thing from? Marco said his father was obsessed with Neo-Confucianism. He was also interested in ancient pious castles, but that still wasn't the main part. There was an antidote to this stone called the Devil's Tear. It was an exact copy of the Devil's Smile, but the only difference was that the ball was white. The whole point was that the antidote consists of 3 parts. If a person drinks one antidote, he will not die, but will live in agony. If you drink 2, the mortal pain will significantly decrease, and the person will be able to live in agony for about 5 years. And only after drinking all 3 antidotes can a person return to his previous life. Thus, Devil's Smile became a drug that could subjugate someone with the help of an antidote. Lucerne would not be able to absorb the poison, as he is protected by shadow magic. But he can easily influence Elisha. However, an antidote has still not been found. Marco reported this. It is in the sanctuary. That's what his father told him. At the same time, Elisha and Lucerne hosted Archbishop Rosaria for dinner. Madame Delors noticed that Rosaria looked tired. Rosaria actually had a lot of work. From the coronation to Merhi, she did not know where to start and what to grab onto. None of the temple's accounting books have survived. In addition, Merha took many things from the sanctuary and set up a museum in his house. Rosaria admitted that she wanted to slap him in the face at the first meeting. Elisha said that now winning is the most important thing. She also promised that they would help Rosaria solve some problems with the Cartier family. Rosaria gratefully accepted the help and asked what Lucerne would do now. He said that he was going to start a souvenir and publishing business. This was the foundation of the temple. And for everything else, bidding should have been opened. Of course, Lucerne was going to make everything as transparent as possible. Rosaria thought that, although Lucerne promised to take over all the affairs, he only took this part and said that he would be decent in running his business. Most likely, all his changes for the better happened thanks to Elisha. Alicia suddenly remembered Rosaria's words about Merhoy stealing some things from the sanctuary. She wondered how this could happen, since there had to be a person responsible for the safety of the sanctuary. Rosaria assumed it was an accounting issue, but she didn't know exactly who, where, and where intervened. She was going to change the employees of the sanctuary. Alicia unobtrusively reminded that since the age of 14, she had learned a lot from Rosaria. She handled the reporting and bookkeeping, including the records of the archives that Rosaria was in charge of at the time. So she could probably find something if she saw the reports. And then Lucerne said that visiting the sanctuary a couple of times would not be amiss. When Marco, after some time, broke into the sanctuary, the person responsible for the security of this premises did not want to let him in without permission. However, Marco assured him that this had nothing to do with the Cartier family. Marco yelled that he was aware that he had stolen a sacred thing from the former bishop of Merhi. Grabbing the unfortunate young man by the collar, Marco began to threaten. Did he really think that Marco wouldn't see anything now that Merho was in this state? He demanded the sanctuary door be opened until Marco accused him of being involved. No more than 10 minutes had passed when a voice sounded above the sobbing guard of the sanctuary. The great Pope Rosaria towered over him and asked what made the young man so upset. Behind her stood General Lucerne and his wife Alicia. Then Rosaria asked what his name was and whether he was in charge of managing the sanctuary. The young man's name was Anton. Elisha remembered him from her past life. He was a young man who fell into a pond during a temple function. This priest had huge financial problems, so he stole many shrines from the temple and committed suicide. He also wrote a will in which he mentioned that he had manipulated the books. These items were never found anywhere. And then Elisha overheard Jacob and Carol's conversation. It seemed to Carol that Merha had tricked the suicidal priest into helping him with his family's problems and pushed him to commit suicide. Besides, the new priest's sister was quite beautiful, and he even did something terrible to her. Merha blamed him and killed him. He promised that he would feed his whole family, but he lied. Anton confessed everything. Merha manipulated the books and stole sacred property. Because of this, Anton was also suspected. Alicia noticed that he was very worried about his life. She promised that before they got to the people involved, she would try to find information in the heretical interrogation center and protect Anton. No matter what he does, the temple does not sentence him to death. As for Merhi, that's another matter. Rosaria noticed that Elisha was quite good at choosing her words. It's not that she's trying to lure him, more like she wants to help him, to find one of the servants who can provide them with information. Rosaria gently asked Anton if anyone seemed suspicious to him to try to convince him to surrender to the police. After all, if those who conspired with Merha surrender to the authorities, the temple will take this into full consideration. But if he doesn't, Merha will deal with it, or the temple will sue him for damages. Anton admitted that he himself helped Merha because he threatened his family, and he had no choice but to follow the former bishop. Anton also said that if he had known what he had to do, he would never have borrowed from him for his younger sister's hospital bills. The manager of the sanctuary also said that Marco, the son of Merhi, came in the morning and spent a long time roaming around the interior, under the pretext of checking sacred objects. When Rosaria asked how it all ended, Anton said that Marco took a rather strange object with him, an old box in which the treasures of the god of evil were kept in ancient times. The box was in poor condition, and moreover empty inside, as Anton thought. Alicia asked Lady Rosaria to go into the temple's secret library for a moment to check something. A few days later, at the Windblow Cafe, Arian stood near the entrance, clutching a package to herself. This was the only place where the general's wife goes alone, and they had a plan. They had already agreed that the entire third floor of the cafe would be at their disposal. Arian only needed to press the devil's smile ring on the glass of wine. And after that, it was only necessary to take Elisha to the shelter, where Marco would be waiting for her, and Elisha will end. But even this small humiliation bothered her. Just one mistake, and all paths will be blocked for them. Alicia was surprised to see Arian. She did not usually visit this cafe. Arian said that she wanted to meet with Alicia and asked to give her just a couple of minutes. Arian began by saying that she occupies a fairly high position, so she is not used to talking about sad things. But Elisha immediately cut off all her attempts, saying that she didn't think she really came just to chat. Arian tearfully asked Elisha for help, because after what happened, they were in poverty, and they had recently been kicked out of their own home. Elisha said hesitantly that the head should someday soften his anger. Arian replied that Jacob could become the head by then, and then Elisha's family wouldn't have a hard time either. Arian begged to make her husband the head, and Elisha did not understand what power, according to her daughter-in-law, she had to be able to arrange such a thing. Arian made several arguments. Elisha was the adopted daughter of the future great pope, Rosaria, and moreover, she had influence on Lucerne. There were rumors that Elisha was going to make a pope out of her husband, and it was impossible to get in touch with the general himself. If Arian even tries to talk to him, Lucerne will immediately cut her throat. After a while of silence, Elisha asked if Arian was sure that this was all she wanted. Arian was indignant to herself. How can the bitch who washed Carol's rags now make such an arrogant face? Arian began to make excuses, saying, what kind of conspiracy could there be if she came to Elisha, bowed her head, and asked only for the opportunity to live? Elisha plunged into memories of her past life, how the same Arian's husband molested her, and she begged for help, and how this same Arian dragged her across the floor by her hair, accusing her of seducing Marco. When Elisha asked to save her like that, no one listened, except Lucerne. The general was the only one who heard her. Madame Delors' mouth was dry. She suggested we have a drink and talk. Arian immediately took off with her package, glad that there was an opportunity to give Elisha her gift to drink. Arian began to say that the wine was very expensive and was kept for special holidays, but when she found out that Elisha loved white wine, she immediately decided to present it. Delors asked how Arian knew her preferences. Did she really bribe the cafe workers? Arian admitted that this was true, justifying her action by saying that she simply wanted to get closer. Elisha began her conversation by saying that if someone wants to gouge out people's eyes, they must be prepared to break their own neck. She believed that her husband would always go to the battlefield with this attitude. Accordingly, when the wife tries to hurt someone, she will be ready. Arian awkwardly replied that no one should be careless about other people's wounds. Definitely. Arian continued to insist on drinking wine. She said that in such a mood in a conversation, it was impossible not to drink at least a glass. She also persistently convinced Elisha that everyone would benefit if they stood on the same side. Suddenly, there was a sound outside the window and fireworks started. Elisha was wary, and Arian explained it as a small celebration in honor of the new pope. In the capital, both classic and magical fireworks were usually launched. Thanks to magic, everything was clearly visible from afar. Elisha was distracted by the celebration outside the window, while Arian, laughing to herself at what a hillbilly Delors turned out to be, slipped poison into her wine. Arian proposed a toast. Forget about all the previous understatement and become allies. However, they did not have time to drink. A guard loomed over them. He reported that a stranger had entered the cafe. All the employees were knocked down trying to catch him. He may be a threat to the ladies, so security asks Elisha to stay inside. Elisha was indignant. She just wanted to spend time calmly and in silence. Arian was worried if it was Marco, but he couldn't ruin their plan so dramatically. Having supported Elisha in saying that the situation was absurd for such a prestigious place, Arian brought the topic back to drinking. Before starting the wine, Elisha demanded that Arian swear that she was not planning a deception or a trap when she said that she wanted to be on the same side, and that she won't regret it, no matter what. Arian noted that she was a high-born aristocrat and would never joke about such things. When the first sips of wine were finally swallowed, Arian was in seventh heaven. She couldn't believe that Elisha had managed to be deceived. Elisha admitted that she didn't really like white wine. She forced herself to drink it because it was a gift. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Arian's chest. She fell to the floor while Elisha, in her calmest voice, asked if Devil's Smile had been mixed into the wine. Gasping, Arian tried to find out how Madame Delors knew about this. Ian appeared from behind. Didn't Arian really think that the general wouldn't put his man here? Everything became clear even before Arian and Marco tried to bribe the cafe staff. And then it dawned on Arian why the guard seemed familiar to her. A memory surfaced in my head, where that same fake guard walked side by side with Lucerne everywhere. Among other things, Elisha asked exactly how many people from the cafe actually work for Lucerne. Ian chose to tactfully remain silent, and everything became clear by itself. Everyone here works for the general. It was no wonder then why Lucerne allowed her to visit this cafe on her own. In general, Elisha gave them several chances. The agents saw Arian pouring poison into the wine, and even the new bracelet vibrated in response to the action of the poison. But since they did not want to retreat, Elisha had no choice but to take advantage of the turmoil to switch glasses. And how could magical fireworks be so close to the window? Arian was lying on the floor, holding her shrinking chest. You never know if a wizard using magic is standing right outside your window. And so it was. The twins, laughing, sat under the window of the cafe. At the same time, Marco was pacing around his hideout, wondering what happened. Arian should have returned a long time ago. Finally, there was a knock, and Marco rushed to the door, hoping to finally see his wife there. However, Nora was on the threshold. This shocked Marco. After some time, Nora already reported to General Lucerne that Marco had been taken into custody. Ian also reported that he had successfully resolved the situation. Lucerne admitted that he did not like what was happening at all. He could not believe that his wife could agree to such a dangerous operation. Nora supported him with her understanding, but also noticed that Elisha only wanted to settle this situation once and for all, so that she would no longer fear for her husband's life. Lucerne noted irritably that Elisha herself seemed not to mind being locked somewhere in a basement in a cozy place. But still, it was time for Marco to return to reality. Lucerne couldn't wait to see his reaction when he came to his senses. Marco himself woke up in a place unknown to him. So much time had passed that his stomach was in pain. He noticed sandwiches on the table near the couch, but was wary of eating them. What if the food was poisoned? However, to find out if there is a catch here, you need to try it first. Marco didn't really care. Hunger pushed him to actions devoid of common sense. He rushed to devour food with inhuman speed, thinking that by the time Arian reached the shelter, he would come up with something. However, something was wrong. Marco very suddenly began to feel sleepy. Marco woke up again in the shelter where he had been before. It seems it was all a dream. Lucerne sat in front of him, saying that Marco's stupidity never ceases to amaze him. After all, even in such a situation, Marco slept too calmly. When Marco began to ask questions about what had happened in a raised voice, Lucerne remained calm. He just said in an icy tone that Marco's wife tried to kill his wife. Keon threw a ring at Marco's feet as confirmation of the above. It was already useless to everyone. Marco started yelling about leaving his wife alone. Arian is too weak, so she shouldn't be nervous. Lucerne stood up slowly, wondering if Marco knew how precious his beloved wife truly was to the general. Lucerne recalled that there was no poison in the ring, which means it was used. He also remembered that Marco ate and drank very well in the basement, so it wasn't a dream. Marco clutched his stomach. Did Lucerne poison him? Lucerne, with a determined expression on his face, quickly headed towards the exit without looking back. At the last moment, he threw a cold remark over his shoulder. Now you have to cope on your own, Marco. Marco rushed to the hiding place, hidden under the massive wooden floorboards. His heart was beating wildly, because he was sure that it was there that the life-saving antidote, their last hope, was kept. The secret box, glittering mysteriously in the twilight, could only be opened by the true owner. Even if Lucerne had somehow miraculously stumbled upon it, he would never have realized what unknown secrets it held. Marco chuckled internally, considering Lucerne a fool who was unable to understand that Marco himself was safe, even if the poison had entered his body. Meanwhile, Arian, leaving her luxurious carriage, tried to collect scattered memories in her head. Her memory was cut short when she suddenly woke up in a cafe, surrounded by strangers. She recalled Marco's words that poison that entered the body would doom a person to terrible suffering for 2 months. Her body was so weakened that she doubted whether she would have enough strength to withstand this unequal struggle. Finally, she reached the shelter, where Marco was eagerly waiting for her. She was sure that as soon as she met Marco, he would immediately help relieve this hellish pain tormenting her body and soul. Arian opened the massive door, realizing that she needed to act quickly while there was still a chance to escape and drink the antidote. Marco was kneeling in the middle of the room, tightly clutching in his hands a tiny bottle with an elixir that was vital for Orion. But the worst thing was that Marco had already managed to swallow its contents. With a cry of despair, Orion collapsed on the cold floor, and then her husband, gripped by panic, rushed to her. In tears and screams, she began to say that she needed an antidote, that Elisha had deceived her, and now Arian was poisoned. Marco, in complete confusion, said that Lucerne convinced him that it was Marco who was poisoned. Yes, he did have a stomach ache, but Arian's symptoms were much more obvious. Her body was torn apart by unbearable torment. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes, because her fate, to die in agony, now seemed inevitable. Marco jumped to his feet, shouting curses at Lucerne. His face was distorted with rage and despair. When he ran outside, he saw Lucerne and Alicia already getting into their luxurious carriage. Their faces glowed with contentment. Malicious smiles played on their lips, filled with malicious triumph. They enjoyed their triumph, knowing that they had the upper hand in this cruel game. Marco began to yell furiously, threatening Lucerne. Once the chief found out about what had happened, he would never get away with anything again. How dare this illegitimate bastard do this to Arian and his father? Later, the abuse was directed towards Elisha. However, Marco did not have time to connect even 2 sentences. Nora immediately pressed him to the ground with her knee and twisted his arms behind his back. Lucerne only calmly asked, "What will happen if in this situation the head takes his side?" After all, from the outside, everything was clear as day. Marco's wife herself poured poison into her glass. The same poison that Marco's father stole when he manipulated the accounting records. Then Lucerne sent Arian to her husband for an antidote, but Marco himself swallowed it like a fool. Lucerne rejoiced. Marco ruined everything himself. He didn't even have to try very hard. Elisha shyly, and at the same time, maliciously, said that Lucerne should be kinder to Marco. He is an unfortunate man who lost his wife. Smirking, she said that her husband still could not compare with Marco in strength. That's why Elisha believed Marco should have recognized his superiority from the very beginning. And then nothing like this would have happened. It suddenly dawned on Marco that these two were invincible. No matter what the entire Cartier family does, Caios and his wife will still rule in the shadows. The struggle for power will consume their dynasty. Elisha was getting ready for bed when Lucerne informed her that Marco had been arrested. He also mentioned that he had heard that the guards were cruel to him. When they found out that he was from the Cartier family, he believed that they had gone crazy. Elisha said she should be grateful he was arrested. After all, even the places she goes to are under the protection of her husband. Lucerne said he was only worried that something might happen to Elisha. Thanks to his instructions about increased protection, everything went well in the end. Elisha said most people call these acts retaliation. Lucerne noticed that most people are generally afraid to talk about such topics. Afterwards, Lucerne asked how Elisha knew that there was poison in the glass after Anton came to them. In fact, it was the poison that caused Lucerne to lose his eye in his previous life. The devil's smile is a poison that drives people crazy and takes their life. Lucerne has a special physique that is unlike the body of any other person. Therefore, the poison only took the eye. Then the head did not accept Lucerne, but highly appreciated his skills. Therefore, he was outraged that Lucerne had a flaw and tried his best to find the culprit. Then it turned out that the poison was the treasure of ancient evil that Merha left behind. But Elisha, of course, remained silent about the real truth. She just said that Marco couldn't just take some box. Elisha lied that she thought at the time that they could find out about this in Rosaria's secret laboratory. Lucerne, moving closer and closer to his wife, began to praise her mental abilities. Elisha said Lucerne knew this would happen. It wasn't surprising at all that Arian tried to poison her. Lucerne was a very pedantic man, in her opinion. "I knew everything from the very beginning, from the moment of bribing the cafe employee, and everything happened exactly as he expected. Even the anonymous message about Marco after Arian's death." Lucerne also said that Marco was interrogated all night, And in the morning, he finally told his name. The head gagged him and let him out, accompanied by recruits. Elisha noted that, given everything that had happened to him earlier, Marco could easily go crazy. Lucerne asked what was happening to Elisha. Perhaps she's still angry about the cafe. She simply said that she was worried about Arian's death, her first kill. Lucerne then pulled her towards him, his eyes sparkling with determination. He realized that all this was arranged by him, and Alicia was not to blame for anything. After all, she gave Arian 3 chances. And if she had respected Alicia even a little, she would have understood that she had ways of retreat. But she didn't do it because she was anticipating your death. This is Cartier's nature. They all deserve to die, said Lucerne with the most stern face possible. The possibility of the death of his precious wife strained him, filling his soul with anxiety. Therefore, the desire to protect her grew into aggressive cruelty. Afterwards, Lucerne reached out to her with a kiss. He believed that, no matter who died in the future, his wife would always be as innocent as a fragile flower untouched by a storm. Elisha could only think that Lucerne was her nightmare come true. Cruel and meticulous, he was like a dark shadow that haunted her. But she was in the same boat with him, and moreover, married to him. Elisha said something out loud that greatly annoyed Lucerne. She hoped to keep her hands clean until the moment she left this house. Lucerne did not like this conversation. His face darkened as he said he didn't care about her while he was dealing with Marco's matter. Elisha seemed to have said too much. Her words were like a dagger piercing his heart. The precious wife lived with the thought of the future and constantly thought about escape. Her thoughts were like birds rushing to freedom. In this case, he was obliged to occupy her with something. His resolve strengthened, and with these words, the man leaned over her for a kiss. His hands slowly loosened the belt of her dressing gown. However, Elisha stopped him, thereby doubling the obsessive feeling that his wife was slipping away from him like sand through his fingers. Elisha's breasts were almost exposed to Lucerne. She was frightened by such pressure. Her heart beat like a frightened bird in a cage. At this time, in the breath of the spring wind cafe, all discussions again concerned the Cartier family. The family's daughter-in-law died, and her funeral was held in complete silence. Ariane's parents could have said something about Cartier or their daughter, but the silence was deafening. Her death was very strange, leaving behind a shadow of mystery. Elisha drank tea alone and thought about the fact that, in fact, she is afraid of power, like a person is afraid of the depths, not knowing what is hidden in its dark waters. Suddenly, her name sounded from somewhere on the side, tearing her out of her thoughts like a bolt from the blue.